the laser from the top of a 44-story building if the Earth was curving. Now, do you understand what I said?
Yeah, but the biggest flaw.
No, yeah, but.
Steelman, yeah, but dude, don't fucking literally. I let you talk, and now you're talking over me.
What I just said. I want to make sure
you're literally talking over me, bro.
You're right. Steelman, what I said, so that I know you understand it.
Stop fucking talking, and I'll do it. Jesus Christ, dude, you got diarrhea of the mouth. Okay, so, since you're not that smart, I can tell, are you not familiar with a part of land or the basin of a lake or pond being lower than surface level 2? So how do you explain the fact that just the level of water can be sitting lower than the surface of the land that's being measured from one point to another?
Yeah, we know that. We measured the height of the laser from the water surface. Remember when I started, I said...
Oh, hold on. I actually... Because I don't sit on Discord all day looking at shit.
No. Okay? You asked me a question. I'm going to answer it. You're not going to answer the question you asked me for me. I'm going to answer it. So when I started, I said, we measured the laser... It was 10 feet off the surface of the water. That's why I asked you to steelman what I said. So now, you're going to steelman what I said, tell me exactly what I said, or you're going to be muted forever. You're unmuted. No one in your DMs can help you. You're unmuted, buddy. We're waiting. You got all this airtime.
We want to hear the steel man. If you can't do it because you weren't listening, just say that.
Hold on. What was the, what were we talking about? I have this Indigo guy turned down because Jesus fucking Christ.
We're talking about
that. He's the one. Yeah, he's the one talking.
Okay. Well, how about can one of you guys ask the same?
Stop interrupting everyone. Yeah, just relax.
Yeah,
we're just talking about your inability to answer.
I'm all done with this dumb fuck. So go ahead.
Okay. Can I just say one thing before I forget, before AV goes out with him, that did you tell AV about how Brendan was here last night? You gave him that Bolivian salt flats argument. He said he was going to go take a look at it. Did you tell him?
Oh, Brendan, the meteorologist? Yeah, he was here. Yeah. I didn't tell him, no. You can tell him, though.
Yeah, well, I just told you. He was here last night, and Indio presented that same argument that he just did about Bolivian salt flats, but in more detail. And Brendan was like, I'm going to go look at this. It's really interesting. And I also showed him the 8-foot observer black swan. He said he was going to look at that. So he's supposed to report back next time he comes. And he also reiterated what you talked to him before about the air pressure measurement. So it was cool.
Yep. That's a solid argument, by the way. So Tansom is he's not capable of actually producing at least one shred of evidence for the Earth being a globe. He just continuously talks about things like he knows what he's saying, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't. So Tansom, if you're there. I think you'd like touting your own self as somebody who's knowledgeable, but I don't think you are.
But what are you even trying to prove here, bro? You're just gonna.
We're trying to prove, that your method of
I was literally trying to explain before, and I got talked over.
Yeah, because you don't know how to shut your Dorito hole when someone else is talking, bro. That's why. Yeah, it's pretty simple. If you understand how to do that, you can join the rest of society, where we understand mannerisms and the ability to withhold our tongue until someone's done talking. Yeah, but you can't even do that. So,
Sweet, are you done talking, or?
well, I'm gonna wait for you to respond to the question that I
Wait,
asked
well,
at the very
no. But
beginning.
I want to wait and see if you're not done talking. I don't want to interrupt you by accident.
Oh, you don't have to. I have the red mute button. It's pretty simple for me. So I can ask you a question simply and just ask for you the evidence of it. Do you know if the Earth is a globe, and can you produce evidence for it? Now I can unmute you and you can say your piece.
Yes, I can.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I'm guessing you guys understand how air pressure changes at altitude. So how can you convincingly?
Okay, that's wrong. You're asking a question. I'm demanding evidence. A question is not evidence, sir. So you need to reform your answer to directly answer what I'm asking for is evidence of the Earth being a globe. That's all.
Okay, then the air pressure changes at altitude. Checkmate. So prove me wrong.
Okay, so how does that determine that the Earth is a giant oblate spheroid? Go.
Because the closer to the center of gravity, the higher the air pressure.
Okay, that's a nice little chuckle, but how do you know the surface is curving to form an oblate spheroid based on what you said? Go.
Because things are denser at the center. Oh, dude. Okay, never mind. You're right. I'm retarded. I'm sorry.
Well, I know, but I'm just exposing you to the whole world, and everybody else who declares that the Earth is a globe basically have an IQ of a road cone. That's what I do.
Exposing me to the world?
Yeah. You're
Is
on
that
live
why
stream
you're
right now.
isolated here in a fucking...
No, this isn't isolation. You can see how as many people is in here, and then we got live streams going on that's recorded for all time. That's going to be on the internet, and everybody can come back and watch how Tansem didn't have an answer for the Earth being a globe, and declare that he's not smart enough to do so.
You're right. I'm
Isn't that
not
cool?
smart enough to do so.
That's excellent.
But anyways, yeah, having 15 people in a Discord chat.
Yeah, don't need the color commentary. That's why I put a red mute button by your name. Don't need that. I just need your concession and your declaration of how you are not smart enough. That's pretty good. I think we can tie a bow around this one, yeah? Feels good, doesn't it, Tansem, to declare how you don't know if the Earth is a globe? It frees your mind, bro.
Well, he finally told the truth.
Yep. Your mind is now free. You can think of things that are logically consistent.
Oh my God. Thank you for the permission.
Well, he can't help you because you're a liar. So
What did I lie about?
What's with this
that's
fake laughter?
that's a nervous chuckle.
Oh,
Some people actually
it's
have that.
fake laughter.
It's a nervous chuckle.
Because
We're used to
why
it.
would
Many people
anybody laugh at a flat tard? Yeah, that makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah.
Oh, dude,
It's-
what did you lie about?
fun.
That you were some sort of honest person coming in here. Now you're calling us flat tards. Okay, so
There you go.
your mask is now falling off, and we
His
see
mask
your
has
true
fallen
face.
That's his true face.
He sounds like one of those evil villains in a cartoon, right?
Yeah. He probably
He's like the evil, like in the Pinky and the Brain sense, dude. He's like the wrong fucking evil villain.
Yeah, he
Yep.
probably took all the jabs and the boosters as well.
So,
Indio, Small Fox has a question about the Bolivian salt box thing. Salt flats.
Was he in-
Said, wouldn't
you say Bolivian
wouldn't it-
salt fox?
Huh? I know, that's what I did say. That was funny, wasn't it? Yeah. Is there a little fox running across there? That'd be cool. Yeah. Wouldn't it be the case that if it were slightly curved, there would be a difference that may not be perceptible to the human eye? I mean, I know that's not the case, but I don't know if you had any other details you wanted to give him.
Yeah, so that's one of the things that Brendan asked for. So I asked like three large language models this same question: at what distance would it start to be distorted, and it spat out all three of them, and it gave all the mathematical formulas for it and the calculations. So it would start to become
Wait, you
different.
you guys are expecting
Different. Okay, I can check the math, dude. It's pretty simple. You can check the math that it spits out. I don't have to believe anything. Okay, so I'll continue. It says that the distance from which you would start appearing distorted is 0.7 miles. Okay, so for a 6-foot observer, the horizon is 3 miles away. Okay, it's just basic. The law of reflection states that the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. So you have a curved surface, and all the light that hits that curved surface is going to have diverging angles of reflection. Okay, so the ground can't possibly look like the sky, because the sky, all the rays that are hitting your eye, right, are straight, right, straight from the sky to your eye, the clouds, whatever. But the rays that are bouncing off, are diverged. So you can't have a mirror image where the features in the reflection have the same proportions as the sky itself. Does that answer the question? We know what the visual acuity of the eye and the minimum angle that we can resolve the difference. That's 0.02 degrees. Using that fact is what ChatGPT spat out. So I can actually give you a link to the prompt.
Yeah, he's saying it that he can't talk, which is unfortunate because you're saying it's not answering my question, but I think it was answering your question. So there must be some part of it that you don't understand, because you said I'm talking about the amount of curve, not the distance. But that's what he's talking about. That there can't be any curve or.
The argument is the symmetry of reflection. That's the argument. You can't have a symmetrical reflection between the object and the object's reflection. They can't be identical, right? So I look at an object, say it has an angle of half a degree, and then I look at its reflection, it also has an angle of a half a degree. That's not possible on a curved surface, because the curved surface has a changing surface area diminishing from my viewpoint, because it's curving down, remember? I don't know how I can go into it in any greater fucking detail than that, quite honestly.
He just argued for imperceivable, which means it looks flat because we can't perceive the curve. Well, thanks for that. It's imperceivable. Yeah, you just lost right there. You shouldn't have said that. Now that it's imperceivable, you can consider it flat until you perceive it. Yeah, I know, until you perceive it. So if you can't see it with the eye, and you can't test it with any measurement, I guess it must be flat. Whoops.
You know, they hate this argument because they can't invoke refraction, gravity, or any other nonsense thing, right? In the law of reflection, it isn't any relative value, right? It's dead set. Light hits it at 45 degrees, bounces off at 45 degrees. 35 degrees, about 35-degree bounce. There's no like, well, it depends on the relative density of the medium and blah, blah, blah. Like there's no escape.
All right, so he thinks, okay, I'm reading what he's put in here. It says, something can be perceivable in ultraviolet and not perceivable with the human eye. Okay, can you turn on ultraviolet and see the Earth curve? Can you use infrared and see the Earth curve? Can you use any spectrum and see the Earth curve? Other than what you perceive with the human eye. Come on, I'm challenging you. My point is not moot. It's very much in play. Can you detect it with anything? Give me your best shot. What do you got? Yeah, no, we're not. We're staying right here. You said it's imperceivable. Yeah. So, and then you said, well, you could use just like ultraviolet and see things that the human eye can't see. Okay, I'll bite. So what can you use that determines that with any
Hold
other...
on. Bro, he said you're moving away from the original point. The original point was the symmetry of the reflection. You're the one who fucking went to ultraviolet. Are you claiming that in ultraviolet the reflection's not symmetric? Otherwise, you went to, oh, well, we don't have perfect information. You changed the point.
Yeah. And he's saying with something other than our eyes, you can detect that the Earth is curving. No, you can't. I'm challenging you to find something that's going to do that in any way. And I bet you anything right now you're scouring the internet because you're not going to find anything. There isn't any. Sorry. See, this is why you need to be talking, because this little pause in between you typing like a long paragraph, it's no bueno.
Well, we got their Globe believer candidates in here if they want to bring their evidence. CW, he was here last night for Ladies' Night or the Ladies' Night after show. Joshua, standard old standby Joshua, and Leaf, who yesterday could barely put together a coherent sentence. I don't know if he got a good night's sleep.
Oh, this is a.
Or talk me, that's an issue. The other thing is,
Well, I don't know.
if you're not giving me a measurement and show me the methodology of how to measure, you're going to go on mute, just like the other guy. And then once everybody's all muted, I'm going to unmute everybody one by one so that everybody can get back off of mute when you find out you haven't provided a measurement. Last chance for you, Blair. Show me how to measure the Earth curving. Go ahead. Methodology. I'll take your silence as a you can't measure it. So either one. Silence or tell me.
For now.
Okay, so no. There you go. Blair can't do it. Any other Glober in here that you think you can measure the surface? Yeah, I like that you're speaking for the group because are you their representative? Everybody can speak for themselves.
Here.
Yeah, everybody can speak for themselves. You're not their lawyer.
Well, you muted them all.
No, I'm muting everybody who's going through the method. If you can produce some way to measure the Earth curving, yes or no. And I don't need your little commentary, side commentary. Anybody else? Looks like that's it. Looks like that's it. All right, I'm going to mute that guy. See? That was easy.
Oh. King's back.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because we went through the whole chat and nobody can produce measurements of the Earth being a globe.
Why do we need measurements if we can see that there's a curvature? I don't understand.
Okay, so for your small, tiny brain to realize that the Earth has been given a certain set size of dimensions. It's got a radius, diameter, circumference. If you go and punch that into Google, you're going to find out that the radius value is 3959. There's a specific numeric value that's ascribed to the globe you think you live on. So if that's true, how did they come up with that number? They must have measured it somehow. One would think that that would be the case. So if we have numeric values ascribed to the radius, the diameter, and the circumference, how did they come up with that? How do they know the size of the Earth? That's what one would ask themselves if they would look at those numeric values. Now, back to you. It's important for you to know that the Earth has been given a certain size of dimensions. Now, if you're going to tell me that there's no way to get those dimensions in any way measured, then I'm going to tell you that it's all imagined. You've just imagined the Earth with a certain size. And because of that, you don't really know how to get the measurement. Because those numeric values ascribed to the size of the Earth give us specific values as to how big it is. Now, if that is true, geometrically, you would be able to measure across the surface horizontally, as in a drop over the distance. Now, that doesn't happen because when we go outside and we, just like the gentleman was saying, it measures flat. It indeed does because there's no way that you find out that the Earth curves in the manner that which it needs to if the Earth was a geometric shape, like an oblate spheroid. Do you understand now, simpleton?
Yeah, none of that matters at all.
Okay, so none of that matters. So here's the
It
thing.
doesn't matter because if you send up a balloon, you can see the curvature of
I have to mute doofus. I have to mute doofuses like you because you don't realize that it does indeed matter to those who are asking the questions. Those who are asking the questions, how do we measure the surface as a curved surface? It really does matter to us. I'm gonna go ahead and let somebody else. Somebody else is coming in. Was that you, Special K?
Yeah, the Earth is flat. It's measured flat. You guys have a ball that you claim is so big, or whatever. I told you this, Rich, for like an hour now. For like an hour. I said that you guys have your ball. You know how big it is. We can go and measure the Earth, and your ball falls flat. There is no curvature. We can do it over a mile, over 2 miles, over 100 miles, and there's no curvature. And you're like, well, we can see it with a weather balloon. You put it up, a weather balloon up there. I don't know whose weather balloon you're talking about. I've actually seen them where they're flat, and I've seen them where they're curved. So who? I'm going to argue with you. You're going to say, my weather balloon's right and your weather balloon is wrong. That's not proof, man. Proof is that we can measure the Earth flat in every single instance. Always flat. For not just a little bit, not just like to your geometric physical horizon. There isn't one. We measure well beyond where that even should be. You guys have curvature math. So I stand on the beach and I measure outward, or anyway. It shouldn't be just out. If it's a ball, I measure every single direction. I measure left, right, up, down, all of it. You should have a ball everywhere you look. But you have it nowhere. There is no curvature anywhere. Stand on the beach. I look out. 1.22 times the square root. What is it? Feet? 1.22 feet?
Yeah, the observer's height in feet.
Yeah. And that only gives you like what, 3 miles out there? Yet we can.
Yeah.
That's where your horizon is supposed to be, but it's not. We can see 10, 20, 100 in some cases. Depends on the atmospheric pressures and whatnot's going on in the world. We can see way further than where you say your curvature should be. So, in that case, you can hang on to your little ball and troll in here and say, well, what about this or what about that? No, your ball is dead. We just destroyed it. We destroyed it. And so there is no ball anymore. And so welcome to Flat Earth. I told you that when you first got in here. Welcome to Flat Earth, dude. And you called me a troll. You were trolling the whole time. You wouldn't listen to anything that I said. And then he came in and he said it in a different way, but he had a mute button that he could give. I couldn't. But did you get it yet? You're like, how do you measure it? Go measure it.
Now, the most
There's a lot
important.
of different ways.
The most important thing is that he didn't provide a measurement for anything that he was saying. He just said, all you got to do is send a camera on a balloon and the camera is going to go up and then it sees whatever it sees. But he doesn't realize that cameras also induce curvature with the lens that they're using, like a fisheye lens. So, and they're used that way because they're trying to see more of the, whatever it's portraying. So that's the problem right now, is that he doesn't know that those lenses have a distortion in them that induce like that curvature effect, and that's
Right.
important.
And at the same time, I mean, I've seen those where there's fisheye lens or distortion in the lens. I've also seen them where some real cameras were sent up there, and I see it flat. So it's my word against yours, or this camera against that one. We aren't really going to get anywhere. He's going to say, "No, look at the curvature." I'm going to say, "No, look at this one. This one don't have it." So that's not really a proof of the globe Earth or the flat Earth. It doesn't hold any water either way. I mean, if you knew what kind of lens you had, I guess we could probably say, nope, that's using a fisheye lens. Or if I said, no, I'm using a flat angle lens or whatever, a wide angle lens or whatever, and show it that it's flat. And then maybe we could get to a little bit of the bottom of it. But how you figure out if the Earth is a spinning ball or not, you go out and measure it. That's what I told you since I got here. And it doesn't matter. I don't want to talk about gravity. I don't want to talk about anything. I want to talk about the Earth is measured flat. And that's it. Welcome to Flat Earth. It's measured flat in every single instance.
Let me unmute Rich, see what he says.
Yeah, none of that matters.
Okay, so none of that matters is just going to be you resetting back to the previous point where you're just in here like a big doofus and you're not even putting any kind of like way to measure the Earth, and you're just saying I send a camera up, and you're just going to keep saying that over and over again. That's not going to move the needle for you guys believing that the Earth is a globe. It really isn't.
Yeah, that was funny because he was initially like, "Well, how'd you measure it? You go in your backyard with your ruler or your yardstick, and you guys are idiots." And so he's asking for you to go measure it, and then he's like, "Well, now it doesn't matter." What a fool!
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if you didn't have a long ruler or something, like if you're standing on that same beach and you know how far something is, like a buoy or another island on the other side of the river, you know how far that is. They've actually measured it for you, and you can still see it. If it's past 3 miles, you're cooked. Your globe is cooked. You know, I mean,
So why do I see the ships disappear?
why do you see the ships disappear?
Oh, hold on.
Yeah,
Let me answer this one.
With your beach method, for example.
Yeah, have you ever seen this?
Also,
What you're saying?
Yeah, I have. I'm Australian. Live right now.
Okay, we're going to ask you a line of questions to critique the method of disappearance from the bottom up to see if you understand what you're talking about. Okay? We like to stay on
None
point,
of that
Rich.
matters because we can see the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, when you're looking across the surface of water and you say that you see a ship disappearing from the bottom up, how many times have you seen that occurrence?
Many times.
Okay, so all the time? Every time? I have to hold you like a child by the hand every time that you see an observation?
Well, every time I'm at the beach? No.
Yeah. Okay. So how many times?
I'm not always out there looking.
Once, twice, 3 times, 4
focusing on a
times?
ship.
You don't really
Many
notice
times.
it.
Probably, I don't know, dozens of times. I mean, there's binoculars set up all around the beach. And
Let me put it to you this way. Yeah, let me put it to you this way. That occurrence doesn't happen always. It's a special occurrence that happens optically over distance.
No, it happens every time.
No, it doesn't. You
No, it
can't
happens
say that.
every time.
No, I'm telling you, no, you can't say that.
No, it happens literally every time.
No, it doesn't.
I've seen it every single time I've looked.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
No, it literally does. You see the ships disappear.
Now I'm going to ask you for evidence of you saying it happens every time, as in I need proof that you can show me that it happens always. How are you going to do that? Because now it's your word against mine. And how is that going to work? Because if I'm saying you need to show evidence and you're like, no, I don't need to, then who's going to win that argument?
It's the same thing with the balloon.
Yeah, I'm demanding evidence. Actually, I want you to show us that this happens always.
Do you want to go to the beach with me? We can go to the.
You know, there's such a thing as a camera that can see this happening, right? Doesn't need to be your eyeballs. All right. So if you think it happens always, you're going to have to do some recordings, a couple of them, and say like a good measure, like maybe 10 or so, and see it happening always. Document each day that it happens and then be able to show that it happens always. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think we can just go to the beach and you can see it for yourself.
All right. So if you see this bottom up obstruction occurring and you say it's the curve of the earth, I need you to give us a measurement to the boat. From the observer to the boat, what is the distance between the observer to the boat? Because we want to find out the drop over distance that would cause this to happen if it's the actual earth.
Yeah, you asking me distances and stuff, that doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it does. Because we
How
need
does
to
it
find out
matter?
the
Explain how it matters.
we need to find out the drop over the distance. Meaning that if
That
the earth
doesn't
is
matter though. If I go to the beach right now and I pull out my camera,
Rich, stop being a doofus. Okay? Every time you say it doesn't matter, everything in regards to measurement does.
Why is it then?
I went ahead and unmuted him so you can talk to him, but I'm gonna be
oh shit,
busy at the
Bossman's
moment.
back.
You haven't produced any measurement or any way that we can know that that's
you
curvature
are correct. You are correct. I have not produced any measurements, but that doesn't mean anything.
Yes, it does. It means that you don't know the earth is curving or
It
not.
doesn't really mean anything when.
Yes, it
Okay, can you
dude.
show me video at 100? Right? Can you show me a video at like?
Okay, I need you to stop being a doofus for like 5 minutes. Realize that a measurement is needed if you're saying that the earth is a specific size. That's what we're asking for. That's why it's important. We're not
Sorry,
just saying
he's
it
not
just
talking about the
because.
size of the earth. He's talking about the shape. He doesn't have to show you any
Yes,
measurements.
he does. So do you.
He doesn't.
Otherwise, okay. Otherwise, the Earth wouldn't be the size that they're claiming that it is, with the specific radius value, with the specific circumference value. You know, it's 24,901 miles in circumference. Why are you guys
That
playing
observation
around?
proves that it's round.
No,
That's the point.
observation is one step. Somebody can say they see, the abominable snowman out there. It doesn't make it true. You have to prove things, as in measure them.
Yeah, and you can go ahead and like literally look at a boat getting away from you and see that it disappears under.
Okay,
your
you
eyes.
guys. Okay, I'm gonna hold you. Well, what's the distance where's the distance that the curvature of the Earth would be noticed at? What distance is
It
that?
doesn't matter. That the point
Yeah, it
is that
does.
you can see that it doesn't matter. The point is that you can see.
That's not the point. That's not the point. The point is, if you're saying it's curving, people want to know by how much, so that we can know if it's an actual curve or something you think is curved. So we're going to differentiate. It does matter. I hate it when people say it doesn't matter. It does. That's why we're here. Otherwise, we wouldn't be.
Right.
So yeah, it does matter.
You guys have your measurements from whoever told you how big your Earth was. That's what you have. We want
You're
to
just
prove
moving
that.
the goalpost. He's trying to prove that it's a sphere, and you're trying to say that he has to.
No, we want him to show us that it is a sphere. We want him to show us that it is, because you said that it's our 26,900, or your religion tells us that that's how big it is. It's that big. It's not bigger than that. It's that big. It's 26,901 miles around, and the radius of it? It's almost 4,000 miles in. I mean,
yeah, it's 3959. So
3959, almost 4,000 miles inside to your core of your ball Earth. Now, when we go out and measure that, we don't see that. we want you guys to say, hey, yes, you do, because of this. Or show us, because we can stand on the beach with your measurements, and we can only see so far before we shouldn't be able to see anything else ever again, because it should be blocked by the curvature. In fact, though, we can go out to the ocean, or it didn't have to be an ocean. We can go anywhere, and we see too far, way too far, based on your math. So your math says that it's this big. I'm like, cool. Let's go check it out. We go check it out, and it's not there.
Yeah, that's why you guys can't produce the distance that should be presentable right now. If the point of observation to where the target distance would be, that's where the boat is, wherever you see the boat disappearing from the bottom, you should be able to measure to that distance and then find out or work out how much drop there would be over that distance. To then say if it's obscured by curvature, then it's obscured at a specific predictable distance away from the observer. That's what you guys have to present. But if you come in here like big doofuses and never presenting information, then we're just going to take you guys as not being serious. So it does matter. So quit saying that it doesn't matter, because that's what landed you on a mute. If it doesn't matter to you, then sit there and listen to everybody wax philosophical on how you believe it's the curve, but never producing evidence that it's an actual curving surface.
Yeah, there's no curve. So like if it's far out there,
right,
like if it's way too far, if you're like, oh well, you can see it disappearing way out there, bottom first or whatever, and it's way farther than what your math says, somebody's lying. Somebody is lying about it. So are you going to go back to those people that are lying to you and say, hey, wait a minute, this ain't right. You guys told us it was this, and you lied to us.
Let me see if these guys. I'll leave you unmuted.
Are you done?
I'll leave you unmuted for two ways, right? You could sit here and listen, and maybe sometimes participate. But if you're saying it doesn't matter, you'll just sit on mute. That's all.
Yeah, that's fine. So I would like to point out that it only matters if you move the goalpost.
No, I want you to give us a measurement of the curvature of the Earth if you're able to, or say you can't, or say you can't, or say you can't. No. One of those two.
No, you're not.
Either produce.
You're moving the post.
Then
we're going to say on the.
I don't like interruptions.
Embarrassing.
Yeah, it's embarrassing for you guys. So all you can do is tell me you have the measurements or you don't, and then you can proceed. I'm going to allow you to speak. If you tell me you have the measurements, show us how. If you don't, just say you don't. Admit it. Just admit it.
I will show you the measurements once you agree that you're moving the goalpost.
No, this isn't contract. This isn't contractual. You have one option to go and produce.
Then I'm not going to give you any measurements.
Okay,
because that's
thank you.
The point.
Go
We're
on
talking
mute.
about something else.
They've already given you the measurements, Kane. They already told you that this is what we should see.
Okay, hold on. So he's saying that he's not going to give us the measurements. What do you call an actor that way? They're called bad faith, aren't they? When you're asking for something that's required in the topic that we're discussing, and they're saying, I'm not going to present that to you. It's a bad faith actor, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's kind of sad. I mean, real sad. Because we're not trying to, hit you guys over with a hammer or anything. We're telling you the Earth is measured flat. You come in here and say, no, it's not. Okay, tell us why, and tell us. Show us your measurements. Put them out there. We want to see it. And then, yeah, you could. I mean, if we hadn't already done it, you could probably talk us off of this flat Earth garbage that you think that we're just retards or whatever we are. We could. You show us, but you can't. We've already done it.
I don't want to hear you say that you're not going to present that or whatever. So if you don't have measurements, then you already know where you guys stand.
Are you admitting that you moved the goalpost? Yes or no? We're talking about the size of the Earth.
I'm admitting that I destroyed both of you guys, or however many of you guys
keep
are in
muting
here.
us though.
Yeah, it's necessary
Yeah.
because you guys
It's
lose
not
the plot.
necessary.
Yeah,
you
you
can't
lose the
finish
plot.
the sentence.
You guys are done.
Also, what
basically.
you just
I'm already
said
done. I'm
was
already
Special
done speaking to
K.
you guys, so you guys can go
That's
ahead.
true, but Special K is a hypocrite because even though I wouldn't
whatever.
understand the measurements at first glance, he refused to give any measurements.
Yeah, it's
And
not.
multiple people asked him.
It's incumbent upon the person who thinks that the Earth is not something that the common experience is viewed as. Like if we're all seeing the Earth as a flat Earth from a flat horizon, so that's the common experience. And if you're saying it's something
Nobody's-
other than that,
no.
if you're saying
Nobody's seeing the
one thing
Earth
you
that
shouldn't
way.
do is interrupt me. That's one thing you shouldn't do. Learn how to not to do that. So the common experience is
1%.
like a child in timeout. You have to sit on mute, don't you? So the common experience is that the Earth is viewed as and measured as a horizontal plane. So if you're saying that it's something other than that, that's not the common human experience, then you're going to have to provide a method in which we can determine that it's the thing that you're saying it is. So the burden of proof rests squarely on your guys' shoulders, not ours.
It
We
sounds
do
like you're
not-
moving the goalpost.
we
It
do
sounds
not-
like you're adding so many steps that it's just ridiculous.
What do you mean when you say moving the goalpost?
Yeah, no,
Who
hold
gave you
on,
the
hold on,
number?
hold on, Special K. They're throwing a red herring out. Don't bite on that. Just they need to realize they don't have evidence that the Earth is a globe, and what I'm saying is triggering them, so they don't know how to respond to what I'm saying, and that's the issue.
Nah, but when we say the Earth ain't flat, you guys are triggered too. So it
All right,
goes
let me
both
talk.
ways.
Let me talk to you. Are you saying that the Earth is flat, sir?
Nah, I'm saying it's round.
Okay, what is the measurement and how we can discover that the Earth is a globe? Go
Shit,
ahead and
it's
give
pretty
it to
big. It's pretty big.
No, pretty big is not a numeric value. I need a number value that I can ascribe to how big the Earth is.
Like I said, go to option A. Pretty big.
Okay, is that how you tell people how big the Earth is? How big is the Earth, sir? Pretty big. No, I want to know how big. Yeah, how big is it?
It's 12,756 kilometers.
How was it measured that way?
Technology.
How was it measured that way?
Yakubian technology, motherfucker.
You don't know what you're talking. You're another big doofus, huh? You're throwing in a lot with these guys.
Man, shut up and just kiss my dick already. God damn.
Is that all you got? Derogatory statements aren't going to help you discover that the Earth is what they're saying it is. So you're just like another person who's in prison.
No.
with
I
this
know
information.
I know the Earth is round because I was outside.
Then use your mind and tell me how it is. Use your intellect. Don't sound like a retard doofus gangster. Go on. Use your mind. How is it a globe? Tell us how it was measured.
I was there when it was created.
Okay, I'm going to put you on mute, just like the rest of these other globers are sitting here on mute that haven't produced evidence that the Earth is a globe. I'm giving you that, sir. I'm giving you the floor. At least I'm giving you an option to be honest and have some integrity. How is it a globe and it's measured that way? Go ahead. I give everybody a chance, even retard gangsters like you.
Shadows.
Shadows? Is that it?
Motherfucker, wasn't there a whole documentary about this? Where fucking
Okay, I don't give a fuck about your motherfucker. I don't give a shit about that. Just show me how it was measured as a globe. That's all I care about.
Which
Go ahead.
method? Which method are you looking for?
The method in which we're going to discover that the radius, diameter, and circumference is known. That's how.
Right. It shouldn't be that hard.
No, there's people did it over 1,000 years ago. So
how?
Yeah, go and show how.
With the shadows, I'll show you.
Sorry, I'm back. I just had to take a phone call.
No, this other guy was talking now, so you're gonna have to wait your turn.
Nah, I'm good, bro. I'm good.
Yeah, we'll just wait your turn. Go ahead, dude.
What the fuck? I'm gonna kiss you if you don't shut up.
Shut up, dude. You sound stupid. Go ahead, whoever was talking.
Motherfucker, you're a flat earther. I'm usually more fucking smarter than you. I may as well be a
don't think
retard
so.
in the trailer park, but God,
I don't think so. Yeah. I don't think so.
I don't know how you take you guys. I don't know how you guys take yourself seriously.
Well, if you sit here, you'll find out, wouldn't you?
I'd rather not.
That's up to you.
I'm retarded, but if I stay here, I'll probably even be more retarded.
Yeah, you're just afraid, sir. You're afraid like everybody else is. I guarantee you are.
You're afraid too, my man.
All right, so let me talk to this other guy.
Here's the in the side chat.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the method he did. I think he was like 150 kilometers off, but it was pretty good for its time.
Okay, what was the distance to the horizon, sir, with that image?
What do you mean?
Well,
if you want to go into the details of the thing, I'm sure you can study it.
I do want to get into the details. So how do they figure out the distance to the horizon using Alberoni's method? Please provide, sir, the answer to that. And then the reason I'm asking is because you'd have to know the distance to the horizon, because you want to find out where that curvature starts to obstruct the viewer from actually seeing anything in the far distance. So if something goes beyond that, then they couldn't see it because it's going beyond that curve. So that's the reason why I'm asking what the distance to the horizon is.
Oh well, he used an astrolabe.
Okay. I'm still the question. So the question still stands. What is the distance to the horizon, sir? It would be the place where the Earth is cutting off the viewer from seeing anything farther past that. Ask ChatGPT if you'd like. Ask anybody. Phone a friend. Ask a PhD. It doesn't matter to me. So long as the answer is sufficient to find out what the distance would be to the horizon.
Here's the formula.
All right. And you'd have to give me a second too, because I'm busy doing something right now at work. So
no problem.
Put the formula in the chat, yeah?
Yeah. You believe Earth is flat, right?
He does.
Yeah, it's not a belief. Hold on. Wait.
Okay.
It's not a belief, and don't answer for me. If he's asking me a question, let me answer.
No, I will. Daddy.
All right. So no, it's not a belief, but go ahead. What was your question?
My question is, how do you explain the North Pole and the sun not like right now? You don't have any sunlight there all day.
Yeah. Yep. I would tell you simply that the idea that the Earth being a globe has been explained to you, and how the stars and sun, moon, and the way they operate in the sky is just a model that's adhering to the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere meaning not terrestrial sphere. The terrestrial sphere is what you're standing on. The celestial sphere is what people observe as in the dome of the sky. You can also look up celestial sphere and see what it means. And that's how people observe the sun, moon, and stars. So it has nothing to do with the ground. It's just the observation of things in the sky. So it doesn't detail what we're standing on, like as if the Earth being a globe or flat. So it's just an observation of things moving around in the sky. I could get a little more lengthy, but I got to get busy doing stuff. So, do we have anybody else in here that can actually champion the point? I'll be listening. So,
that still doesn't explain how there's no sunlight at all right now.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, what I'm saying is, however the sun's operating on the surface of the Earth in accordance to the celestial sphere, it doesn't matter to the ground that we're standing on. So it's not going to turn the Earth flat or globe. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to do that. So it doesn't matter. It's basically a non sequitur.
How do you explain day and night in different parts of the world?
All that has to do with the sun's proximity to your geographic location.
That's not how light works.
What do you mean? Oh, wait, hold on a second. We're not talking about how light works. We're just talking about what day and night means. And it's a sun's yes. So it's a sun's
day and night is based on light, no?
No, the sunlight.
Yes.
Day and night is based on the sunlight. And the sun's proximity to your geographic location based on the celestial sphere, and it's moving throughout the sky. It's cyclical in nature, meaning that it's going to repeat in a cycle every single year. So wherever it is, it moves away and gets closer to your geographic location, where you are. All right, so that has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth whatsoever. So now I'm going back to asking the question of how you know the Earth is a globe. Sir, do you have the answer?
Based on observation.
Okay, and you said Al-Biruni, right? You gave us an equation.
Just an example. That's someone who did it over 1,000 years ago.
Yeah, let's examine Al-Biruni's method, shall we? All right, so
you looked at Al-Biruni's method before in the past, or is this the
I've been doing this for 10 years, sir. What do you think? All right, so
I don't know.
let's look it up.
Professional retard.
No, I'm a subject matter expert on flat Earth. Let's put it that way. All right, so if you're going to say that Al-Biruni has done something to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, I want you to demonstrate to the people listening to you right now how he did that. Actually, I'm going to listen to you for a little bit because I'm busy doing something.
Well, math is not my strongest point, so I can't tell you exactly how it's done.
Oh, for God's sake! All right. So, can anybody in this chat? I'll allow anybody else to take your point on if they want, because you can't prove it using Al-Biruni's method. So, I want somebody to, if they can. If not, then I'll go to somebody else. Perhaps another speaker has the answer. Oh, Roots is here. Roots, can you take over the conversation, sir? I didn't catch that, brother. What'd you say?
Is anyone speaking?
What are we talking about?
All right, go ahead. Oh, the method by which he's going to find out how the Earth's surface has been measured to be curving. He gave me Al-Biruni for starters, and he put the equation in the chat. So I just wanted you to talk to him about like what that means, or.
Oh, okay. You're gonna have to give me a second. Who am I talking to? Who are we talking to?
Me?
Kari?
Yeah.
So, Carl, what is it Al-Biruni did then? Tell me from your perspective where you're at.
Well, there's a picture. If you scroll up in the side chat, he went to the top of a mountain and looked at the angle of the dip to the horizon. I mean, given that he wasn't that many kilometers off, I would say it's a pretty good method for its time.
Yeah, I'm not too overly familiar with exactly what Al-Biruni did, but angle of the dip to the horizon. So can I just ask you, what's your interpretation of the horizon? What is the horizon in your view?
As far as you can see, I don't know how to define it.
So it's an optical position, right?
Okay, yeah, that's a good definition, I guess.
Okay, so an optical position can be influenced by what?
Many things. Angle, distance, your eyesight. Let me ask you this. Oh, through the course of years, do you think you're the only true flat earthers? No. You think anyone who was a flat earther actually had a boat and wanted to disprove it by maybe sailing around the world and disproving that it's not flat? You will hit that dome wall or whatever you want to call it, yeah?
Yeah, but before we move on, before we move on, you're making a point that an angle measurement to the horizon proves that we live on a curved surface.
I'll give you this one because, like I said, the math is not my strong point. I don't even want to go into the maths. I'm in no shape or form to discuss the mathematical equations or whatever method he used. I just want to think about it logically. Be reasonable. You don't think anyone wanted to disprove it by maybe sailing around the world?
Yeah, but sailing around the world in what fashion, my friend? You can sail around. a flat world in a circle fashion.
What do you mean in a
realize that?
circle fashion? No, I'm saying like, say for example, say you have Elon Musk money, and then you want to disprove this. Yeah, you buy a yacht or whatever, and you're gonna sail in a straight line, so you hit that wall. Yeah.
Okay, so if you're talking about a straight line, you're not talking about northwest, east, or south anymore, right?
It depends on where you start. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you can sail in a cardinal direction on a flat Earth and make a circle. So
I agree. Yeah, that's
sail
true.
west.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, like, yes, sure. That would be if you guys are right, that would be the propaganda way of doing it. But what I'm telling you is, you yourself set out to do this task. Would you really sail that way? Or are you saying that there's
on a flat Earth, if you use an absolute direction, then in a straight line, eventually, in all directions, eventually you'd end up south. You'd end up south. Because eventually, it doesn't matter what part of the world you start on, you would end up hitting what's called Antarctica in an absolute direction. Eventually. So, if you go south, you hit Antarctica. But how does this prove anything? Because this is what would happen on both, in both models. The only way to prove that we live on a ball is if we had a measurement of the curvature or of the motion of the Earth. Because there's a specific claim on the table. Like, it's not our job to prove the flat Earth, it's our job to... We've already disproven the globe.
Do you think we can measure the distance to the sun?
Okay, you're asking questions, but you don't realize that you're not producing evidence that the Earth is a globe,
No, I'm
right?
not. This is not my I don't. I haven't put much thought into this.
Kari. So we're asking for evidence that the Earth is a globe by way of measurement, and if you can't produce way of measurement, just say, "I don't know if I can measure the Earth as a globe." Be honest with us, okay? If you want to proceed, that's fine. If you want to ask questions, that's okay. But you have to be honest with us and yourself, and you have to say, I don't know how to measure the Earth as a globe. Just say that.
No, I don't know how to measure the Earth as a globe, me personally.
Thank you.
But I have no doubt that other people can. No doubt in my mind.
That's fine, but that's only faith in other people. That doesn't give us a conclusion that you know that the Earth is a globe.
I think everything is faith in other people. Everything you hear is
all right. That's fine.
Faith.
And you can ask. Listen, you can ask your questions. That's fine.
Yeah.
I just wanted to get to the point where you realize that can't be done.
I'm 100% sure it can be done. I'm sure that I can't do it.
No, you're not.
I don't know them. Yes.
See, that's the problem. When you say you're 100% sure, now I'm gonna test you on that. How do you know that you're 100% sure, sir?
I'm 100% sure because that's what I know.
What do you know?
I know that it can be done.
Okay, show us who did it. If not you.
Al-Biruni did it.
Okay, and show us the method in which he knows that the Earth is a globe. That's what I was telling you.
Oh, I'll give you his method.
You've already shown that in the text chat. I wanted you to explain to me what he did in that test. What did he do? What did he do? Use your words, sir. If you're 100% sure, you shouldn't have said you're 100% sure. That's what got me on this. You can laugh all you want. I want to know how you're 100% sure.
I am 100% sure.
How?
If you're 100% sure that you will repeat everything what Al-Biruni did, because that is the thing what convinced you. That is the knowledge what you get it.
That's not the thing that convinced me. I only refer to Al-Biruni.
Sorry.
Because
I don't want to detract. I don't want to detract from the point. I need you to show how Al-Biruni proved that the Earth was a globe. That's the only thing I want you to do
so
right now.
I'm sure there are even simpler and more effective ways of doing it. I only gave him as an example because he did it in ancient times.
Stop telling us that he did it. I want you to tell us what he did. What did he do, sir?
Of the Earth. That's what he did.
Say again, because you were muted.
He calculated the circumference of the Earth.
I wasn't asking for a calculation. I'm asking for a measurement.
No,
a
you
measurement.
said what did he do?
A measurement. I'm asking, what method did he measure the Earth? What did he do to measure the Earth?
I told you, I don't want to go into the maths because that's not my...
So then you don't know is the answer. You realize now you don't know?
No.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying you know, but then when it comes to the math, you don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Then you don't know.
Obviously, I do know.
Okay, then explain the math.
No, I can't explain the math. I just trust
you
the
don't know. It's fucking circular. You understand what's happening here?
Yeah, I know.
Every time I ask you for how you know, you're like, well, it's in the math. Well, what's the math explain? I don't know. Then how do you know? Well, I know. You're just going around in a fucking circle like a dog chasing his tail. You don't fucking know, dude. That's the answer.
I do know, bro. I do know.
Then explain the goddamn math.
I don't know the math.
Okay, then you don't fucking know. That's it. Point over. That's it. You don't fucking. You're not 100% sure, like you said you were.
No. Here's the thing. Just because I know how multiplication.
I'm sorry, but your answer was you don't know. I'm not gonna sit here and listen to you try to explain your shit when you've already said you don't know how Al-Biruni's math works. So sorry, but you're done. That's it. You are done, sir. That is it.
How long has this been going on for?
There's been like four speakers so far. He's like the fourth one. Kane was in here trying to do it. There was another guy named Rich that was in here trying to do it, and on. Like this guy.
Yeah, as I was trying to tell you, just because I know how multiplication works doesn't mean I know 645 times 1,342,000.
That's not the fucking
I don't know that in my head. That doesn't mean I don't trust the multiplication. It just means I don't.
That is not the point. Point specific would be that there's a specific equation that's being presented. We want to know what that equation means in regards to the Earth being measured. If you do not know that, then you can't tell me you know specifically that Al-Biruni did something to measure the Earth. Do you understand now? It's very specific.
Yeah, you're basically appealing to authority. Your position is like an appeal to authority because you don't actually know what the calculation represents. Do you understand Alpha's frustration?
Yeah.
Because that's the whole point. The whole point here is that he hasn't measured anything. There is no measurement of curvature. There is no measurement of motion. Therefore, there's no direct evidence in Al-Biruni's work.
Okay, I just quit the game. Sorry, I was tanking a dungeon in this game. Let me pull up. Let's skip Al-Biruni. Let's pull up an even simpler method. Yeah. But actually, I conceded my point. You're right. I don't know any method. Let me just ask some logical questions. Yeah. Is that fine?
Yeah. So look, the question is the Earth a spinning, curving ball? Right. So that's a positive claim. If you claim that the Earth's a spinning ball, that's a positive claim, and there isn't any. We don't experience the spin and we don't experience the curve in our day-to-day lives in nature. So you've got to understand that the burden of proof is on the globe side to be able to prove that that is the case and that is true, because within nature, we don't experience that. So we don't have to make the case that the Earth's flat. That's how we experience the Earth. So where is this evidence, direct evidence, that we do live on a spinning, curving ball?
Okay. Can I continue then? Because I told you I concede. I don't have any evidence for you right now. Now, can I ask some logical questions? Just reason with me, yeah?
Go ahead then. The floor's yours for a minute.
Explain to me, first of all, how there are parts of the world during winter or summer where the sun never sets or the sun never rises. That's the first one. Second one would be...
Wait, do one by one. Wait. Do one by one. Sorry.
Okay.
Just do one by one.
Yeah, let's do that one. Explain to me how the sun never sets or never rises during winter and summer. For example, where I am in Sweden right now.
Yeah.
North of
Yoder,
Sweden, yeah?
Hold on, sir. Yoder, if you're there, could you... I'm real busy right now. I would love to answer this gentleman's questions, but it's really hard right now.
Yeah, I'll listen. What's going on?
The guy wants to answer with logic how something can occur on an Earth that's the horizontal plane. So he's asking questions one by one. He's going through like a list, obviously. But go and ask your question again, sir.
Explain to me how the sun never rises or never goes down during winter and summer in some parts of the world.
Well, I don't know why that would definitively prove anything one way or another.
No, I mean from a flat Earth model. Explain how that would make any sense whatsoever.
Well, making sense. You're claiming a cognitive bias, some kind of hindsight bias, right? Because the globe only makes sense to you because you believe it's true and you haven't demonstrated that it is true.
I agree with that. No problem. Now, give me how this would be possible in a flat Earth model.
Well, your question's malformed. I could ask you, how is it that the globe is in perpetual motion in outer space? How's that possible when we measure Earth to be flat?
What do you mean?
And when perpetual motion is also a violation of the laws of physics.
Okay.
Right. So, explain the violation of the laws of physics for the globe to be true. See, I
told you, I conceded that. I told you, I cannot provide you any evidence that the Earth is round. It's a
great.
sphere.
Well, we can provide evidence that it's not round.
Okay, that's exactly what I'm asking for. Now, explain to me in your model how you would explain this phenomenon where, for example, now during winter, the Earth never rises in north of Sweden. Explain how that is possible in your model.
Do you want what do you want out of this? Do you want a physics model? I don't know what you mean.
The absolute best thing you could give me would be an illustration.
I know what he wants. You want. You want a model, right? You want a model, but the problem is we don't. We don't have
illustration.
Yeah, but listen, we don't have a model, and for a very good reason, because we don't definitively know what the sky is. We don't know what the sun is, and we don't know what makes up the phenomenon we see in the sky. There is models of flat Earth, but there isn't a model that all of us would stand behind because we don't have enough information. If you go back to the ancient models, where in the Egyptian models, they all seem to have a flat Earth, not just the Egyptian, but all ancient models have a flat Earth with some sort of containment. There's all sorts of explanations you can find in ancient models of how mysterious the sky is, the reflective natures of it, etc., etc. But ultimately, none of us can confirm what the sky is and what the sun is. We don't even agree that the sun, I mean, you probably think the sun's a burning ball of gas. That can't be the case.
Right. We can come up with amazing explanations, okay? And some people have. Some people have put forth some extremely convincing explanations. But truth isn't determined by how convincing an explanation is. I mean, everybody knows liars. You ever have an ex-girlfriend that lied to you, provides extremely convincing explanations? Truth stands alone regardless of the explanation. Truth is determined by the value of the data that's behind it.
Right.
Right. So you want an explanation. An explanation is meaningless, utterly meaningless, without some kind of evidence or truth behind it. What I can provide you is evidence that Earth is not a globe.
Yeah, but then your own argument applies to yourself. Your explanation
Of course it does.
doesn't.
Truth is not defined by the force of an explanation. That's absolutely true. Yep, I apply that to my own life.
Right. Then by your own standard, what you say don't hold any water either.
No, I'm telling you, I can provide you evidence that Earth is not a globe, not explanations. I can provide you data that Earth isn't a globe.
Yeah, but the evidence
that's the difference. You can't provide it that it is.
Well, I would say they are synonymous. Like if you give me an explanation or evidence, that would, for me, that would be the same thing, right?
No, explanations are not the same as evidence.
Yes.
And evidence is a claim that can happen without evidence. An explanation is just a baseless claim.
Provide me the evidence of why the sun never rises during winter in a flat Earth model.
The evidence is the sun doesn't rise in the winter in a flat Earth model. That's extremely malformed.
The question is malformed. Yeah.
First off, there's no flat Earth model we need to claim. You know why? We don't need one. We can point to reality. Nature is our reference, not a model.
If you want to go this far, prove
oh my
reality.
gosh, I'd like to talk, please.
Yes,
you guys come in.
Let him finish. Hold on.
You guys come in and you offer a model as a reference for your worldview. We're offering reality, nature, as a reference for our worldview. Do you see the fundamental epistemological error that you're making?
You want me to answer?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I realize the error we're both making, because if you want to delve into the philosophy,
I'm not making an error.
Yeah, you are, because if you want to turn this into philosophy, then I would say prove your own existence, prove reality, prove anything. Like you can.
Oh, so you're a brain in a jar?
Sure. Yeah, you can.
All right, so you can't defend your epistemology, so you have to resort to a tactic to claim that nothing is knowable and nothing is true. Then why are you so against the flat Earth?
I'm open to the idea if it makes sense.
Why do you care if you're just a brain in a jar? Why do you care about making sense?
I'm going to be honest with you. It doesn't matter for me if it's flat Earth, a triangle, whatever it is. It really doesn't matter.
Guess what?
I know that
don't care to talk to you. How about that?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I don't mean in a disrespectful sense. Like you don't have to get offended. No, you don't have to get offended.
He doesn't mean it in a disrespectful way either. It just like you said, you don't have to talk about it, so he doesn't have to engage.
I didn't say I don't have to talk about it. I just wanted to make sense.
No, wait. It can't. Look, that's a paradox. Something can't make sense and then not make sense at the same time. So for you live in a paradox. You're trying to make sense of a world that you say can't make sense because we can't find out the truth of the matter. Never. We can never find out the truth of the matter. Truth doesn't exist in your worldview, only subjectively and not objectively. So it doesn't.
I don't hold that view.
Yeah, you just said that right now.
No,
you just said it. You just said it right now.
I didn't say
nothing we can say can make sense to you because you don't think that anything can make sense. So why should we bother?
Exactly. We want to engage with people that actually want to make sense of their worldview, like really do. Not somebody who's going to have a solipsist worldview that they can't make sense of anything because they're a brain in a jar, like you.
I don't hold that view. Just that
you just declared it.
Every time I ask a question, this is what he resorts to. He says, "How do we know that?"
Let's put you to a test. Mm-hmm. Can you know anything to be 100% true? Anything?
Yes.
Okay, then. Can we know if the Earth is a globe? Yes or no?
Yes, we can.
Okay, and what method can be determined to find that information?
Yes, there are I can give you a method.
What method? I'm asking for it.
Yeah. You said, can we prove it, right? If you think about what you just asked me, can we prove it? Yes. If you place yourself a trillion kilometers away from Earth and look at it, then that's a method.
No, that's
that is a
bullshit.
method.
If you wanted, listen, hold on.
You have to be more specific
Hold on.
with your
No,
question.
no. Wait.
Responding.
Shut up, dude. If you wanted to measure something, you wouldn't move away from the thing. You would move closer to the thing. It's not logical what you said. It's illogical.
No,
You don't move.
listen, you didn't ask me about measurement. You asked me, can we prove that the Earth is a globe, is a sphere? I said yes.
If you want to measure something, you have to get close to the thing, not move away from it. So it's illogical what you're saying.
The question
Go ahead.
you asked specifically, can we know that the Earth is a globe? You didn't ask me about the measurement. You just asked, can we know that the Earth is a globe? And one method would be just staring at it from a distance.
Yeah, but how do you know what you're seeing? How do you know what you're seeing is what it actually is? How would you determine that? Just by making an observation.
Exactly. Well, if you think that, then you're just a brain in a jar.
No, that's not it. Because when you see something, let me put it to you this way, because it's not making sense to your brain, your little tiny brain. If I was to show you an image of something at a far away distance, you couldn't tell me if the thing that I'm having in my hand is like a 3D object or just an image. You couldn't tell that from a distance. You'd have to come up close and inspect, and then you'd find out what it is I'm holding.
Yeah,
you are. I swear.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Go ahead. Continue then.
You have to concede that you wouldn't be able to know until you were able to inspect what I have in my hand.
I absolutely agree with you. But
then
okay, Avi, calm down. I would agree. I can't.
So then you conceded your point. Then it's not moving away from the thing, it's moving closer to it. It's the opposite of what you said. So you debunked yourself, essentially, if you agree with me. So there's no getting away out of the logic, dude. The logic is sound. You'd have to get closer to inspect and find out what you're looking at to determine whether or not you're seeing what you think you saw. And then classify it very specifically that it's something that you say it is, a 3D object or an image. You could classify it. So you were incorrect in your statement to say that you have to move away to determine what it is. You're incorrect. I've just shown how your logic is faulty.
Can you triangulate the sun's location on a globe?
So what you said, I was agreeing with you. I can't make out what it is, but I can definitely know the shape of whatever you're showing me. The shape and whatever it's representing is not the same. Me knowing the shape from a distance, I can know the shape.
No, dude. Go ahead, Yoder.
Yes, dude. Yeah. You can keep muting me and feel like you won. Yeah, it's easy to win a debate.
How do you determine the sun has
not hearing it? Huh?
How do you determine the sun has depth?
How do you determine the sun has depth?
Yep.
By you can use a telescope and see the rotation that there's.
You see a 2D image in a telescope.
Yeah, but if it's rotating and if you see for example, the
doesn't
red
mean it
spot.
has depth. The rotation is an evaluation of its movement. You know it has depth.
But if I show you a ball and I draw a red circle on it and then I rotate the ball and you see the red circle moving, you would logically, you don't even need any formal education to know that has depth.
Great. I can also affirm the consequent with a malformed logical fallacy too, like what you just did.
All right.
It doesn't prove anything.
Everything is a fallacy.
Well, in this case, it absolutely is.
Right.
If Earth is a sun, it will rotate like this ball. This ball rotates like this, therefore if the sun is a ball, then it will rotate like this ball. This ball rotates like this, therefore the sun is a ball.
I didn't say that.
B, therefore A, affirming the consequence.
They're strawmanning me. I said that you can determine depth of something.
You come up with a deductive logical syllogism for this.
If I turn on my camera, you see a 2D image, and I hold up a ball that has a red dot on it, and then I start rotating this ball, and you see the red dot moving. You can logically deduce that this ball has depth. It's not that hard, man.
Actually, it is. You haven't ascertained it's got any depth, because if I cut a hole, okay, in a piece of paper, and then under that hole, under that masking hole, I have a longer piece of paper with like 10 dots on it. And I can pull that longer piece of paper through the window of the hole I cut out. And I can show you a dot that moves across the hole. It will look like a dot is scrolling across a hole and then it returns to the other side and then comes across the hole again. But it's really multiple dots.
Yeah,
on a flat piece of paper.
Right, with a flat piece of paper. But
there's no depth.
Yeah, fortunately that isn't the case.
Well, how do you know? That's the point. Is you can't determine that from where you are, and that's Mickey's point. That's AV's
exactly.
point.
If you
can't
actually
determine
observe it yourself with a telescope and what do you call those things that remove all light, like 99%? I don't know what they're called, but you can observe the sun with a telescope and you can see that parts are moving. You can clearly see that it has depth.
Just because they're moving doesn't mean you're looking at something that has actual depth. Do you know how the Greeks imagine the stars at night?
They
imagine the night sky as a gigantic black veil. And what they were seeing was God's light rays shining through holes in the veil. And that was stars.
Okay.
How do you determine if that's true?
How do you determine that's true?
Yeah, or how do you falsify it?
You tell me.
You can't.
Yeah, you asking him that you tell me is the problem. Therefore, you've elucidated the same issue that you would have. You can't determine it. So he's highlighting the same logical inconsistency that you'd have. So it would be illogical, wouldn't it? You couldn't tell him that you could determine whether or not it's a 3D object.
You can actually.
You just said no. Stop.
No,
you just said
yeah, to the Greek method, bro. What is wrong with you? What is this mental masturbation? You just committed. This is
You're
mental
upset.
masturbation.
You're upset. No, it's
I'm
not.
upset
It's proving how illogical you are.
No, because I answer one question and you apply it to everything I've said.
All right, just relax. You're getting in your feelings. We've proved how your statement was illogical. You couldn't determine whether or not you're looking at a 3D object or something that could be light coming through a hole. You couldn't determine that. And that was my point. That was what he just elucidated. And that's what you conceded on. So everything now is you just trying to cope with the fact that you cannot determine whether or not what you're seeing is something that's a 3D object. And whatever cope you're going to have after this, you've conceded, sir.
I conceded to the Greek idea. Like, how does that make any sense?
Because you cannot determine. Because you cannot determine it's a 3D object. So
yes, you can. Something round can be determined. So you can't use freaking other methods and use, for example, the paper idea or the Greek method idea about the sky. You can't apply that to something round and say, "Oh, this is this."
You don't know it's round. That's the whole point. That's the whole point.
You can clearly see that the sun is round.
No,
you can see that the moon is round.
You don't know it's 3D. You don't know it's 3D.
You know something. Listen. You know a disc is round, right? Even if a disc is flat, it's round.
No, you're struggling.
Realize that.
Hold on, my friend. You can't make absolute statements just on observation alone. There's like a whole scientific method when it comes to the proof of causation, whatever. You can't just use observation. You're going to have to need, to make something a fact, you're going to have to need direct evidence. You'll need that first-hand knowledge to be able to confirm and verify something. If we just needed observation alone, what would be the need of any kind of scientific inquiry?
If that's the case, can you prove that I exist, or am I just a voice in your head? You're all hallucinating me right now. Can you disprove that?
Yeah, so you went into a solipsist worldview, which is what I said in the very beginning. That's your rescuing device.
No, this is exactly what you're doing.
That's your rescuing device.
This is This is hypocrisy is unbelievable.
Doesn't share, and so the other kid breaks the toy.
This is literally what you're doing. If you want to doubt evidence, then I'm asking
you. If he won't share this toy, then nobody can have the toy.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he's doing, dude. He's just upset because he can't prove it. And so he's going to a solipsist worldview and then projecting that solipsist worldview onto us. saying that we're projecting, that's our position. No, it's not. We're telling you there's things that you can determine and there's things that you can't. The methodology of how to determine is what we're saying that you can't do, and we can. We can provide evidence of how.
You didn't disprove my method.
No,
You
don't have a method. You don't have a method. You're just making an observation.
I proved to you.
You're just making an observation. You're just making an observation, sir. You're just making an observation. That's all you are doing. That's it. You're just making an observation and then determining. We're saying that's not valid because what you're seeing could be something different. And the example of the Greek method of them looking at the stars and saying it's a hole through the window of heaven and light coming through it, you can't disprove that that's not the case. Therefore, you can't determine whether or not what you're seeing is what you think it is or whether or not it's the Greek saying it's light coming through the heaven. You can't. So therefore, it renders your point moot. Yeah? Do you understand now? My God. It's tough some days, man, with these guys.
No, it is tough because you're not making any sense. You don't want to.
No.
You don't want to accept
No. You're not gonna get away.
And you calling it solipsism when you can't even accept the observation.
Take a knee. Take a knee, bro.
We can
You're gonna
accept
hurt
the
yourself.
observation. We can't accept your baseless claim of what it is and your explanations.
Yeah, explain to me how it's baseless, step by step.
I just did.
You can't prove what it is.
No, you didn't.
I just did. I just went through it. You're just rejecting the fact that I exposed your worldview and the fact that you're saying I'm making an observation and then determining what it is. And I'm telling you, that's not a method on which you determine. You have to inspect the thing that you're observing to find out what it is. That's the way to determine, not with just looking at it. I've just proved you wrong, sir.
You can't even triangulate the sun in 3D space, let alone make a determination that it is a 3D object in 3D space.
There, we've done it. So now admit that you... Yeah, he's laughing. Did you see? He understands he's been taken down. He knows it.
I mean, this is true. Like, this is acknowledged in astronomy. This is acknowledged in astronomy, celestial navigation principles, and all of it. You cannot triangulate the positions of these. You know what you do in astronomy? You treat the sun as if it's infinitely far and the rays are parallel to a flat surface. Is that what you believe the sun is?
I don't know what that means. I'm sorry, English is my third language. You have to go easy on me. Explain to me like I'm an idiot.
I'm sure.
The idiot I am. Please, explain to me in layman terms.
You know what? Logic is your third language, by the looks of it.
Right.
You don't believe the sun is infinitely far, do you?
No, absolutely not.
Right.
That would be illogical.
Do you think the sun has infinite rays like they do in astronomy? Parallel rays? Infinite, yeah, parallel rays extending infinitely.
No, I don't think so. No. I don't think anything is infinite in this finite universe.
Right. Well, that's a model that they use in astronomy.
Yeah, I don't care what they use in astronomy.
Right, the model isn't true, so you asked me for a model.
Yeah, but there's no infinity in this finite universe.
Right, so models aren't true.
No, that's not what I said. This is straw man once again.
So why would you ask for a model? Why would you ask for a model when you want reality instead? You're asking us to refer to a model to prove reality, which is ass backwards, to be honest.
When did I ever ask for that?
You asked me for a flat Earth model.
Well, as I said, English is my third language. I asked for any evidence, any explanation, any model, any logical sense. Yeah, I'm giving you several angles where you go from, and you haven't provided a single one. Why doesn't the sun rise during winter?
Yeah, it does.
Simple question that you're trying to avoid, and you've been avoiding for 20 minutes now.
He appeals to me. He appeals to me. No sabe inglés once he knows he's been taken down with logic. That's funny.
If you go look at the equation of time, that's a model of the sun that I'll subscribe to.
The equation of time?
Yep. It models perfectly post-Dix sunrises and sunsets for any observer anywhere on Earth at any time. And it doesn't matter what the shape of the Earth is.
And how does that answer anything?
Well, you asked for a model. There's one.
Morons!
And it doesn't depend on Earth's shape either. So
It actually does, but
no, it actually doesn't. It actually has no bearing on the shape of the Earth. It's completely observer dependent.
no, because if Earth was flat,
Yeah, that's how the math works.
not the math.
Well, you asked
If
for
the
a
Earth-
model.
If the Earth was flat during
It's a mathematical model for the
during
sunrise and
sunrise,
sunset time.
everyone would get daylight at the same time all around the Earth.
So are you asking for a model of what, like the Earth's surface? And its relationship to a sun that you can't triangulate even on a globe?
I made it easy for you. I asked you.
I'm making it easy for you. You can't triangulate the position on the globe, and neither can we.
I said.
So why would we understand a relationship in 3D
Give
space?
me evidence,
And even
explanation,
triangulate
a
3D space
model
in the first place.
or logical reasoning why this is the case. I didn't stick on just model. I gave you 4 multiple options where you can pick from. You're stuck on model. You want to argue
I'm
against
not
model.
stuck on model.
but
I'm telling you why you should abandon your demand for a model.
Okay, then move on. Move on to explanation. Move on to evidence. Move on to reasoning.
Okay.
Yeah, can you do it then? Can you provide any?
I can do it. Now, what do
any
I need to do?
answer? Yeah, to explain. Explain to me.
What?
Why doesn't the sun rise during winter in certain parts of the world?
Because the sun is in a different place.
Can you give that in an illustration? Can you like share screen and draw on paint or
But it's
something?
malformed.
Like,
But it's
give me-
hold on. Whatever your name is, Kari. The question is malformed because you already have something in mind of how it works. Therefore, asking him to prove how it works is you're putting it your standards, what you're putting it against, is something you've already formed in your mind what it should look like. So therefore, if he gives you something, you're like, no, that's not how it would work. But you don't know that because what you're using as a standard is already something you can't prove. So you can't ask him because anything he says, you would have to accept.
You can't say what answer I give before you provided anything. You can't just assume that I will say this and that.
Listen to what I'm saying.
I'm not going to show you because this is how you will respond.
Okay,
I'm asking simply show me. You can't just determine, oh,
anything he shows you, you're just going to have to accept because you do not have a standard by which you're going to understand whether or not what he's saying is true or false. So whatever he presents, you're just going to have to accept. Because then I would ask you, if you're saying that's wrong, why would you say it's wrong? By what standard are you using to say it's wrong with? Do you understand? I don't think logic, you don't understand it, sir, to be honest.
oh, I'm still waiting
you
for
get
you
it?
to provide any kind of evidence, which you
Yeah,
haven't.
dude, you don't know what you don't. Okay, if he provides you whatever he's going to say, how are you going to debunk what he says?
I don't.
How are you going to know that's not true?
Okay, that's why I said, can you illustrate it?
Answer my question. Answer my question. Answer my question. How would you know whatever he's presenting is wrong? How would you know whatever he's presenting is incorrect?
Oh, yeah, I'm unmuted now. Okay. Yeah, so you know what? That's what I said. Don't even answer by saying any words. Can you?
How would you know what he's presenting is incorrect?
Sense, then it would be incorrect. I asked you, can you please
Oh, no, say it
provide
again.
the picture?
Say it again.
Can you provide
Say it
a
again.
kind
You were
of?
muted. You were muted. Say it again.
Can you provide some kind of illustration,
yeah, that's
a
great.
photo, something that
That's
explains
great.
this?
That's great. That's great. How would you know it's incorrect?
First, I have to see what I'm looking at to determine it. How can I say it's incorrect before knowing what I'm looking at?
He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it.
Fucking moron! How can I determine something is incorrect before knowing what I'm looking at? Are you fucking this brain dead?
Yeah, how the fuck did you? Hey, numbnuts!
How can I disprove something? I don't know. It's like
spiral is real. Can I tell you what to do, Carrie? This is going to answer all your questions.
What? I'm gonna repeat some nonsense. Can you explain to me what this means, huh?
All right, I'm
it's
going to
like
tell
me
you what
saying
to do.
X plus X equals what? Can you tell me?
I'm going to tell you what to do. Okay, you want an answer for like
it's
the sun's
a number. Can you tell me? I'm not giving X. I've determined X in my head.
Calm your tits.
No, but this is you're so fucking moron. How can I determine? How can I disprove something before I know what the fuck I'm disproving?
Take a deep breath. Now go download this app called Stellarium. It's a planetarium app.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay. Now plop in a location anywhere you want and go speed up the time and watch it simulate the motion of the sun. Right. Watch it simulate the sun's migratory path in the sky from your observational standpoint, from the summer to the winter and back to summer again. There you go. That's a model.
Oh, you're going back to the models, yeah?
No, I'm giving you an answer so that you'll be placated by this and understand also the futility of what you're asking.
We live in a three-dimensional reality.
Yeah, it's a problem that you can't triangulate the sun in that three-dimensional reality.
What do you mean by triangulate the sun?
You can't determine its altitude.
So what?
So you don't know what it even is.
Sure.
But for you to assume that it is a 3D object and not an image in the first place requires assumptions.
Can you provide an image showing how this
assumptions require assumptions?
I asked a simple question, right? You don't have to make it so complicated. Can you provide some kind of illustration? I will become a flat earther right now.
Something that you can't measure in 3D space? The answer is no. I can't provide you a paradox.
How is it a paradox?
Because you can't triangulate or measure the sun's altitude at all means you can't illustrate its position as we understand reality at all.
Do you believe the sun exists?
Of course I do. That's what we're talking about. And I gave you an example of a model that you can use to simulate the observation of its existence.
Do you believe that you can point at the sun?
All right, you're just getting crazy now.
No, we have to go
short-circuiting Invisalign.
We have to go back to basic human understanding.
Yeah, why would you ask me if I think it exists when I openly acknowledge its existence? And I even gave you a model called the equation of time to model its existence, as well as a way to visualize it using Stellarium regarding its existence. Are you even in the same conversation that we're having?
No, I'm not.
Apparently not.
You haven't proved my existence, so you don't know if I'm real.
Right. I don't need to, and I don't care to. How about that?
Solipsism. Dude, so why do you fall back on solipsism, bro?
Yeah,
because that's exactly what you guys did every single time.
Hey, Carrie, should I care that you exist?
Every single time I ask a question, he goes into the philosophy of the question instead of answering the point.
Science is built on philosophy, and logic too.
Right.
Right, so let's keep it logical and empirical. Does that work for you?
Works absolutely fine. Empirical evidence, let's go.
Great, yeah, so any empirical evidence that you could provide an altitude measurement of the sun?
I'm not here to prove that the Earth is a globe or the sun is a globe. I'm here to ask you how your understanding of this, the 10th time I'm asking this, how come the sun doesn't rise in certain parts of the world during winter?
Because it's in a different location at that time.
Okay, so when it's in a different location at that time, what does that mean?
You just answered your own question. That it's not going to rise and sun at the same place and time.
When you say it's in a different location, right?
Yeah, in the sky. It's in a different location in the sky. Like from where I am in the winter, it's lower in the sky.
That does not answer in a flat Earth model why the sun.
What model? We're back to model. Why are you asking about a model? Did you brain reset?
I'm saying model. I'm saying when I say model, I mean that the
You don't know what you mean.
I had to put him on mute because didn't he just chastise you for using the word model?
Yeah, he did.
And now he's using the word, and he just walked right into it. That's exactly what he was asking you, and you knew that, and you were trying to give that to him that we don't have one of those. And he's like, dude, you can use whatever you want. And now he's specifically saying model. Like, this guy's broken, bro.
Yeah, I don't think he's all there.
Yeah, I don't think you're applying the definition of model that I'm using. When I say model, I mean your understanding, your flat Earth. What do you want to call it? The flat Earth nonsense. Can you show me in the flat Earth nonsense why the sun? If you're saying it's in a different location, that does not make sense. In the flat Earth nonsense, if the sun rises, it rises all over Earth, not just a single part, all at the same time.
The reason why flat Earth sounds like nonsense to you is because you're imagining something that nobody in flat Earth thinks.
That's what I was saying at the very beginning, Yoder. He's picturing something in his head, and he's putting that as a standard, which is what I was telling his dumb ass about. Because he'd have to have a standard to say, that doesn't work. Because he's imagining something in his head. And then saying that's why it can't work.
Fundamental question then. Yeah. Hey, Carrie, do you think flat Earth is a pizza map?
I have no idea. Why would I delve into nonsense?
Well, you have an idea. That's the problem.
No, yeah, because
for you to claim it doesn't make sense means you have an idea of it in your brain. I'm trying to understand what that idea is.
I believe that you guys think the Earth is like a disc.
No, we don't.
Okay, so what do you think it is?
It's just reality. Flat Earth is the floor of the universe.
No, I mean the shape of the Earth.
It doesn't have a shape. For a shape, it requires what's called an embedding space. Nobody knows what that is. Yeah, like does the universe? What shape is the universe, Carrie? Is the universe like an amorphous blob? Is it a sphere? What do you think the universe is? Do you think the universe is flat? Hey, did you know that? Did you know that
the universe is three-dimensional? How about that?
Go Google this for me, and for the audience listening, Google this too. Is the universe topologically flat?
What is the universe? Is the better question. First, you have to define the universe.
All that exists is contained within.
All that exists is not the same shape.
I don't claim it has a shape.
So nothing has a shape?
No, I'm saying everything doesn't have a defined shape. Like literally everything.
Yeah, what shape is a rock? What shape is a rock, dude?
Depends on the rock.
What shape is a mountain?
Depends on the mountain.
So therefore, how can you say it has a shape?
The specific mountain can have a shape.
Well, what shape does it have?
Which one? Which mountain?
I don't know. Name, Everest. What shape is Everest?
I've never seen Everest.
Well, then pick one that you know, dude.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, pick one that you know.
Name one. But do you understand how ridiculous you sound right now?
Name a mountain that you know of right now. Name a mountain, Kari.
The Karizan Mountain. It's a triangle.
Okay, it's a triangle. How do you know it's that shape? What shape is a triangle?
I use that mountain as a reference for triangle. I didn't know what a triangle was before seeing this mountain.
So what is a triangle in geometry? It's an ideal shape, yeah?
Okay.
How do you know that mountain is that shape? Does it follow the same principle as a triangle?
Yeah.
Okay, does it have everything that a triangle would have? Every side be the same?
Depends on what you mean by that.
Does it look exactly like a triangle, yes or no?
From certain angles, yes.
No, I just answer the question, either yes or no.
Depends on the angle.
So it depends on the angle, so it could not look like a triangle sometimes, and sometimes it does?
Yeah, just like how if you were looking at a 2D triangle,
so you're telling me
angle. If you look at a 2D angle from the top, it would look like a dot.
So it's not like a triangle. So it's not like a triangle then.
Like a triangle would look like a line from a.
No, you're just making a case. You're making a case for it not being like a triangle, which is what I'm telling you. You can't determine something looking like an ideal shape, like a triangle.
But it doesn't mean that it doesn't have a shape.
Yo, what shape would it have?
Let's move this up to the next level. Okay, what shape is reality?
What shape is reality?
That's what you're asking me. You're laughing when I say we don't know. We don't claim a shape, and it probably doesn't have a shape.
If you think that the Earth and reality are the same thing, if you think that anyone is referring to the Earth we're standing on when we say reality, then
It's part of reality.
It is part of reality. I never denied that.
It's the floor of the universe of reality.
Right. So I'm still
the Earth is the floor of your existence in reality, right? And the sky is above the floor.
You guys are coping when I'm asking for a shape.
I'm
saying, what is the shape
You're
of
asking
the
for
Earth?
God's eye
and you're
view
saying,
in another
there's
dimension.
no shapes. There's
You're asking. You're basically
when I ask you
asking
questions.
for God's eye view of a lower dimension than his, and asking me to contemplate what that could look like. I think that's preposterous. What shape is the Big Bang?
So I'll be asking you again.
NPC reset. Here we go.
I don't mean a perfect. I don't mean a perfect disc. I don't mean like I need an exact shape.
The problem we're having here is that you're asking for something that information has not been able to be supported on either side. You can't believe that you have some sort of information that's going to determine a shape. So how can somebody that does not have information about what it looks like tell you what it could be looking like? If we do not have the information, how stupid are you? Would be the next question. Because how could he support or anyone else what shape it is and then tell you with assurance if you can't even do that?
What's the shape of everything in existence?
Honestly, the way you speak, dude, is so illogical, and you think you're the smart guy or whatever. But honestly, dude, I don't think you've applied logic to anything that you've talked about so far. I'm just being straight up. If you did, you wouldn't be asking these ridiculous questions. Because how could somebody that doesn't know what something looks like give you information on what the fuck it is? Does that ring a bell to you in your mind? How could he tell you what it looks like? You utter morons.
Yeah, or we can rewind the tape, right? And whether globe or flat, you can't triangulate the altitude of the sun. So asking to define something like the Earth-Sun relationship in reality without any means to measure those relationships in reality is basically a malformed question from the start. It's illogical. It's even unfair. Like, it's really unfair and unethical to keep pressing somebody for that after being told repeatedly why it's a malformed question. So he's adopting the stance that he doesn't know, right? But for us to make sense to him, we have to know.
Yep, exactly. That's a double standard. He doesn't have to know, but you do. And then he chuckles like a fucking psychotic moron, and he has a point. And it's like, dude, how the fuck can anybody give you that information if we don't know, you don't know, nobody fucking knows? What's the point of this question?
I feel sorry for you. So you are not flat earthers, huh? Because flat earthers.
Yeah, we are. The ones you're talking to probably aren't.
Yeah.
No, you are. You aren't, because you don't know if the Earth is flat.
Okay, so you're just going to tell us what we. You're just going to tell us what we are, and then we're just going to.
Yeah, because you said you don't know the shape, so you can't.
Just going to have flat isn't a shape. Flat is not a shape, dude.
It is a shape.
No, five prescribes properties of things.
Oh, dude. Oh, dude. If he's saying flat as a shape, you're way wrong. I want you to go.
Insisting that we accept that.
No, dude. Flat is not a shape. You are a moron if you think that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The moron of the day goes to Kari.
Thank you
for saying that flat is the shape.
Yes, it is a
What
shape.
else is a shape? This big fat L. Take it,
dude. I didn't think he was going to say anything more stupid than what he was saying before asking for the shape of something. But him saying that flat is the shape, that takes the fucking cake. Somebody's got. What of you Globers are going to have to top that today? Once he realizes that flat is the description properties of a shape, he's going to feel so stupid.
That's what I was referring to, but to think you're superior in any way makes you a moron.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
It's actually scary knowing that we live in 2025 and we have people like you.
Yeah,
that's a big concern.
You're a bigot.
That is a big concern.
You're just a bigot.
A bigot?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a bigot. B-I-G-O-T. Bigot.
In what way?
Well, you've got this bias against who we are and what we represent. No matter what we say or do to try to convince you that we're anything but what you build up in your mind, you're not going to accept. That makes you a bigot.
I would accept if you gave any answers. You've just been dodging the question.
Actually,
you haven't actually answered or provided anything that I could use.
Answers, including models that wasn't even my burden to bear, that I wouldn't even accept. But I gave you concepts to look at, and you wouldn't even accept those, right? Because you're a bigot.
He is.
Right? You didn't accept the equation of time. You didn't accept stellarium. You don't even accept that your own worldview is logically flawed to begin with, and you're holding yourselves to double standards. I mean, this is quality bigotry, honestly. This is a great example.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks for your time, Yoder. I was real busy, so you filled in a lot of space there.
Well, it was my pleasure. I had the time.
It was great content, though, for those who were listening, actually, to challenge their own mind and what the conversation was about. So.
Yeah, I can't believe I've been here for so long and haven't gotten a single answer.
That is a lie. You have been answered. You just hear in order to respond instead of listening in order to understand. And that is your problem, not ours.
Sure.
You don't have answers yourself for how you conceive of the world. And guess what? It's okay to not have answers.
You're not going to sit here and keep on lying, claiming that nobody has answered you. We've recorded everything. You realize that.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. You have answered, but your answer hasn't made sense to you or me or anyone listening.
You're the only one who is confused here.
Oh, yeah. That's ironic. It's like me being a doctor at a psychiatric hospital and all of them saying, "You're the crazy one, doctor. We're all fine."
And then you walk into a psychiatric hospital and try and diagnose the doctor.
No, it's the guy in the straight jacket saying he's a doctor. Look
That's
at
what I'm
this.
saying. He's mad. Listen to him, man. He's out of his mind.
Yeah, he left. Dude, that's crazy. That last part of it.
He's insane.
Yeah, permission to speak denied. Sorry. Dude, you sounded like a mental patient just now. Wow. Hopefully you guys are having a great morning. Been a good one so far. Delicious content.
Yep, good stuff. Just been listening in, having a coffee. It's a good morning.
That was good stuff, huh, AG?
Yeah, dude. Several times y'all had me laughing my ass off. I wanted to say something, but I didn't want to interrupt because the flow was too good.
So we're gonna have to have a baller today top that guy saying that flat is the shape.
Yeah.
And did he compare himself to a doctor in a mental asylum?
Pretty much.
Wow, dude.
And then he started laughing like a madman. So that was great.
Like one of the patients in the asylum.
Yeah. Like you're saying, a dude in a straitjacket trying to diagnose the doctor.
I'm actually the doctor. They're like, no, John, you're not a doctor. You can play one if you want in your imagination. And he did kind of laugh like the way I just did, like really laugh.
Like the Joker.
Oh man, it's so good. Still we're waiting on the world to change. I know that's what Dr. K is doing, or Special K.
Yeah.
Ever met that cereal, Special K? I'm assuming that that's where you got the screen name from. Yep, you're right. We need another Glober in here. We have dead air real fast. All right, I'll be back in a few.
What up, Cyclone?
What's up, bro? Just heard some
Dude,
manic spiral as soon as I entered.
Dude, we needed you like fucking an hour ago, bro. The fucking wolf in tuxedo needed to be here.
Yeah, I'm good.
I was like, fucking this guy, he was really off his rocker, bro.
Well, I came in, yeah, and just heard that Joker laugh and then immediate dip, which was quite funny. So, oh shit, there's another one broken.
Yeah, he was just like, you can determine shape just by looking at something. I'm like, no, you need to inspect it, dude. Find out whether or not. It's not just observation. He's like, well, the farther you get away from something, the better you can determine what it is. No. You must move closer to it, not away from it.
Yeah, that's a shame. I would have enjoyed speaking to that guy. Thinks that flat's a shape.
Yeah, that's your
Like-
kind of party, actually.
That's exactly what I'm into. Draw a flat for me. How you doing, Miggy? You all right?
Yeah, I'm at work right now, but I'm on and off because like sometimes I get little spots where I can talk, and then I'm listening, and I'm like, oh man, I can't wait to jump back on.
That's nice. Yeah, that's what I'm like when I'm at work. I'm working away. I'm like, right, time to crunch through this, go through it, and then immediately some guy starts waffling off, and you're like, damn, man, I need to.
Yeah.
You got any other new people in or glow believers in, like J-Dog, Mansky?
You got Homo Ape and then J-Dog and
Homo Ape. What name?
I mean, you know.
What's with the name Homo Ape?
Hmm?
The name
I
Homo
just think
Ape.
it embodies the human spirit.
Because you think you're an ape person, formerly?
No, it's, Homo sapien, ape, Homo ape. But that's where it
Okay, so
derives
it's-
from, to be honest.
Okay. Not like you're not appealing
not
to
a
the
gay- I'm not a gay
evolutionary.
ape, No.
No, I wasn't going to say a gay ape. I mean, like, you come from an ape.
Oh, I come from an ape, yeah. I think I come from an ape. I hope so.
Why do you think so?
Of the apes. I just think, when I look at an ape, I just think he is definitely used to be.
That's what I am. You look at an ape and you think, my equal.
That is me. When you see them messing around with the tools and stuff, it's in the straight.
That's how you are with tools. Fair enough.
Exactly.
So, even you've been here a few times, haven't you? I think I recognise your voice.
Yeah. I've been here for fucking months.
So what's hanging you up? How can you not figure out that there's no curve yet?
I actually, I've had a revelation.
Had a revelation.
I can't prove the globe whatsoever. I don't have the energy to try and prove it. I don't have any facts or anything.
The defeatist acceptance. That's a good early stage when you realise, shit, I actually can't prove this thing that I've believed my whole life.
No, I used to come in here all loud and boisterous. I just don't care.
Yeah.
Don't worry, you're not the first. You will certainly not be the last. Hey, but you know what? It does set you apart that you're able to recognise that and just admit, okay, yeah, fair enough. I can't actually prove it, because loads of the guys are just like, they don't even accept that they can't prove it, even though they know deep down that they can't prove it.
Oh yeah, I know. No, but I love. This is where I come. I literally come home from work and join this VC. And just listen to the fucking onslaught.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet, eh? Because now you can take part in the human experience, because this is what they've really gatekept from human beings for the last 100 years or however long it's been. Right? Because human beings have always understood that either the Earth is flat, motionless, and contained and created, or that they don't know what it is, and they can speculate. They don't know what the sun, moon, and stars are, so they can speculate. There's questions to be asked. Whereas they've had the last however many generations thinking we've got all the answers. And that actually does play quite a significant part on the human psyche. So now you get to enjoy being human, not an ape. A human, where you contemplate your reality.
Hey, Homo Ape, are you from Ireland?
No, I'm from
he's Liverpool, or he sounds like it anyway.
Oh, that's from your neck of the woods, isn't it?
Oh, he's from England. I'm from Scotland.
Oh.
But he's not far. He's not far. And the Scouts are like probably.
I'm close.
More Scottish than English.
Yeah.
Well, it sounded like it had an Irish accent. That's why I was wondering if you're from over there.
Well, I think it roots in Ireland dialect, to be honest.
Yeah, the UK accents are crazy. The Americans can never figure them out. That's understandable.
You can distinguish it. It's just, I don't know. It sounds Irish to me.
In our country, you can go 20 minutes and they have a whole other fucking language.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Even down the road.
So you told any of your mates, Homo Ape, that you figured out you can't prove the globe, or are you keeping it to yourself?
Yeah.
You told them.
Oh, it's so-
Do they think you're crazy now?
Yeah, I said I was
Mhm.
showed. Well, I have a lot of. When I would look at the videos of the. All I mean is, like, when I see videos of the globe and stuff and everything, I just can't prove
Just looks
it.
fake now, doesn't it? You're just like, shit, that's fake.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, okay, cool.
kind
So
of-
you're figuring it out.
kind
Good
of
for you.
saddening.
It's sad, isn't it? It is sad. What's also sad is that they're pummeling this into the children's brains all across the Western world, Eastern too, at this point.
But I would like to go to space.
Mm.
Has there ever been
You're not fully there yet.
Yeah, I know. You don't. There's no spaces there.
Still clinging on to space. All right, fair enough.
Well, I like space. You see.
Yeah, but but this is much better though, because space is like, you like space because I guess it's sold to us as potential exploration and something new, which is not even the case according to the space story. The space story is like, yeah, there's a massive vacuum with loads of other stuff in it, but we can't actually go to or explore any of the other stuff. That's basically their story. Whereas what's actually going on is that we're on this Earth that we don't know the full size of, so there is the actual potential for exploration and discovery. That's way more exciting, way more interesting than an empty vacuum of death that you couldn't possibly exist in for more than a nanosecond.
Well,
think about that. You could just get on a boat somewhere and potentially find some new shit.
Well, that's what I'm so gutted about, to be honest. I wish I lived in the age of navigators and just.
Yes, think about that, right? This is why this also makes history way more fun to read, because you start to understand what they were thinking like, and you're like, right, okay, now I understand why people were just flying around on wooden ships for years at a time, seemingly for no reason, because they weren't under this delusion that they were on a giant spinning ball that they knew everything about, and there was nothing else to find.
Yeah.
They were adventuring. Now what are folk doing?
Well, I think it is definitely human instinct to explore. I don't think anyone ever feels.
Yeah, and so it was an amazing trick to pull to suppress that instinct by convincing everyone that if you just go in one direction, you'll just end up right back where you started.
Yeah.
Like a slave owner on a plantation telling his slaves, hey, yeah, you could run out that fence, but if you keep going, you're just going to end up at this side. You'd be like, oh, well, what's the point then? I guess I'll just keep slaving.
Yeah. I do feel a bit like a slave.
Yeah, but that's all right. But at least now you've noticed the shackles. Before you were just wandering around like, I'm a free dude, as you were chained to a post.
Yeah. Yeah, but I would like space. I wish space was real.
Why? It would just kill you instantly. All of us. We'd all be dead.
It is real.
Yeah. Well,
is it? It's only on TV, I think. You think space is real, dude?
Oh, I think space is real. Well, I don't know.
No, you don't. I already know you don't think it's real. You just want to, and that's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
It'll just take you some time to lose that desire, and then when you actually lose that desire, you start to get into like reality and how much more fun and interesting that is. That's what I predict. I hope that's the course for you, because that's the best course to be in. Otherwise, you're stuck in this like no man's land where it's like, well, I kind of know that it's not a globe, but I really don't want to accept that I'm in this flat Earth paradigm. So I'm just gonna like go between and.
The thing is,
yeah,
I can't make myself believe anything. Like I've tried with Catholicism, I've tried to be a Catholic for years and years, and I literally cannot force myself to believe.
But this is the thing. This is the great thing about it. This requires no forcing of belief. This only requires observation and acceptance of observable reality.
Yeah, but that's what stumps me so much, because in my observational reality, I've observed things like the sun, which leads me to question
the sun. We observe the sun. It's a moving circle of light above an observably flat, motionless plane.
Yeah, mate, he's a fucking northerner though, right? Lay off him though, right?
No, he's figuring it out. If you're a southerner and you still don't understand it, then the northerner's beating you.
Figuring what out?
That the Earth is not the cartoon spinning space ball that the government's shoving down everyone's throat.
Yeah, have you ever considered that you're schizophrenic?
No? Why would I think that?
I just made $1.04 on slots. Holy shit.
Yeah, see?
Let's go, dude. You couldn't do that on a flat Earth.
He's cooking himself. The Globers are self-cooks.
Yeah, if you think the Earth is a globe, dude, challenge him intellectually. Let's see how far you go with it. Challenge Cyclone if you think the Earth is a globe.
Well, I don't know. I take the schizophrenic comment as a concession that he doesn't actually have any evidence for the Earth being a globe, and all he can do is make Galo insults.
So anytime I've been in this server and I like make arguments, any argument I make never gets like genuinely addressed. So like what I would say is like, how do you?
Well, let's put it to
how do you explain like the vanishing point of like horizons?
Well, if you understand it's a vanishing point, then there you go. It's an optical vanishing point. It's not the curve of a ball Earth.
But on a flat Earth, it wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, on a flat Earth, the horizon being flat would make sense, and optics having a limit is the case regardless. So yeah, that would make sense.
It wouldn't make sense because on a flat Earth, something going further and further and further into the horizon, you would still see it. It would get smaller, but it would.
No, there's a limit to your vision.
It wouldn't disappear.
Well, why do you think? Who told you that?
You don't need to be told that. That is.
So what's your evidence for that?
Have you seen like a cruise ship or anything like go away from like a docking point?
Yeah.
So you've seen it yourself then?
Yeah. So what? The boat goes out over observably flat water, gets smaller and smaller, depending on the conditions. You might see the bottom of it appearing to sink into a flat horizon. So what? Where's the curve?
And how do tides?
What's that got to do with it?
This is my other like argument for you.
Well, the first one wasn't an argument, so it's not another argument.
It was an argument, but you refused.
What was the argument? You said on a flat Earth, it wouldn't make sense that there's a flat optical horizon. Okay, and I said, what's your evidence? And you said, I don't need to provide any. And I pointed out that, yeah, a flat horizon would make sense on a flat surface. What doesn't make sense is that since you claim it's a curve of a ball Earth that boats and things are going over, it doesn't make sense that it doesn't match the geometry of that claimed ball when it's observed. That doesn't make sense if it's a ball.
I mean, it's the opposite of the point I'm making. Is that when you see a object traveling off from the horizon, if it was a flat horizon forever and ever and ever, you would see it even in like a small instance. But that's not what we observe. We observe.
No, optics have a limit. Things get smaller as they go further away from you. You can't see forever. That's just a non-argument. I don't know who told you that we can see forever, but you were deceived.
What kind of music you into, man?
What?
So what kind of music are you into?
A whole heap of different music, as long as it's good.
I'm just trying to find like common ground with you because like I think like.
Well, we can do that. I can find that common ground. Me and you both.
Honest to God, man, I've said this to people in here before, and like a lot of people like don't take it the right way. But like, regardless, like, even though I disagree with like flat Earth, I think that like so many people on Earth are ignorant to any kind of theory of like what we live on. And
yeah, they don't know shit. They all think they just live on a vague spinning ball. They've got no idea how it's supposed to have been proven or how they could prove it, what size it is, any of this stuff. Most people don't know any of that.
But right, so I mean, I believe that planets are spherical or oblate spherical. But even though you don't agree with that, like I think that a lot of flat Earth people I talk to are very opinionated and are heavily involved in like researching shit. And I think that even though I think it's like misplaced research, but that's my opinion. You'd think the same about me?
No. I would not think it was misplaced if you were to research your belief in the globe. I would think that's the first thing you would want to do. Research is never misplaced if it's made with a genuine effort to find the truth of a matter, which is all we're doing here. We want to know whether that story they told us about being on a big spinning ball in a vacuum is true. So, of course, it requires research. That's just a given. But if you want common ground,
for me though, man, like with that alone, I've never understood like the motivation for like creating
for finding out what's that's secondary to the question of whether it's true or not. But how would you find out what the motivation was? Who are you going to ask? These people? Even if you were to find out that they lied, and then you're going to expect them to tell you the truth about why they did it? I mean, it's understandable that you want to know why, but even if we don't suggest an explanation for it, which we can speculate all day about why they've lied about it. But even if we didn't, that would be inconsequential to whether or not it's true. Or if they even lied. I mean, whether it's a lie, whether it's a mistake, that's secondary to how the Earth's surface measures, observes, is practically used, which is what's important, because we want to know whether the story about it being a ball is true. But if you're looking for common ground, just acknowledge the common ground that we all stand on, which, to our perspective and perception, is a motionless topographical plane. That's the common ground that we all share, regardless of our belief. So work from there. So we all experience a flat, motionless Earth. We were told that it's not that, it's something else. Okay, can they prove that? Has it been measured? Is it true? That's it.
For me, man, like the way that like our solar system operates, man, like with the systems of moons, and I think that.
Well, again, that's what you've been told about the luminaries, the lights in the sky. But don't just move forward as if that you know that to be true. You have to acknowledge that that's just a framework that you've been given.
But the stuff that you're saying about flat Earth, that's just stuff that you've been told.
No, incorrect. I don't have to be told that we experience a flat, motionless surface. That's observable, readily apparent. You would know it yourself. You've probably heard hundreds of people say it's too big to see the curve, meaning you experience a flat Earth. That's not something I had to be told. That's something I can recognize myself.
Yeah, I've seen photos that I believe to be true.
Well, that's the thing. Again, believe to be true. That's you being given something, which is different from what I'm talking about, because I'm just experiencing reality. You've been offered a story with an image, and they've told you believe this image, and you've said, I believe it. Those are not two equal positions. You're believing something contrary to what you've always experienced, whereas I'm accepting what we all experience.
I mean, isn't that what you're doing, though? Believing something?
No, I've just explained the difference very clearly. One is an acceptance of natural observation of reality. That'd be a flat, motionless topographical surface.
And so why?
One is coming up with explanations for why it looks flat, motionless, and topographical, when in reality it's a big spinning ball.
Why do you disbelieve the photos that NASA would publish of the Earth?
Because Earth's surface has never had any curvature detected to be commensurate with those images. And when people do try to measure this curvature, it's not there. So how could the images be real, showing a curve that doesn't exist in reality?
I mean, hasn't like every test that like flat earthers have done of like measuring Earth, like trying to prove
no
Earth curvature hasn't that one? Like
yeah, it's proved that there's no curvature. When people go out to lakes, salt flats, oceans, and they test, see how far they can see how far they can shoot lasers, whatever, there's no curvature. No curvature detected. Lasers go straight across, hit the targets. People see things that they shouldn't be seeing if there was a curve.
I mean, you've seen the laser test that like John Sargent did.
Well, there's a bunch of laser tests. You maybe mean Mark Sargent, but I've probably seen it years ago. But yeah, we've got a heap of laser tests we can post, which clearly demonstrate there's no curvature.
I think with flat earthers, I think they work from a hypothesis instead of like working towards a hypothesis.
It's the opposite. It's the opposite. We go out, observe, and measure what's observable and measurable. The globe side have a preconceived notion of a globe that they will reverse engineer whatever observation comes up and say, well, it's still a globe even though it doesn't match the geometry because insert excuse. So no, we're not working backwards from the hypothesis. We're just seeing how far we can see. How far can we shoot lasers? It's the globe side that are then coming in afterwards and saying, well, it's still curved even though there's no curve detected. On top of every other argument the globe has, which is like, is so ridiculous at this point that it's like, I've dropped an object. See, now I can infer the Earth is a ball, when that's illogical to the extreme. But that's what the globe has to do. The globe just points at everything and says, there you go, globe, even though it has nothing to do with curvature or motion of the surface. So that's some projection, I'm afraid. I don't know how you've got that completely 180, but you have.
So do you believe that like all planets are like flat and not like spherical? Like all planets?
No, I don't claim to know shape or makeup of the lights in the sky because I can't go to them and test them.
I mean, do you believe like Venus exists? Or?
Well, yeah, we can see Venus, what we call Venus. That doesn't mean I believe it's a giant ball of gas in a vacuum, because that doesn't make any sense.
I mean, so like, what do you think it is then?
And what do you mean, what do I think it is?
What do you think Venus is if you don't believe that it's like a gas giant?
What, like its physical composition?
I mean, just like what it is.
How would you figure that out?
I mean, that's my question exactly, man.
Yeah. Well, you couldn't.
Because I think if you start making assumptions about Earth, you need to like explain the rest of the solar system.
See, that's where you're mistaken. That's maybe the piece of logic that's eluding you. There is no obligation for us to explain lights in the sky when we point out that there's no curvature of the surface. Any more than I would say it's your obligation to tell me what they are. I know you don't know what they are, so I'm not going to ask you to tell me. You don't know what they are. How would you? You been to it? You scooped out a cup of it? Had a sniff? No. You don't know what these things are. You know, you see lights moving in a repeated pattern, and we use them for calendars, seasons, things like that, navigation. That's what we know. The rest is just story, folklore. It's what humans have always done. Ascribed their belief into the stars. So, but that's not necessary for us to simply go to a lake and shoot a laser and point out, oh look, no curve. And it's a bit ridiculous, like this notion that because we're pointing out that the water is obviously not curving, we have an obligation to explain all of reality to people. Give us $80 million a day like NASA get, maybe we will make some headway. But at the moment, we're just happy to point out this globe in space fantasy that they're peddling isn't true. So maybe you guys get on board and start helping us figure out all of reality, because we've certainly got no obligation to do so. Anyway, good talk. I'm going to jump off, go on listen mode for a bit. So if there's any other flat earth, Miggy, you still here? You speak to this guy?
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm at work, but I'll try to participate as much as I can. Appreciate it, Tecmo. Oh, we got
All right,
DJ in here.
boys.
Later,
oh,
brother.
DJ, nice.
Well, if DJ's here, he's probably on listening mode too. All right, DJ.
Up, guys. Yeah, I'm on listening mode at the moment, but I can chime in here and there.
Hey, not really sure if the guy's inquisitive. He just really just talking about things he thinks about.
Who are we talking to at the moment? Is he still here, or did he leave?
He might have dipped.
Ah, all right.
Yeah, he took off.
Oh well, that was a productive conversation.
Yeah, some people are just curious.
Yeah, most often they think it's stupid because they have a misconception of what flat earthers are actually claiming. Thanks to all of the propaganda out there and strawman arguments presented by so-called flat earth debunkers on YouTube.
Yeah, earlier you missed it, man. The guy came in and said flat is the shape.
Ah, smooth is also a shape, I guess, and bumpy. That's another nice shape.
The description of the properties of a shape are actually what a shape is.
Yep, rough, another shape.
Or if you ask Bev and his crew, if you ask him how to describe flat, and he says visual surface condition. That's his answer.
Oh
that's
my
how you
God,
describe.
that's hilarious.
What does that mean? Visual surface condition. That just means anything.
So, Zoran Mamdani. That guy's pretty sharp. He thoughts?
Somebody's hot micing.
that was pretty good. That was pretty good. I'll
Hey, J-Dog, you're hot micing, dude. J-Dog, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, that was that a joke?
Yeah, you got your mic on. What are you trying to say something? You're mumbling, bro. Like
I was just saying stuff about Zoran Mamdani, but
J-Dog,
that was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Hot mic.
Good. Anthony St. Conte. Dude, we haven't seen you in a hot minute, bro. Where you been?
I've got 4 children now, bro. I'm so busy.
Wow, dude. Your brood expanded, huh?
Yeah.
Kudos, man. Kudos.
Thanks, Miggy.
Yeah, hopefully all is well with you and yours.
Yeah, we're all doing pretty good here. I ended up starting a company in Kenya, so that's keeping me pretty busy.
Right, right.
My wife broke her foot the other day, so I've had to look after the children. Man, it's like hectic, bro.
Yeah, you know, some people like underestimate how important a mother's job is, and they're. I'm being honest, with you, I couldn't do it.
It's literally 70 times harder than anything I've ever done.
Yes, sir.
Did I hear that right? Somebody had a child?
4 children. Anthony St. Conte.
Oh, I was thinking that y'all were talking about just now had a new baby. I was going to say congratulations and all that.
He's a 2-month. I've got a 2-month-old.
That's still new enough. Congratulations, man.
Yeah, thank you, bro. It's been pretty hectic.
There's no greater honor than to be a father.
Amen.
I totally agree. Like I've been saying to Miggy there, my wife's broken her foot and I've had to look after all 4 of the children. Well, probably 3 of them. She's still looking after the newborn. But it is just unbelievably hard.
Yeah, I hope that she has a swift healing, that she recovers quickly and strong. Like, no weakness with it. It's as good as new.
She just re-broke her foot yesterday trying to hang up some clothes.
No, she's got to take it easy.
Yeah, I know. I haven't been able to go to work for like 8 weeks. So we've been, by the grace of God, we still pay the rent and everything's still okay, but it's been pretty stressful, bro.
One thing to take into consideration is make sure magnesium levels are good because the body requires magnesium to absorb calcium and needs calcium to build things back up.
Yep, she's onto it. She's definitely onto the magnesium.
Awesome. Y'all know.
She's drinking colloidal silver every day and a few other things.
Good stuff. Yeah, y'all already know.
She's one of those clever women that she's probably a bigger conspiracy theorist than I am. She turns the Wi-Fi off every night, that's for sure.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, I haven't been in the flat Earth debate for a while. I've been around Earth Awakenings, but not in here as much. But has there been much good debate in the flat Earth circles, guys?
Every day, there's always at least one good conversation. By the way, I sent you a friend request, man.
Oh, cheers.
Yep. Yeah, every day there's good and bad. Sometimes it's just kind of people regurgitating the same script, only hearing so they can respond. And then other times folks listen and they properly understand. And it ends up being very edifying. Good combo, good stuff.
Yeah, it's been many years. I remember 24/7. Oh, it's got to be 5 or 6 years ago now. Sitting in 24/7 with Miggy, and what's his name? Danny Faulkner comes in, and Miggy tore him a new one. I'll never forget it.
I can't believe that you remember that, dude. That was a long freaking time ago, bro.
6 or 7 years ago, maybe.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Does he still show his face?
I'm not. The last time I remember was in the home server, but it's been a minute. I think he's still doing things with Answers in Genesis. You know, the website.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a part of that team still. That's what I do know. Making his contributions.
I remember I'd come on and I'd see his name there, and I'd pop in and say, "Danny, like, come on, are you gonna like talk to us?" And I'd have a crack at him because on one of his books, he had the picture was like a pancake Earth, in space.
Yeah.
I was always really pissed off with him that he knew that he was doing the straw man flat Earth, model that no one believed in. And he knew that was the case, that no one believed in it, but he still put that on the front of his book. Like, what a deceiving dog.
Intellectually dishonest.
Yeah. He's an adult. Like, claimed to be a believer in Christ, but he would just do something so untruthful. It always frustrated me.
Dude, that's the part that actually frustrates me the most. I expect it from normal, worldly people. Yeah, okay, that's normal. But when somebody makes certain claims that they're following a certain... Yeah, no, that's not cool. Bad form.
You just got to hope that one day some of these people will have these huge revelations and be convicted to just step up and tell the truth about what they've been doing and what they've been thinking.
Some folks say you need to realize that they have to begin by being honest with themselves.
Are there any Globers in here at the moment?
There's at least one.
Yeah, earlier we had a guy coming in here saying flat as a shape. I don't know if you heard me saying that to DJ when you were in here, Anthony. It's gotten pretty bad as far as like the cognitive dissonance goes with these guys. Yesterday we had like an all cope session with as many of the mothers have come in here, so we were dealing with like, why they think that and all. It's just more to do with psychology than having to prove that the Earth is a globe.
Yep, it's got to that stage now. I live in a small town about 4 hours away from Melbourne in Australia, and in this small town, I'm part of a couple of churches, and flat Earth is pretty well accepted now. Like, I mean, most people will be like, "Oh yeah, I don't think the Earth's flat," but they won't ridicule it anymore. They'll accept a sort of a moderate discussion. And then there's many flat earthers. I'm in a small town just outside the larger town, and I was talking with a guy who's a Catholic dude, which is a bit strange to me that he could be Catholic and work out the Earth's flat, but can't work out that Catholicism anyway. But yeah, he was a flat earther. It seems to be quite common now that people will at least be open to the discussion. About 7 or 8 years ago, it was pretty much like ridicule.
Yeah, but I'd say it like this, Anthony. Your contribution in these discussions over the air propelled that situation to be what it is. Everybody's contribution, everyone that's sitting in here right now that was in those days, and we are still here. Your part to play in that was exposing that the truth of what God's word even says was an inclination that he did not talk about the Earth being an oblate spheroid, or that there's a solar system, or the cosmos being what they are. Like, so so you actually contributed to that. So that's something. One of the things we're going over, Anthony, I don't know, you weren't here, but like over the past maybe 2 years, I'd say that within the past 2 years, is a lot of brethren like taking leave. They're like leaving this home and going to their next one. So we've had many people already do that we know of. So we could say like, everybody at the very end of their lives were always contributing as much as they can to this specific topic. So it means something dear to me. I don't know you guys the way you feel, but it means something dear to me that everybody's contribution has been their efforts and their motivation was to get up every day and to come and talk about this and and they left the world in that same way, like fighting the good fight. So and because I don't know, to me, like it started with like Flat Smacker's playlist because he had that brain illness. So we're dealing with like, he would come in and say, I only got a few months to live, and then up to 1 month to live, and then up to the moment where he was like, I can't be in here for too long. And he's just like, I'm going to give you guys the packet, which I made, like what has like the memes, and it's got like the PDFs and the, all the books and stuff that he collected, which is Flat Smacker's playlist. And his legacy was that little, collection of information that he left us. Dude, like I ain't gonna lie to you, it was a tearjerker for me at the time because he was saying all this kind of like as farewell, and I lost my composure a little bit because it affected me. I was like, dude, I can't believe this man is giving all he can, like to the conversation, and so it's like just putting it into perspective. Over the years, ever since Flat Smacker's playlist, we've had many brethren go the same route. They would come into this call, this VC with us in here, and done all they can to provide as much assistance to like the conversation and such. So I don't know, I guess over time I do want to like take a moment to appreciate everybody who does that. Like they give their last moments to the conversation, that this was that important to them.
Yeah.
Like Rob Skiba, Antonio Subrats, the list goes on. There's a guy I know, he would go on to X, or formerly known Twitter. His name was Superfly. He was an airplane pilot for 30 years, and he would come in and Flat Smack with us, and he passed away. And so like on and on, right? But the legacy continues of the individuals who come in here. And so that's why, like, I don't know, what motivates me is like putting things into perspective is that people give their lives and their last moments to the cause, of truth.
Spirit of truth. The spirit of truth, Miggy.
Yeah. So, and the good fight continues, right? But it's never been a thing where people come in and say, oh, why do you guys do it? Why do you keep coming back? You guys are grifters or whatever it is. Like all that stuff is white noise to me. Because I know that the real reason why people come in here is because they're exposing the fact that this misinformation has been told to everybody at a young age. So it's like we're in the pursuit of truth, right? And so in that pursuit, I'm sorry for the monologue, but yeah, we're not going to stop until, we leave this place, and we go be with our creator. But that's what it is, man. Like, I'm just taking a moment to kind of like put it in perspective,
Yeah, I like it, Miggy. And I was blessed the other day. A few weeks ago. I couldn't work because I got to look after the children, and we know these two kids from church, a 19-year-old and a 16-year-old, and one of them lost his license, so he can't drive to work. And his mother has got a care package in front of her other children, so she said I could pick up the boys from work, and she'd pay me some cash. So it's perfect, right? Picking up these boys, taking them home from work. They're in construction. And what do they want to talk about? Flat Earth. Every time on the way home from work, they ask me a question. And pretty good questions, too, for these young kids, right? And not long ago, one of them asked me, like every single time you answer their questions perfectly, one of them cracks it and goes, what's the point, though? What does it even matter? Like, why do we have to, so what if it's flat? One of them will ask, if the other one's asked the question and you answer it, then the other one says, so what? And then I said to one of them the other day, well, I'll tell you the reason why it matters. And there's not one flat earther that I know that took the vax. Not one.
Yeah.
Because once you start to realize the truth of something, it's like you get the goggles on and you can see all of the freaking lizards everywhere.
Yeah. They live.
The truth will set you free.
Yeah, AG's right. And so it gives you a filter for the world full of deception. You're right. That's what it does. So you can be able, your discernment level goes really high. You're able to know when somebody's giving you some information and you can be skeptical about it. You can be like, wait a minute, you're telling me to take this and it's free. You're offering it as like something that anybody can just get for whatever reason. It's like, there's nothing's ever free in this world. There's always a price to pay, whether it's not just monetary, but it's whether, your physical health or whatever might endure something. So your filter, it becomes that you're able to start to realize that you don't just accept everything as because the government says so or whatever. You question things.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that we're all perfect. Don't get me wrong. I've met some crazy flat earthers that are talking some smack about a certain few topics, but it just goes up. That discernment level just simply goes up, and you're able to decipher truth a little bit better than you were previously. And those young fellas now, they're onto it. I'm telling you, they're looking up at the sun and they're starting to notice that the sun seems to be circling.
Hey, Anthony, you remember Indio?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I don't know. Anthony's from like 6 years ago, Indio, when we first started.
Yeah, what's up, bro? You can hear me? Jeff? Is this thing on?
Yeah, you're on India.
Oh, all right. Word.
Yeah, he'd been out for a while. He was, doing family stuff, so he come back after like a 4-year deal.
Oh, mate, I still hover around. I mean,
on and off.
Yeah. I'm mostly in the what's the other one called? Earth Awakenings, whatever it is. But I definitely come in here from time to time. It's just most of the time I've got like children around me, and you can't. It's midnight now, so I can have a chat, but I've almost always got at least a 5-year-old hanging around doing something. We're homeschoolers as well, so there's no school break, that's for sure.
Good on you, though. It's the best place they can be.
Indo, where were you like an hour ago, bro? It was bouncing.
Where were you last night?
Madness, bro. It was nuts. Dude, we had a guy say that the flat is a shape, bro, and he was like, his logic was completely like flawed and obscured. Every time you pin him down on something, he'd be like, "No sabe inglés." English is my third language. I was like, dude, India was here. He'd be fucking going mental, bro. He'd be just, oh shit.
Was it? That's the same guy who tried to act like he was the doctor diagnosing people or whatever.
Yeah.
Laughing like the Joker. Freaking crazy.
Oh, got another zookeeper. Dude thinks he's at the zoo watching the animals. Unbelievable.
Saying that we don't have logic, and if you want to know something to be true, you have to move far away from it, dude. They're so like, he's like, yeah, if you want to know the Earth was a globe, you have to go trillions of miles away. I was like, are you freaking kidding me, dude?
You should have seen last night. As soon as you left, all the NASA fanboys just all poured into the chat. Bug, you know how Bug like set it off or something, because Josh and Snackle and all of them, right? They're all just like, satellite, this, that, the other thing, right? Snackle wouldn't come in the chat, but like, it's just so funny. I'm like, Snackle, where's the maintenance schedule for the ISS? He posts a link. Astronauts do maintenance. Astronauts do maintenance on spacewalk. I'm like, no, bro, the actual schedule, the maintenance schedule where they have to maintain everything. He was like, just kept all, Snackle, dude. He just spams in the text chat, stuff in the news that he saw about space. Somehow, like, how does he think that that's going to convince anybody? So I like to question, like, if you took someone out of, and I kind of got this from Wolfgang when he has meds that teach somebody the globe. He said, convince this guy this is a globe, right? It's a globe. And kind of taking one out of that playbook because, right? If you can't convince, they think they can't convince us. Okay, convince somebody that has no idea about any of it. We pull them out of the Amazon rainforest. We stick them in front of you, and now convince them it's a globe. And these guys are like, I'll show them my cell phone. I'll show them pictures of space on my cell phone. Like, bro, they don't know what a cell phone is. Like, what are you talking about?
Exactly.
Like, here's a newspaper, man lands on moon, and they're, they'd end up somebody's dinner, man. They would just spear them, like just drag them off into the jungle.
Do you guys remember Helio Skeptic? Is he still around?
Oh yeah,
hell yeah, brother. There's some good. Well,
probably listening.
I'll never forget that song. I'll never forget that song that he made, bro. Even in perfect weather, you cannot see forever.
Yeah, that's a big hit, bro. His buttery voice he's hanging around. We love that guy.
He's still running one of the bots too. He keeps everything tweaked like the well-oiled machine that it is. He's the one behind the scenes keeping it running.
He cracked the shit at me a few times. He'd get drunk, and if you took him on, he'd crack it at you.
Yeah, he's awesome. Though.
Yeah, well, news to you is he stopped drinking.
I was just gonna say that. Yeah, he's been sober for quite some time now.
Yeah, he's doing really good.
We're proud of him, man. He's done a lot, and his contribution to what we're doing here is enormous, dude. I'm saying that. Like he's been diligent with the live stream for as long as he has, and I said he's a crucial part of what we do. So we didn't have him, it would be like we wouldn't be who we are, like what we do and all that. He's a part of us, man. Like our group, like us as friends, like just hanging out. Like I'm telling you, man.
Well, what about
Yo-Yo's a cornerstone, man. He's a foundation brick. There's no doubt about that.
You
what about you guys for the?
Sorry, go ahead, Anthony.
No, sorry, bro. I was just going to say, what about you guys for like your your communities? Do you feel that Flat Earth is sort of like is still expanding, is still growing, is still entering the consciousness?
Yes. Not as far as like people that have joined like this particular room, this group. Probably the people that you don't know, like DJ. DJ's an addition, like just like what would say recent from the time that you've been around. But he's really like, it just depends who they are, right? And DJ has been diligent to like really study the arguments, like go through them. We went over like the other day. We went over like what bad arguments flat earthers have still, to kind of like put that out there for everybody to like look through and see if we actually. If they're still coherent or they're still needed and that sort of thing. Because every now and again, we start to like internally critique how we're presenting, and because we want to stay concise, we want to stay, up to date with all the information and such. So there's still a lot of stuff that we would declare as proofs for flat Earth, or maybe they need to be reworked, like the arguments, not the actual like way we get to the conclusion, but the argument for it.
Yep.
So we're just being honest, so.
Yeah, and like you have to understand how hard this is. And most people, I would say most quote unquote normal people, they won't even take the time to look at any flat Earth stuff at all. Like it was coming up in my freaking feed for like a year. And I'm like, God, that shit's dumb. I'm not watching that. To even get them to dip their toe in, that's difficult. So,
There's
it's a
so
long
many
road to
topics.
hoe, as they say.
There's so many topics that a glober can bring up in a face-to-face discussion that if you don't sort of know how to refute, then like they can say, "Well, I've got you there," and if they've got you on one little topic, like then the whole thing comes down and crumbles. So it's like when the day that I learned to respond instead of arguing about whatever the sun is doing, is just to say, like, let's not focus on what's happening up in the sky, and let's just stick to apparent convexity or sphericity of the ground. Like that was a great day because I didn't have to bother trying to refute, a freaking shadow that is made by something in the sky or something like that. So, are we still like sort of sticking to we don't need to discuss what's happening in the sky?
I mean, what is it going to tell us? What would it tell us about the Earth? What conclusions could we draw? Were we actually like, okay, that observation positively tells us the Earth is a ball?
Yeah, niente, bro.
Yeah, like none. Like there's none. Like if the Earth measures flat, and I'm actually stealing this from Sheepdog. It says if the Earth measures flat, then whatever's happening in the sky is happening above a flat Earth, whether we understand it or not. Right? These stories about what the stars are, what the sun is, what the moon is, what the planets are, they're never going to be able to verify any of that.
And I think that was such a big blow. It was separating the wheat from the chaff or whatever the saying is when it came to that final experiment, that people thought that it was rigged or thought that it was a lie, but then others were just like, it doesn't actually matter. That experiment is a false experiment.
We said that before.
About flat Earth.
Said that before the fact. Before it ever even happened. Like, you're wasting your money, you're wasting your time. There's so many other things you could do. He could have spent $100,000 doing anything to measure the Earth, and it would have been more worthwhile than that.
Yeah, research that Brian Mullins experiment and tried to get that off the ground. What was it called? Force the line.
Yeah, Force the line. Yeah, he could have did that. Though that probably would have been more than $100,000.
Yeah, if you're gonna do it over distance, like, dude.
Yeah, so here's another one. Old mod, right? You build basically a mile-long bathtub, and you curve the edge of it at 8 inches per mile squared, right? And then you fill it up with water. Now, if the water conforms to a ball, right, it'll be right at the edge of the water along its entire length. If it doesn't, it'll never reach the apex, and it'll spill out the sides.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, it is. And his idea was actually turning it into a tourist attraction. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because you could measure all along the bathtub, like, with the, and I'd say like transferring that line all the way to the end.
You just give me the biggest smile on my face, because how much would it cost to build a mile-long bathtub, you reckon? 100 mil?
Oh, you mean like a canal? You mean like a canal?
Canal? Yeah,
like a canal, exactly.
This is what it is, a mile-long bath. Oh, it's further than that, but that's what you need for a canal, bro. You need to build it like as in you're thinking, the all the way across, so that you can have the water run at because you think about a canal has a certain depth, like especially like the one in Panama where you got those locks. Man, that's a great example, right?
That's your mile-long bathtub.
Yeah, Panama Canal.
Yeah, it could just be like a stainless steel looking bathtub, right? You just weld the panels together. You weld some type of rail on top, just for strength or whatever. You could probably do it for $1 million, maybe $1 million.
Wow,
it's not that far.
Yep, but the water doesn't spill over, so.
Yeah, you'd never be able to fill it up, right? You'd never be able to fill it up to the top in the center if the Earth is flat. And if it's a globe, then you could.
Yeah.
You know what they say, though, right?
Well, because think about it.
They say lumpy gravity. Lumpy gravity made it spill off the side.
What's the distance between those locks? That's what I'd like to look into. What's the distance between each one of those locks in the Panama Canal? Is it pretty small? Are they small?
I don't know, but there's locks in Lake Michigan too.
Yes, they are fairly small because some of those ships are called a Panamax, where they somehow maximized them to kind of fit over the edge or something like that. But though they've been made a little bigger, the way they do the staircase and such. They're an odd size.
Okay. But still, the concept would still be the same. If you're trying to figure out like how to build this bathtub, it would be in a canal style. I'd say it'd be like a canal. Yep. And if you don't take the Earth's curvature into account when constructing it, then wouldn't that be your answer when you fill it? The water on the surface would display no convexity, and then Bob would be your uncle at that point.
So, what are some of the other like arguments that we've been working on, Miggy? That we're keeping an eye on.
Do you remember if I don't know if you were there when I was talking about the 3 points that I would have? The Earth's
I remember the 3 points.
Axial rotation and space.
Yep.
I took the third one down.
Space.
Yeah. There's been the presupposition that the vacuum of space is said to be what it is declared from the glober's perspective. It's said to be a vacuum, right? And they give specific Tor values, and the place where they say that right beyond the Kármán line, low Earth orbit, where the ISS is or satellites that are roaming around. So there's a specific claim of a value of what the pressure is supposed to be at that region. Now, unbeknownst to us, we were carrying the conversation as a given, okay, let's just say that they're saying that it's this specific Tor value. How do we have gas pressure without a container? That sort of argument. Yep. You know that one? Well, we came to the realization that there is no way that they've measured the pressure value in that region. So they don't know what the pressure is there. And there's no way to measure it.
They're just making an assumption based off how it sort of is getting lower and lower. Pressure's getting higher.
Yes, you're getting it now. So that's exactly right. So now it's the same as if you were to say, okay, the sun's not 93 million miles away. It's a lot more close and local. It's the same type of argument to be had as that. It's putting something that's a fantasy against something that we're saying how we notice it, right? So they were saying, well, it's not 93 million miles away, but it's a lot close and local than that. But that's a false dichotomy because we're putting it against something that hasn't been proven. We can't say that it's this or that because the this that we're saying that it could be hasn't been proven. So it's like that whole argument of a close and local sun is a bad argument because you don't know what close and local is based on your position of saying where the sun is. You couldn't tell me if it's close and local because what close and local is not a numeric value given to the description of how something far away from you is. It's just saying, well, it looks like it's close and local, but compared to what? How do you know how far away it is to say it's close and local? So that is not. Yeah. And so if we're in the same vein, if we're talking about like the pressure values being what they are said to be in that specific region, like where they say low Earth orbit is, if they're telling you that the pressure value is this specific numeric value, how do they know that? It's never been measured, and there isn't any device that can measure it. Beyond the stratosphere, according to the globe paradigm, there's no way to measure in situ. That means in the local area. Like in that place. So they can't tell me where the measurement of the pressure value reading is given to say that that's exactly the pressure value that should be at that region. There's no way they can measure it. So there's a big question mark, right? Which means that if I'm saying the pressure without a container argument would follow, it's only on the premise that we're saying that that pressure value is said to be what it is up there. Now, it doesn't follow that I say that the pressure value decreases as it goes up, because I would have to substantiate the pressure value at that region to say that the region we're at here on the ground is different than that thing up there based on a knowledge that I have on the pressure value. So, right? Because the whole argument is surrounding the fact that we're saying that this specific Tor value, we're saying 10 to the negative 6 or 7 or 17 or however it was described, there's no way to know that. To then therefore solidify the argument to say that. So in other words, I can do away with the argument and say, okay, how do you know the pressure value is whatever you think it is where those satellites are? And that question has debunked their notion that they can tell me what pressure value is up there. So they don't even know what the pressure value is, nor, get this, the temperature. pressure or temperature.
But we can still say, right, that if that pressure value was that, then that would be impossible still.
Yeah, but we're going off. Okay, here's the thing: the way the argument has advanced is that we don't need to sit there and believe with them. So 2026 should be the year of not sitting there and believing with them. What we have to do is make it extremely difficult for them to come to any realization that the Earth is a globe of any kind. So we can't give them something to think about. Like I can't give them, okay, well, let's just say that the pressure value is 10 to the negative 6 in that region. I'm not going to do that. I want them to provide the evidence that the nonsense that people have been saying that the whatever they claim that it is exactly that. It then goes for everything. Yeah. So we're holding them to a much higher standard than we used to before. Whereas before we'd give them, okay, let's just give you gravity. Let's just give the pressure value what it is. Let's just give you the sun being 93 million miles away. No, let's not give them that. Let's make them actually provide evidence of everything they think the globe paradigm stands for, because we're saying
this is exciting.
True. Yeah, exactly. So the place where we're at now, advancing the argument, is cleaning up all the arguments that we had before. So now, for me, until further notice, after cleaning up these arguments, the third point of my 3 points is now only reduced down to 2 points, because they can't even prove to me the pressure value is said to be what it is there. Therefore, I don't have to go into the pressure without a container argument. Unless they can provide evidence that there's a vacuum of space up there, I don't need to talk about it.
Well, you must be doing pretty well, because not many globers seem to be dropping in from the other servers at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. So
it's hard to get in here.
Yeah, the difficult thing, also the challenge is for newer flat earthers that come in here, they're still kind of like on the old, outdated information. You know what I'm saying? So if I don't sit here and believe with these guys, then I don't have to give them anything that their globe paradigm is telling them. So in other words, I'm challenging them. Go ahead and tell me how you would measure and test a globe that you think exists. And they're going to have to give me everything that would require a globe to exist, including a measurement of the surface curvature, axial rotation, pressure values, everything. I want to know how this globe exists in a paradigm in which we say the common experience is that we all observe a flat and level horizon. You're going to have to conjure up a globe out of that experience. It's not going to happen. Guaranteed.
Sorry.
So yeah, no, I'm saying it's so far, like we're so far up now that I don't know. I kind of feel bad for the Glober, because it's like they try to get, the only thing they can do when they come in here is their gimmicks. They try not to answer the question. They try to obfuscate their red herrings. And let's say that, we got a bunch of people in here, like Flat Earth, on the team. They'll start saying, well, you don't know about gravity. Well, you don't know how the mechanics work on a Coriolis. Like, they'll start to spiral and say red herring, tangential points. Somebody else will bite on that point, take you off of your point, and not be able to hold them to the one that they couldn't provide evidence for. That's the only thing that can happen. But if we're diligent enough, we can hold them to the one we're making and ask them to provide that evidence. And, I'd say, there's a couple of ways. I'd say logically, provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, like in a syllogism, because it has to be something that's observed, that's true, and take it to a conclusion that the Earth is a globe, and or demonstrate that they understand the physics work such that the Earth would be a globe with the physics intact, like what they believe is happening. So there's a lot of things that they would have to do to conquer the actual evidence to provide that they would be able to substantiate their claim. They're so on the back foot right now, Anthony. It's ridiculous, bro.
Yes. Well, in continuing on with my point about how in the local community here, Flat Earth seems to be on the rise, and definitely is. Seems to be on the rise on the social medias as well. I mean, I just shared a video, and look, I don't know what everyone thinks about good old Whitsett, but it was a reel. It was him talking next to this spinning globe, and he's just talking about you know, what water would do on a spinning globe, and I shared that reel. It had 22,000 likes on it, and that was unheard of on a Facebook reel a year or two ago. That you would see anything like that with any sort of like good number of likes. Insight's unavailable. Let's have a look here.
Yeah, we're challenging
1,000 shares. It's getting popular even on Facebook, where it was censored for a long time.
Yeah, there seems to be the algorithm seems to be a bit more relaxed these days for like most of the platforms, because they've noticed that they've lost a lot of retention from some of the viewers of these videos based on the fact that like they've been trying to control the whatever it doesn't even matter about if it's flat earth or not. They're just controlling every discussion, and like what people have been kind of getting a backlash on is going to these other platforms that will allow freedom of speech. So they're seeing the reduction in numbers and watch time hours. So they're trying to go back to where their algorithm is a bit more relaxed than it was before. That's what we have been noticing.
Gotcha.
So there has been a shift in like how the algorithm works, and it's being promoted a little bit more now. Not I wouldn't say a lot, but it's given a little bit more viewers than it was before. So we're slowly climbing back out of this like, shadow ban state, where they were. But they're also creating narratives, Anthony, that like there's certain, like, because of the whole Charlie Kirk thing, that now they're keeping an eye on Discord to see if there's anything that's used that could be construed as hateful speech or whatever like plots against things that would cause people harm and
celebrities and whatnot. Yeah.
But I mean, outside
when
of
that story came up with the Discord thing, I remember thinking, "Oh boy, here we go."
Yeah, it's been a huge problem. Even though they've gone through all the chat logs and all of it, it doesn't matter. The DOJ is going to look into Discord now perpetually.
Yeah, yep. So it's just all that narrative did was open a door for them to kind of look in to see what's being said on Discord and be able to have like a I don't know, the ability to kind of like put out any of those fires that they think is happening within Discord, within its like system.
Yep.
But we've been very diligent to kind of negate any of those kind of like TOS violations. You know how we are, right? How we roll.
Yep.
So I'd say like, I mean, yeah, Witsid's doing whatever he's doing, but I think what we got going with 24/7 is top tier content, because we have individuals.
I haven't heard anything from Witsid for months.
Yeah,
I think he's gone.
I think what we had. Well, he was a part of this group at some point, but I'm saying like what we got going, what we've been doing, dude, advancing the argument the way we have is like taking it to a level now that it's just like we're legends in our own right, dude. I'm telling you, each and every one of us in here that has put that much work into this argument, like we are.
Praise God.
It's something to be proud of, man. It is, because like I said, people over the years have given their entire lives to what we're doing.
Yeah, and like you said, sort of, I had to bust a move and get out of here and do my family thing. But this is what I hoped would continue on, and that we would take the next step. So this is exciting to hear.
Yeah, you're a part of it, Anthony. So yeah, we're gonna move forward. It's good to hear you, man. Hopefully you can.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Crit, too, bro. Crit, you've been here for a very long time. FE Batman, good table tennis player. Good to see you here, bro.
All right, man.
And as you're alluding to there, AV, we don't need any of the garbage, to advance the argument that the Earth is not a big, spinny, bendy, water-covered ball.
Yeah, it's difficult for them if we don't imagine with them. So if starting from that position, it's like there's no way that they can draw any sort of truth from them actually having a premise that the Earth is an actual globe and showing the evidence of it.
Yeah, it reminds me last year of some idiot who came in. I don't remember if it was in politics or PNR or where it was at the time, but it was one of those two places. And he come in and he was all big, high and mighty, and then he says, "Okay, well," he's like, "Would you agree that parallel lines never cross?" And of course, I wouldn't answer him. And so for 20 minutes, he just kept going back to, well, like we learned in third grade, that parallel lines never cross. You would agree with that, don't you? And I'm like, well, if it's something that they teach in third grade, why would I need to agree or disagree with it? And then he never went to actually make his point, because I just kept going, okay, well, the answer to that question is irrelevant. The only thing that's relevant is, what is your actual point? Make a point, and then we can backtrack to other things. And, of course, what they want to do then is, they want to get you to agree to something like that, whatever that they're imagining at the time, and then come back and say, well, okay, well, look, by this here, then what you're saying would be parallel lines are crossing. You agreed with me that couldn't happen. And no, I'm not giving you anything. You need to make your observation, and then you need to logically tie it into a conclusion, not ask me to agree to something, because whether I agree or not still doesn't change the fact that your observation might be right, but your conclusion may be wrong, or the other way around. Your observation may be wrong, but your conclusion may be right. And whether I agree or disagree has nothing to do with that. And so I've been paying closer attention to that over the last year. And the thing that I notice is that the Globers seem to try to throw out like a big cast net, where they get you talking with enough words. And then now, rather, instead of making logical arguments based upon the facts at hand, now they can make silly arguments based upon whatever you say, and then turn your words against you. So really, you're more or less just arguing with a caricature of what you said, not the actual argument at hand.
See, people are popping in. Welcome. Old Haas just jumped in there. Relay Criterion. Truth by Proxy. Level Lioness, I think. Yeah. Migo Wigo, what's up, guys? Good to see you on this fine day. Pile Up just joined. Pile Up, welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Yep. So hopefully you're having a fine morning, Barrington.
Yes, sir. I certainly cannot complain. Well, actually, I guess I could, but I can't complain that bad. The problem's not being able to complain. It's when you can't complain. But how are you, sir? I hope you are doing great as well.
Dude, my morning started off just great. I freaking love this stuff. I just can't get enough, bro.
Everyone having a flat and level morning?
Except for the guy who was in here earlier who thought flat was a shape. I guess everybody except for that guy.
So I went out to my garage to fix something, and I kind of stumbled a bit. And I realized it's because I didn't realize that that's where the humpy curve of the Earth is.
Got Josh Ingersoll in here.
Good morning,
Probably
John.
traveling to
Welcome
work.
aboard. Yeah, hey, welcome back.
He said he can't speak right now. He's got two hands on the wheel.
Yeah, be safe, my friend. We'll bicker and argue, and after that, then we'll share the facts and truth with you another time. So drive safe.
Yes, he has his ID of his time in working for Ness as his avatar. You seen that, Indio? I just noticed that, dude. It's funny. And then, I mean, fine if you think that's gonna matter. It's actually what somebody can look to you and they're like, dude, well, talk to this guy. He worked at NASA. He wouldn't lie. That seems to be one of their old arguments, right? The Globers. Like,
Yeah,
what do you mean? Everybody at NASA lies? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I wonder if I should put my Cape Canaveral pass up. It's been a few years since it was valid, but hey, maybe I should go take a picture of it and put it up as my profile picture.
Josh, quit being a cornball, bro. I just noticed that, dude. I thought it was just a little image of like some other like weird thing, but it's his ID badge. For future reference, man, you ain't got to do that. Like, you're putting yourself out on Front Street, man. So it's not always about the challenge of people talking about the Earth being a globe or not. There's some weirdos out there, man. I'm just saying. If you're fine with it, that's fine with me, I guess. All that's showing is that he's got a ticket to ride, huh? Like that old song?
Well, yeah, I was going to say, not even that, because the badge that I have to Cape Canaveral wouldn't even let me go for a free ride. Well, I guess it did. I guess there was a bus that it let me ride. But, yeah, I forgot about the bus, so I guess it would be a ticket to ride.
Yeah, he'd be presenting that badge and doing that whole like one eye squinting with that little finger point like a gun. And going somebody let him by.
So did I tell you about my wife and I going to Cape Canaveral?
I don't think so.
Yeah, so when I met my wife in 2009, and so the night I first met her, I met her at her aunt's house, and then we went on a walk across a bridge here that has a nice walking trail, and there's kind of like a park where they fish on each side, and so it's a really nice area. So we went on a walk there, and we sit on the bench next to the water, and it was during the one of the meteor showers or whatever the hell you want to call it. And so that night, when we first met, I told her that the Earth was flat. She asked me something about if I'd ever been up there to Cape Canaveral, and I told her no. So yeah, we'll have to go. And so sure enough, a few months later, in the early 2000s, that was summer 2009. So in the spring of 2010, we got tickets, which they actually give you a really cool little badge on a lanyard and such that so I will admit it was kind of cool in a Disney kind of way.
Cheesy.
And so we got walking around, and over kind of to the west side of the park, there are the command modules to some various rockets that went up into space. And one of them said there were 3 men in it that were up there for 7 days. And so I told her, I said, okay, look, I said, just sit in there. And so she sat in there. You put your back against the ground more or less, or parallel with the ground, and then your feet are up in the air. And I'm like, okay. I said, so they sit in this for 7 days, 3 men. Now, here's what I want you to do. They were supposedly weightless, so yeah, it'd been a little different for them, but I just want you to sit in here for 20 minutes. I'm going to go over and get us both a turkey leg and a couple drinks, and I'll come back, and you tell me what you think if they could have stayed in that for 7 days. And so I turned my back, and I started walking away, and she got out of it. She's like, yeah, there's no way. And then that very moment there is when she realized that I wasn't just spouting off, that in fact, space is really fake these days. And then, of course, we went to the next thing, which is the big IMAX theater there. And they have a cool little presentation of Tom Cruise, of all people, the Scientologist, talking about space. And then they're showing all these astronauts. And so I started pointing out a couple of the harnesses, and I'm like, do you notice how they're not flipping in this way, but they only flip this way? And some other anomalies to it. And then there was, I don't remember the space shuttle. That there's one that's, when you get out of the IMAX theater, there's a space shuttle on display there. And, or I should call it a high altitude airplane. So there's a sign up that said how many people that it could hold. And I said, okay, the cockpit's from here to here. I said, just step here and just count, step up to here. And I said, now look at that and tell me, how does that many people fit in there for how many ever days that they're up there for? And I could just see her head spinning again. And she's like, yeah, there's no way. And so they have thousands upon thousands upon thousands of visitors a year who see these very same things. They even see there's a Russian, oh no, I'm sorry, there's a Ukrainian satellite suspended from the building that you enter through. And then you go through their little security such because you're on a NASA installation. And up there, that little NASA satellite is not even the size of a propane tank in somebody's backyard. I said, so how does somebody fit in that? And it's purported to be the real thing, not a model, not a reproduction. It's purported to be the real satellite.
Well, you just have to suspend disbelief.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, Josh, might as well. I mean, what they have over at Epcot is far more convincing than what they have there at the visitor center. It's far more convincing. So let's see here. Josh believes Here he says, LMAO, you went to the visitor center. Indeed. Yeah, I didn't go to the backstage areas. I just went to the stage. And then it says here, then he says, the Ukrainians have never had a crude systems SOOOOO. I guess it's kind of like the Sioux Railroad blowing their horn. So that's interesting that he thinks that the Ukrainian satellite, or satellite, I guess he's thinking that that's a Ukrainian satellite, not a Ukrainian rocket like's purported in there, was then guided back to where they caught it and then put it on display at Cape Canaveral. I guess that's possible, but maybe somebody else could tell me how likely they think that is. Frankly, I just figure that Cape Canaveral is a poor man's version of Epcot, the experimental prototype community of tomorrow. That's kind of what I figure. And for those not reading, Josh says, the visitor center literally is a theme park not even run by NASA. It's funny that he says he's got had his both hands on the wheel and he's driving, but yet he's texting while he's driving.
Yeah, he's told to not do that. If he's doing it, we got to ban him or suppress. I talked to him about it too, and he knows not to obviously be breaking, state and federal law while talking to us.
Yeah, he said he was.
Just real quick. That's TOS, violations of state and federal law. That's why we avoid conversations of drugs and stuff too, because it depends on what conversation we're having and what jurisdiction could have entanglements involved with that.
Yes. Now, on Josh's behalf, I think it was, unless I misinterpreted what AV said, I think that's what AV said, so maybe I just took AV too literally. So, on Josh's behalf, yeah, he said a couple times he's not driving and that he was told to listen and not talk.
Well, no, he stated that he actually listens to us when he's driving to and from work, and he doesn't like to present anything because he's on his way to work. So, or coming from that, that's what he puts us on whenever that's why I said that, based on what he said.
Yeah, it was the one time when he actually he was texting and sent a picture of himself behind the wheel while talking in text.
Yeah, that's why I said that. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, you can't do that. Come on, man. I mean, that you want to pretend to be a smart guy, I mean, that's teenage type behavior shit. You got to tell a teenager not to text and drive. Like, what the fuck?
He's proud of being irresponsible.
Yeah, and despite all outward appearances, Josh, we do like you and we want to see you live another day so we can continue to converse.
Yeah, not only that, not he's just not smart, just distracted driving in general, but it's a law. That's a criminal action to text and drive. That's a primary moving offense. You can't broadcast criminal activity on Discord. That's a TOS violation. Imagine going to the judge, like, you were cited for, criminal, operation of a motor vehicle. He's like, those pesky flat earthers. The judge is like, what? Move this guy to psych eval.
In that case, Mr. Ingersoll, you're free to go with the court's apologies for being inconvenienced. And the family's apologies that you slammed into in the rear end, killing their little baby. They give you their apologies too because somebody was wrong on the internet.
This is why we don't want anyone to reveal personal information. Because now someone's going to hear this, and they're going to know who he is. They're going to do a complaint. Hey, this employee was texting and driving. And then you'll blame flat earthers for it. Why? How do you even know that? You broadcasted this behavior for the whole internet to see, but you're just going to say a flat earther is the one who did it.
When in reality, it's just some scumbag Discord troll who comes in here probably ragging on flat earthers and then says, ooh, I got another easy target here.
Oh, yeah, totally. It's happened over and over again. That's why we don't want anyone to reveal any personal identifying information.
I agree.
Because, just a lack of being able to think clearly. They'll just say, just randomly, without form or function, massive conspiracy theory, the Flat Earth Society reported me to my boss for texting and driving. Well, why? Why do you think they did that? Don't you have the, whatever the report your boss gave? Did they say a name and who it was? No, that doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. I was just on their Discord, and I was streaming myself or posting pictures of me texting and driving. Then somebody complained about me. Dude, that could have been anyone. It could be unrelated. It could be completely unrelated.
100%.
Yeah, posting images in the text channel is a form of texting. So just because it's not text doesn't mean it's not texting.
Yeah, they've expanded the law to include just holding the device in your hand. It can be off. If you've got a mobile device or something that you can whatever text or communicate, it's like a third-party communication device. If it's simply in your hand and you're not doing anything with it whatsoever, that's considered texting and driving.
Did you hear about the guy who made iPhone cookies to use it to troll the police officers?
He got convicted. I don't know if you guys know that. He got convicted.
He had an outstanding warrant for his arrest, and he was doing the stupidity.
Okay, the one I saw was he got pulled over and got cited for texting and driving. He went to the court and said, hey, it was a cookie. And they said, doesn't matter. That's texting and driving anyway. Simply having it in your hand is texting and driving, even if it's a cookie.
Yeah, see, here they just call it distracted driving.
Yeah, I think even in places like New York, if you're sitting in your car in the driver's seat and you're in possession of the keys and you holding your phone. I'm pretty sure that there was somebody who was stopped on the side of the road looking at their phone and still got a ticket.
Yeah, like they pulled over, they were lost. They pulled over, took their key, took their phone out to try to say, "Oh, where am I? How do I get here?" The cop pulled up behind them, try to do some sort of shakedown. Like how many guns, what drugs do you have, all this stuff. Finally figured out they couldn't cite them with anything and said, "Well, you were on your phone on the roadway. Here's your texting and driving ticket."
Yeah, and the answer was, and I think it was, had they pulled up another 500 feet, there were some parking spots they could have parked into had they not been looking at their phone. So looking at their phone suggested they didn't see the parking spots about 500 feet up the road where they could have pulled into safely off the road and then could have done what they needed to do. If I remember that one correctly.
Yeah, there's so many of them, that it's big business. I mean, people can get into a debate whether, this has improved road safety and look at the data and see that, hey, have traffic accidents gone up? Have traffic accidents gone down? Fatalities on the road, all of it. You could have a rational conversation about that, but it doesn't matter because they wrote the law in such a way that you're guilty.
So, and also in the state that I live in, if you are outside your home and you're intoxicated and you have the keys to your car, you can be arrested for DUI.
Yeah, they had one where a guy was in his house drinking at home all day. At some point, decided to go out to his car because he had left something in the trunk. He's like, "Oh, I should go get that." Walked out to his house, walked out to his driveway. I think, or maybe it was in the street. The car was parked in the street. Was opening the trunk, and he was he was wasted. I mean, clearly fucking wasted. Okay, it wasn't like, yeah, I'm slammed. A cop just happened to drive by, see this guy obviously unstable on his feet, obviously drunk, conducts a traffic stop. The guy's like, "Oh, I haven't been driving. I'm just getting these pair of socks out of my trunk. I forgot I left them in there." Bang, nailed for DWI.
Yeah.
They wrote in the law, any operation of a motor vehicle, opening the trunk is operating the motor vehicle.
Yes.
That's an operation. Anything that requires, like adjusting the mirror, wiping the headlights off, anything.
Because it is a reasonable observation that if you're doing one of those things, you might be getting in the car next to drive away. I'm not arguing the sanity of the law or not necessarily. I'm just saying that there is a reasonable expectation that if somebody's doing any one of those activities, that there's a much higher likelihood that they're getting in the car to drive away next. So,
yeah, I read this one case where old boy had gone out to his car to get, he was at a party and he was drunk and he was going to stay the night there, but he went out to his car to do something. I can't remember what it was, like get some, like a nail clipper or something. I don't know, whatever it was, to get some Kleenex. And the police stop him. And they're at the party and he's outside. They come to bust the party. And yeah, they give him a DWI. Take him in and everything. And, but it turned out that they had taken everyone's keys. Anyone who was drinking, they took their keys and put them in a bowl, filled it with water, and stuffed it in the freezer. So everyone's keys were frozen in a block of ice. Still didn't matter. Still convicted.
I think that's I think that's crazy. It's a good example of just how strange and bizarre our system of JUS-TUS is. But by the same token, I kind of get it. I do kind of get it, but it also at the same time I'm absolutely horrified by it.
It's like you are unable to give an affirmative defense for these laws because they made them civil infractions. They're not criminal. It's a criminal law was a civil infraction.
Yes.
You can't defend yourself. So my take is like make it criminal. It requires like a prison sentence, a jury of your peers. Get that in front of a jury of your peers. Who in their right mind would be like, what are you talking about? His keys were frozen in a block of ice. Not guilty.
One of my favorite stories about Georgia that nearly nobody knows, well, I shouldn't say it like that, that the vast majority of non-Georgians don't know anything about until they get entangled in it. It's called the Georgia Super Speeder Ticket. So, if you're going more than 15 miles an hour over the interstate speed, if you're going less than that, the trooper is probably not pulling you over. He's not going to waste his time. So what happens is he gives you a ticket for going over 15 miles an hour speed limit and just says, well, sir, this Georgia highways are pretty dangerous. Just, slow it down a little bit, blah, blah, blah. It's not a big deal. Just here's how you can pay the ticket. You've got 30 days or 60 days or whatever the hell it is. And, please, we want you to get to your destination safely. And then so he gives you the ticket. He turns around, he gets back in his car, and you go on your way. You pay the ticket because most people don't read the billboards that are begging and pleading for you to call the ticket clinic. And what happens then is so you don't fight the ticket to get it amended down or anything like that. You just pay it, which most out-of-state people do. People in Georgia know to fight it, at least get it from 15 or 16 to 13 or 14 or something. And then you pay your ticket and something like another 60 days, because once you send it in, the court has 30 days to process it. They send the notice to the Georgia motor vehicles department or whatever they call it there. And then you get in the mail an innocuous little letter that most people throw away or they think it's a scam. But I assure you that it's real, and it's called administrative fee. And they colloquially refer to it as a super speeder ticket, which I believe it's another $180. Somebody may be able to correct me on the amount. And if you don't pay that within the next 30 days, then they suspend your license in the state of Georgia. Well, let me rephrase that, because they can't suspend your license. They suspend your driving privileges in the state of Georgia. So what happens then is they suspend your so a lot of people then, they don't find out about that until they're then driving through Georgia the next time. They haven't learned their lesson, so they're speeding again, and they get pulled over, and then they get taken into jail, where now they've got a second ticket in Georgia. So now that ticket's much more expensive because they didn't fight it. And now they have the 2 super speeder tickets they have to pay. Now they have to pay the fees to get out of jail and whatever else. And then they may even have to go back and show up for court.
Yeah, Wisconsin does the same thing. It's like a racket because they got freeways. Like, who stops in Wisconsin? It's mostly just people traveling east to west across the country. Going like through like the Rust Belt, going Minnesota across to Illinois, Chicago, whatnot. So like Wisconsin's kind of like a drive-over state. So what they do is they look, the Highway Patrol looks for people with out-of-state plates and will pull you over just for the out-of-state plate and then do that sort of crap.
Yeah, the one time I got pulled over in Georgia, I was doing nothing wrong. I was driving the speed limit. He said I went over the line a little bit or something, which was nonsense. And then the very moment I said, hey, let me ask you a question here. How much further is it to this exit here where we're staying the night? which I knew it was the next exit up, but I didn't. That was just kind of my polite way of telling him, hey, we are staying the night here. We are participating in the Georgia economy. And his tone, his demeanor, and everything else instantly changed. I don't mean like there was any kind of gradual, like, oh, yeah, well, it's just the next exit up. I mean, like, oh, yes, sir, yeah, that hotel's just right up here. Just get off the exit, turn to the right. It's the second one you'll see down on the right, blah, blah, blah. He's like, and then, so it was just interesting that it was clear that, because he could tell we were in a rental car because he could see the inventory sticker on the windshield reflecting. And then, so I think he thought he was going to give us some grief since he thought we were just passing the 100 or so miles through Georgia. And then he like entirely changed once he realized, oh, well, they're stopping here. Why? Yes, sir. Let me roll out the red carpet for you. So it is it is amazing, the difference. Now that we've been talking off the subject a bit, lucid dream state here. Are you here in voice with us or just in the text chat?
The main topic, to drive it back to flat Earth, is that these are actions taken by your executive branch of government. They are not about truth, logic, and reason. It's the money, Lebowski. Show me the money. And people will agree with that. They'll be like, yeah, that's some fucked up shit. Then you say, so now why is NASA exempt from these same executive agency pitfalls? Why is that? Like, can you give me some reason that you've taken NASA out of the executive branch? How did you do that?
Magic.
Yes, the very same people that would tell you that your key is frozen in a bowl of ice in a freezer and you were standing outside near your car, so you need to go to jail. Those are the people telling you that the earth is flat. So when they come in here, those are not the people that would tell you that the earth is flat. In fact, those are the people that would tell you that the earth is a globe. They would tell you that the earth's a big spinny ball. And so when globies appeal to the science, and the appeal to the authority of those scientists, I'm always taken aback because the very people that do all that crap are the ones telling us that the earth is a big, spinny, water-covered ball.
Yeah, I call that a clue. If they're willing to lie for just nothing, no reason whatsoever, then when exposed, they just lie again. Why on God's green earth would you trust them when they say anything at all? And you're like, well, NASA's different. They don't have a police force. The fuck they don't. They got a huge police force. Like, just look at their hiring.
Police forces.
Yeah, it's like they take if you get a ticket, a NASA police officer pulls you over, that's a federal ticket. Like, it's even bigger. It's more of a crime. And then they got the best SWAT team in the world, apparently. Like 10 years in a row, they've won SWAT awards, like 9. Like, they are the Chicago Bulls of like police forces, or like the 49ers, those in the 80s and stuff, where you had like one team that just dominated each league. In terms of SWAT teams, there's NASA SWAT teams, and then the rest of the world. There's like 2 categories. Like, they've been talking about like NASA SWAT teams shouldn't be allowed to compete anymore. They're too perfect.
Well, and I'll tell it to you like this, that, to pull the friend of a friend of a friend kind of story just a second, is I heard this story of a friend who found a piece of something in their backyard. Didn't know what the hell it was because not paying attention to the news. Brought it into the garage, and several days later, after the person was telling somebody or posted a picture or something like this, there was this big SWAT team there, and they rang the doorbell and just came into the house and said they needed the part back. And they interrogated him and all sorts of stuff. And then he's like, well, I had no idea what this was. It was just in my backyard. And they're like, well, that's no excuse. And of course, that was a part that come off the explosion. The guy had no idea because the explosion was supposedly nowhere near where the guy lived. But that was the end of it. They took it. But just the fact is he was treated quite the criminal he was when all he was trying to do was figure it out.
Yeah, because it was like debris from like Challenger.
Well, I don't. Yeah, and it was an old part. Like it wasn't something like it was real new. It was something like it had been there for some time.
Or Columbia, I mean, right? What's the one that blew up that covered like from Texas all the way to like Florida? Or
Columbia.
Something. It was called Columbia. Yeah. And people like they found stuff in their yard. They're like, "What the fuck is this?" And they just picked it up and they're like, "Huh, it's interesting," And they had no idea that space shuttle blew up. No fucking clue. They kind of picked it up and they put it like they say, "Oh, like space garbage." They put it in their yard for sale at a garage sale or put it on eBay, and suddenly that's it. You're done. That's a federal crime. And like I had no fucking clue. Like, was there any leaflets or pamphlets handed out? Hey, if you find space debris, it's probably from the space shuttle that just magically blew up that no one knows why. They didn't tell anyone shit. It's like, so something lands on your property and you're just fucked unless you know exactly what to do with it. Which is call up NASA, who won't take your call anyway. You just get, they'll just get, no answer.
Yeah, but isn't possession 9/10 of the law?
Yeah, you think so.
One would think.
I get it. The NASA employees who knew what, who basically like they recovered, debris and stole it and pocketed some, and then later on tried to sell it. Those guys, yes, they knew what they were doing. That's a guilty mind. That's a guilty heart. Mens rea. They purposely stole pieces thinking they were going to get a cut. Those guys, yes. Some random farmer who doesn't give a shit about fuck. Why are you prosecuting that person?
And if NASA thinks that it's still their property that fell on my land, then I can charge them rent for every second it is on my land.
Pennies from heaven.
Now, do you know, Crit? Now, this is just a thought that come to my mind. Do you know what the parallel rules are, say, after a aviation accident, like if a commercial airliner were to explode in the sky? Are there parallel rules for that, or
I'm not even sure. Because most of the time they hit the ground at some point and the debris field's like contained right there at the impact site.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything off the top of my head where, something blew up high enough.
It's just a random fleeting thought that I'll probably never think of again.
Yeah, I can't think of anything off the top of my head where something like that happened. There was like a court ruling where that where an airline was their bathroom, their toilet was leaking out to the hall and then freezing, like that like blue sanitized water was freezing, and then as it started to drop elevation, it would drop off the plane, and then it hurt someone or killed a cow or something. And then once the people figured out, well, what the fuck is this shit? Oh, that's like toilet water from airplanes. They went to try to sue the airplanes, even though they were able to identify the airplane it belonged to because of maintenance records and whatnot. The airplane was not held liable. The service, the air service, airline, whatever. I'm trying to blank what that's called. Carrier, the air carrier.
Carrier.
They were found they weren't liable for it because it was like considered a standard operating, and that somehow like the legal doctrine was that the person knew that they live under a airplane route, and they should have taken precautions for that.
I don't remember voting for allowing the airlines to use the public airways as a toilet.
Yeah, it's like this is like the thing with McDonald's where they kind of fucked themselves by keeping records of how hot their coffee was. Here's the airlines keeping records of why they're not repairing the toilet. And they're thinking that, yeah, we're making money here because as the plane is flying through the air, it's spraying shit across the sky. Like kind of dropping the weight of the aircraft, slightly improving fuel economy. So they're like, yeah, good on us.
Yeah.
Until something,
passenger trains used to do that all the time. They would just their toilets would just empty onto the tracks.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because I think it was in Lake Santee, South Carolina. There was a story of a guy who was fishing near the railroad tracks and literally got taken a dump on. And that became national news. And then from there, Amtrak started to change it. But I think in Canada, do they still not do that on the Via Rail? Does it still not go on the tracks?
I'm sure by now they've upgraded all the rail cars. But like I said, it was very common in the early days of railroad travel. They just
I know
emptied it on the track.
it's still true for Via Rail. But that's nearly 25 years ago.
Real quick, Crit, the the Columbia debris, the people that tried to sell it weren't prosecuted. NASA just pulled the eBay listings and reclaimed the debris because it was still rightfully theirs. And if any damage is caused, NASA's liable for compensation under the 1972 Liability Convention, which is a international treaty that the U.S. signed on to.
Yeah, I think that was changed not just recently because there was some space debris that landed like in Kenya or something like that. And it had done some damage to an irrigation system. And the people in Kenya tried to say, hey, you guys got to pay this shit. Maybe it's not Kenya, some in Africa somewhere. And it's like a more advanced, African country with like legal system and, part of, kind of like a second world country. Almost first world, but not a member of the UN. And so they went through all the bells and whistles.
Everyone's a member of the UN. There's there's still a member of the UN. Almost every country in Africa is.
NATO or whatever. Whatever there is, they had some entanglements that made it kind of special. So they were able, like they had lawyers and a international presence, and they went to court and said, hey, you guys got to pay. And apparently they don't have to pay now because like their that space debris becomes like no longer international law. They're able to like somehow get it. Well, you can't prove where it came from. You don't know what craft it was. You don't know who damaged it. You don't know what the intent was. Like one legal trickery after another. And meanwhile, these like farmers are like, hey, government, what's going on? I thought you guys had this under control. But good on them, because the last I heard was their government decided just to pay the bill for it. So you know what? Well, since these first world space age countries won't take responsibility for the impact they caused, we'll pay for it anyway. And they came out there and they hired contractors and got it fixed.
I'd be interested to see a primary source on that. Was this within like the last year? Because I'm seeing some stuff about
No, it was a couple years back.
Okay. Yeah, I mean it's an international treaty, so it takes time. But
yeah, it was a
and it
huge
does require
chunk.
folks to come. Yeah.
It was huge.
It also
The
requires
piece
folks
that
to come.
fell
to the
was
table.
like as big as like like the size of a car. If I remember, they're talking about it. It was like not in one piece, but like the measurement. Like it was like
yeah.
7
If you
feet
stumble across
across.
it, send it to me. Because technically, the launching state is liable for any damages under the liability convention, and it has. You have to. If something lands on you, you have to have your nation state prosecute on your behalf. Or
Oh yeah, hear this right here.
clauses in the treaty.
On December 30th, 2024, a large piece of space debris landed in Mukwa
Kenya.
village, Kenya. Yep. It said this system
I'll dive into it.
no injuries were reported,
Yeah.
but the rate damaged irrigation system, trees, and then also a bush in the area.
I haven't heard of this problem before, but has there been any like large scale deaths of shitty satellites falling that killed people?
Not killed anybody. No, I mean,
Yeah, I was
the
gonna say
rate.
most would burn up.
Yeah, most would burn up. The issue we're running into right now is the trunk of the SpaceX Dragon vehicle is it's like this big like collar of composite that's I don't know like 7 or 8 feet tall and 10 feet in diameter. That has been surviving re-entry, and so most times you see space debris entry, it's like something the size of a door, and you can see all the little ribbons on the edge of it because it's a composite. It's like carbon fiber. That thing has been surviving re-entry for the past couple years here, and actually one of the interns. One of the interns that I placed at SpaceX through a program I run over this past summer, her job was to one of her projects was to catalog every single time that a piece of SpaceX owned debris had made contact with Earth and characterize what the local jurisdiction did in reaction to discovering the debris.
Yeah,
if they tried to sell it, etc.
Yeah, the only thing the satellites kill are people's ability to think.
I'll just say this: there's a lot of fucking satellites up there from a lot of different countries and businesses. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's a whole nother can of worms we should open.
Space policy, man. That's my shit.
There is no space policy. Well, I mean, I guess there is, but it's fucking space.
Yeah, the operative word when he was talking about that, he began with technically, comma.
Okay, technically, yes. There's no jurisdiction in space. I think I'm not actually aware.
Yeah, technically, you get paid out.
But
Well, that's
if
how
things are legal in the ocean, I feel like it's legal in space. You know what I mean?
Well, that's how they were able to win the court case for the Apollo astronauts, how they defeated atheists in the 1960s. The American Atheist Association sued the Apollo astronauts for violation of church and state because they gave the glory to God. They took communion on the moon. They prayed before every launch. And one of the things they did was they said that is a violation. And then when they got to the court, they said, well, you are incorrect. Human rights are intrinsic to the individual. The astronauts maintain their civil liberties even if they're on the moon or in space or low orbit or suborbital. It doesn't matter where they go. They will always have the freedom of expression, freedom of religion. And the atheists were like, well, fuck, because I was told that the constitutional protections only apply within America. That's the boundary of these constitutional protecting activities.
Crit,
I
tell
mean,
him
it
how.
should.
Crit, tell him how the atheists overcame that, though. Remember, you were talking about the atheists being able to use the same laws that protected that free speech.
Yeah, because then later on, they started cracking down on atheist speech. And all of a sudden, the atheists then said, well, don't I have the free speech to deny the same God that grants me these rights? And then the court was like, fuck.
Well, I don't love atheists suing the Apollo 13 mission. It sounds like it's for money, but again, I have very little. I have no knowledge on this situation.
It wasn't,
so
I mean,
can't really
part
speak.
of it was about money, but the most part of it was that they had viewed this as a scientific endeavor that should be separated from state-sponsored religion. And the
Yeah, well,
Apollo
they're welcome
astronauts
to
were like,
pay
how
the
about
billions of
you?
dollars. Yeah, they're welcome to pay the billions of dollars required to go to space. So, yeah, I'm going to say fuck them, but I know nothing, so don't listen to me.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson had a good speech about this where he referenced atheism. And basically because Carl Sagan had got really pissed off about this, and he called atheism stupid, ignorant, and all this stuff. Like, Sagan went off on atheists back then.
I just think, again, atheists are very different from an organized group of people looking to make a buck. You know what I mean? That's what I just personally would say.
Yeah, no, I get that. So then Tyson had said, had he been around at that time to talk to Madeleine O'Hare, he was said, dear Madeleine, are you the one who strapped yourself to a rocket with 1 million pounds of thrust, going out into space for the first time in human history, looking back at Earth, seeing Earth from space for the very first time, being compelled to read from the Bible? Is that you who did that? And she'd be
That's
like,
a good
no.
argument.
Yeah, she'd be like,
You're just a piece of shit trying to tear that down.
Yeah, so that he said, well, then you need to, I quote, shut the fuck up. Like, I can put, like, it's a really funny video because the whole crowd starts laughing.
Yeah.
You guys might not like me, but I lean towards atheism. I'm still mostly agnostic, but I'm leaning towards atheism. But yeah.
Well, yeah, there's different waves. There's different ways of atheism. Just avoid that third wave of atheists, that new atheist. That sort
I
of
just
like
think there's some greedy people. Yeah, they're just greedy.
Yeah, first wave atheists were amazing speakers. They're the ones who brought us America. Like, they're the ones who said that your rights come from a god, not from a king. Voltaire, basically the first atheist. And that was so powerful because it changed the world. Second wave atheists, and mostly in America, they had talked about speaking truth to power, constantly calling out federal misconduct, punching up. But something happened after that. Like, I think the CIA did a controlled demolition and brought in third wave atheists who kind of started like in the late 90s to about the 2010s. And these were just nutcases. I mean, Dawkins, Hitchens, Sam Harris, Bill
brain
Bennett.
rot.
Yeah,
There's nothing but brain rot.
Just straight brain rot meant to make the movement look absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, so kind of like what the CIA and the FBI did to like the black movement.
Oh, yeah, like civil rights and stuff. But now fourth wave atheists have kind of tried to rebrand. They call it A+ and whatnot. And they're more about like a club of inclusive people with alternative cosmologies or alternative sort of views on Earth. And they've kind of started worshiping like Mother Nature and stuff like that. So try to find your voice in atheism without attaching it to third wave atheism. So they wrote a book called like New Atheism, the Four Horsemen of Atheism. Anything they say in that book, run from it. Because that is, that's basically, they tried to kill atheism. Because they were afraid. Because in the 60s, some of the most powerful speakers were atheists. And they were worried about people starting to adopt some kind of logic, reason framework that was secular. They were shit scared of a secular mind spreading through America.
Well, and I know back in 2008 that when I learned the Earth was flat, a lot of flat earthers were in fact atheists.
That's what I was just going to ask. Nothing related to that statement. I mean, related, yes. But does anyone here believe genuinely and not trolling that the Earth is flat?
No, it's not a belief at all. Belief is not
Okay,
required. Yeah,
It's
you
knowing.
Yeah, you know the Earth is flat. 100%.
No. Who here? All right, let's not troll. Just serious
The
question.
atheist brain wasn't able to process that answer.
Yeah.
Who
Yeah,
here
maybe- my life
believes
for-
the Earth
my
is
life
flat
for-
and you're going to fall off the edge?
No.
if you go too far.
Hold on. The common human experience is that we all notice the Earth as a horizontal plane. That's the common human experience. So if you're going to say that it's other than that, I want you to define what you think you observe when you're on this Earth. Because when we see a horizon, it's flat and level. Now, if you say that it's
All
not
right.
that,
So my response is, if you're, one of the less than 2% of people who have climbed a fucking mountain in your life, like a real fucking mountain, you could see the curve
climbed a
of the
mountain.
Earth, right? So a lot of
okay.
fucking
All right.
gooner-brained retards, like, oh, the Earth is flat.
Oh.
So-
And
so
you know,
here's-
like an
hold on, guys.
American, wait, almost done. Do you know that?
Oh, dude,
like
you're going to be
53%.
coping forever.
Wait,
You're not almost done. Cookies are
Almost
done.
done,
People
guys.
are
Hold on.
finished.
Let me finish.
Hey, I sent you some
So the
news you might want to look at.
Well,
Go
here's some
harder,
news
dude.
you might want to look at. Here's some statistics. Do you know that 53% of
Let him get it
Americans,
out. Let him get
as
it
of
out.
15 years ago, this is a 15-year-old statistic.
Stop
I
repeating
don't
yourself,
think it's changed
smart
very
guy.
much. Do you know that 53% of Americans have not traveled 50 miles outside of where they were born in any serious way? So,
You sound like you've never left your
53% of
basement.
Americans. 53% of Americans have not traveled more than 50 miles from where they were squirted out of their mom's vagina.
Bro, you have
So
some
I doubt
vulgar
they
language
climbed a
that you
mountain.
actually
I
said.
doubt they fucking
Go
took
get
a
some
plane
help.
ride. I doubt they understand like the curvature of the Earth. I doubt they've learned how to
What do you
how a
understand?
sniper
Hold
rifle
on. What
works
do you
or like how
understand
like
about the
gravity
curvature
might
of the
like
Earth,
manipulate a
atheist?
Yeah,
bullet.
let him get it out. Let him get it
Yeah,
out.
dude. Like, yeah, I'm okay with that.
Atheist brain. What do you understand about the curve of the Earth?
I understand, and I'll even give you this one. I'll give you this one. My
Now he's not going to answer for 30 minutes.
my super like I don't like to use this word, but I'm just going to say it. My Jew media has shown me pictures of like a circular Earth and like circular bodies and like a circular moon, and like you can
So
see
what you
Mars. Not
understand
right now,
about it is you've
but you
tapped
can
into
see
your
Mars,
naivety.
and it's a fucking circle, bro. Moon
have to
is
stop
a
this guy.
fucking circle, bro. So what are the
Wow.
chances that the
You heard
Earth
this
is
guy,
also
Josh?
a fucking circle?
Well,
let me stop.
bro, a
Hold on.
circle and a sphere are two different things, right?
Hold on. Let me stop this chanting.
Trying to be a
Guys, hold on a second. So I had to stop him because he's going on a full spiral, as you can tell. So the common human experience is that we all observe a flat and level horizon. Now he didn't challenge that and then maybe critique it as to like how that's not the case, because he would then agree that that's what we see. But if he said he climbed a mountain and saw something as akin to a curvature, which is not the common human experience, I want him to detail to us how he knows it's curving. Because saying that you saw something and then saying that you can know that that's what it actually is something very different. So how did he determine that it was a curving surface from looking from a mountain? Let's take it nice and slow. Let's see if his brain can actually handle this. Go ahead,
Okay,
sir.
I appreciate the short mute. So I will say
Come on,
this.
smart guy.
I'll even give you it. I personally have not climbed like Mount Kilimanjaro or Mount Everest or any.
Okay, so that is your concession that you didn't do the thing you said you needed to do in order to prove that the Earth was a globe based on your perception. You said you didn't observe it that way right now. I just want to make something very clear to the audience. He just lied to us and said that he could see curvature from a mountain, which he never experienced firsthand. So now we're going to examine why he lied and perhaps maybe a valid reason of a good measurement for the Earth's curvature. But first, sir, why did you lie?
Alrighty, I'll be quicker. There are pictures of people on.
Sir, why did you lie? Please tell the audience why you lied about experiencing curvature from a mountain.
I don't consider it a lie. I think seeing.
Why you mute people too much? That shit is annoying.
So what I did was I'm showing you that he doesn't understand what he did was a lie. He did lie to us, said that he climbed a mountain and saw the Earth's curvature when he admitted he didn't do that. And he says he doesn't consider that a lie. So how far do you think we're going to progress with logic and reason with an individual who doesn't even know if he's lying or not? So I'm going to unmute him because obviously he doesn't know what a lie is. Go ahead, sir.
I'm going to be very quick, 20 seconds. I don't consider what I said a lie is because I never said I climbed. I said if.
Yeah, if you do this, if you do that.
Why
So
do you keep muting people? Why don't you let a person finish the sentence?
I will mute you next if you interrupt me. So what he's doing right now is giving a hypothetical if something can or cannot be visually seen as what he said it was.
Let's join on another room. There's another room for this.
Yeah, go ahead and join that
Bye,
other room.
Felicia. Yeah, bye. We don't need you here.
So what we're examining is the mind of someone who believes that the Earth is a globe. And obviously the gentleman was lying about him saying that he was on a mountain and seeing the cover of the Earth. Now he's saying that he's just saying hypothetically, if you go to a mountain, you'd see the cover of the Earth. That wasn't what was at stake. What was at stake was a common human experience, visually seeing the horizon as a flat and level horizon. So that's what I was telling him. He said it's other than that. So he didn't prove that to anybody here. He just said hypothetically it could be. So we're not going on hypotheticals. And he left. Yeah, we don't work in hypothetical land. Sorry. And the reason I stopped him again, go ahead. I'm elucidating the fact that when they come with their arguments, they're not arguing from a vantage point of the common human experience. They're going into a hypothetical land, which we don't want to sit here and believe with them.
And I couldn't find any information backing up his statistic that most people have never traveled.
Yeah, that was another thing he brought up. Everything that they put forward, and if we don't examine and critique what they're saying, then how will we know what they're saying is true? It's pretty good, Riley, that you pulled them up on that.
Yeah.
So there's a show that was really popular in Canada where they would go to Washington, D.C. and other big cosmopolitan cities, and they would ask Americans common, simple questions about Canada, like what's the capital of Canada? And is Toronto a state, a province, a city? And so these Americans weren't able to answer the questions. And then there was an American news company of some sort that went to Canada and did the same thing. And then they started analyzing the statistics of who's actually traveled more, the Americans or the Canadians, and who actually has more knowledge of the other, and found that it was astoundingly that Americans travel some of the most in the world, and Americans know about other places some of the most in the world. And so I don't know where that idiot got that line of reasoning from, but must have been in whatever delusional mushroom-filled land he was in.
Yeah, but the greater point is that he was outwardly lying to everybody that he was on a mountain and seeing the curve of the earth when he hold on, Barrington. It was just a hypothetical that he was going to be presenting us, that it may be if you climb a mountain. But that's what he didn't tell the audience that I had to elucidate. And not only that, but making it known that he had to wrap it around like an experience that he had to at least making it sound that way to us, so that we're taking him for like something he did, when outwardly that's not what he did, because he confessed it.
Come on, Alpha, haven't you climbed a tree?
Yeah, that's proof the Earth is a globe. Come on, man, haven't you climbed a tree before?
I'm not a glober. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I'm not a glober, guys. I'm flat. I've been here multiple times before.
Yeah, we weren't talking about you.
Ah, okay. Got it.
Yeah, if you just come into a room and they're talking about something, it might not be talking about you, my friend.
I thought
we talk behind people's back.
Saying, hey, Mayor, Have you ever climbed a tree? So my bad.
Oh, no. Oh, sorry. Okay. No. No, not you. But
that was directed towards Alpha.
Got it. My bad.
no worries, my friend. No worries. I could see how it would appear that way. So,
I will say this though, when it comes to the globe earthers, like it's shocking how a lot of them almost have the same exact intonation and voice when they speak. You can just hear like the mainstream media coming out of their mouths. It's insane.
I mean, that guy sounded exactly like McToons. Everything from the way he was crying to his voice and the way he was using fake hypotheticals. I mean, it could have been a stand-in. I mean, like Crit has wonderfully said before, they're kind of like pull-string dolls. You just go to the next one and pull the string, and it'll say the next thing.
McToon uses more ad hominems.
No, you can definitely. Yeah, I agree. They sound all like you can hear the thoughtlessness, and they're always surprised when we're able to identify them after they utter 3 words. It's funny.
Yeah, he was like, it's not a lie because it's a hypothetical about something you can do. It's like, so then you didn't experience curvature from a mountain as it sounded like you said you did. That's what it sounded like. I took it that way. I don't know about you guys. He didn't say it was a hypothetical.
No, he made it very clear that he had done these things, that he had flown in an airplane, climbed a mountain, he had done all this stuff.
Yeah.
And I really like how you took control of that, and then you started stopping him, and you started telling him, "No, you're going to answer this." Yeah, that's what it takes. Is because otherwise they will just descend to more chaos and confusion. And so what you did there, AV, was really a favor to him, to help him kind of center his mind and his being, that if he's here to be a troll, he gets the idea that, we're not here for that. If he's here to actually converse, then okay, well, maybe it's time to reduce this to practice. So I really like how you kind of forced him to center himself.
Most of the time it's because, I hate to say it, but they're oblivious of their own actions. They don't even know when they're lying. So you have to kind of stop them from what they're doing, get them to reflect on what they're saying and what they said, and then, realize if they have actually committed a logical fallacy, which is what he was doing.
Yeah, I work in what's quite possibly one of the greatest industries that somebody could work in. And the people who do the trainings and the people who do the best, they always tell you that to succeed in this industry, you need to be intentional, that you're intending to do these things, and not just to go out and, I want to do this industry, but to be intentional. Okay, I'm talking to this person about this, or I'm doing this about this. And it is interesting that in some ways I see the intentionality in people like him, but then it always leaves me wondering, what is he being intentional about? Like, what must be in this person's life to be that intentional about nothing?
If I may quickly ask, when you made the claim, like a lot of flat earthers were atheists, right? Like a couple years ago. From what I know, that's not even true, because you have a lot of biblical flat earthers that have been biblical flat earthers for years.
So great question. Great, it's a great question, because there are a lot of different on-ramps to the knowledge that the earth is flat. And we're kind of traveling in a sea of biblical flat earthers. There's also Hindu flat earthers. There's also Muslim or Islamic flat earthers. And both of those will use citations of their holy texts. So, and then there are atheists, and there are others out there. And so when I learned that the Earth was flat was 2008, and it was quite a different climate than it is now. There were Satanists, atheists, and a whole lot of Brazilians. Now, how do you compare the three of those groups? Well, really, you don't. There's no comparison to them other than that they took different on-ramps that brought them to the knowledge that the Earth was flat. So, and in fact, the very person who told me that the Earth is flat was an atheist, and his wife was Brazilian, and so that's ultimately how I became, that was my on-ramp, was a merging of the two, and I was the farthest thing from an atheist. And now, before my friend died, he was no longer an atheist. I don't know if you would just call him a deist in the sense of just that there is a God or a creator. He I don't want to say he was wishy-washy, but I wouldn't say that he was a Christian, but he was definitely the believer in a creator who created this. But I never got him officially off the idea of evolution, though he backpedaled on a good bit of evolution. He still thought that his experiences showed him that evolution was a real thing. And that's a conversation for off the channel, because it's a colorful commentary. But so anyway, just just kind of summarizing, since I meandered a slight bit there, is that there are different on-ramps, and I would like to think that all those on-ramps bring us to the Earth being flat, and then from there they bring us to understanding that the Creator is real. So hopefully the atheists weren't atheists for long.
Well, I hope so. I really do hope so, man. It still boggles my mind. Like, I went through my own journey, right? When I come from a Islamic family after my dad passed, I went atheistic for a good 5 to 7 years. And then I came across Flat Earth, and after like 6 months, roughly, of like looking at everything and stuff, hey, it doesn't matter, you take the Bible or any scriptures, they all more or less say the same thing. Once you see my creation, you can no longer deny my existence. And I was like, well, I guess being an atheist is out of the question now.
Yeah, and I've been around atheists some. I was around some in college, and then I was around some a spring. When I say some, the most I was around atheists was when I was in college. Now I'm talking like not just young people saying, "Hey, I'm really cool, I'm an atheist." I'm certainly talking about older people who are intentional that they are atheists. But I always found it odd that the most hardcore atheists I know were still superstitious. Like, they're the most superstitious people I know.
It's just, in my opinion, cognitive dissonance, right? They're superstitious because they don't want to actually take that leap and say, okay, I was wrong.
Yeah, I've had atheists tell me that they do not deny a spiritual world, that they just don't accept that it's what Christians and other religious people explain it as. I remember one atheist guy I knew that told me that he would absolutely never buy a car that had a VIN number that ended in an odd number. And somehow, the even number VIN cars were in less accidents. And I don't know what kind of drugs this guy was on, but at the time I was almost like, that might be really appealing to be in your mid-60s believing this horse crap.
And when it comes to stuff like that, the numbers and stuff, I follow the numbers. I pay attention to what the date is and everything, right? Everything is divine in nature, right? Numbers are just another way of or form of understanding everything, right? Just like colors, just like everything else. So.
Well,
what about colors?
So I don't want to digress from the topic of the room, but you know how the colors of the rainbow come from white light, right? So they also have a wave to it. Every color has a certain wave to it. I don't know how to phrase it any other way, right? But a wave. That wave can be.
You're talking about feng shui.
Shown, yeah, like sine waves. So it can be shown through sine waves, which you can use math, right, to give you frequency or hertz or whatever, right, or sound. It's all the same thing, just different forms of it.
Yeah, like Peter Tosh is always wearing a yellow shirt.
I'm not sure who that is, but yeah.
Okay.
Who is that, and why does a yellow sweater?
I don't know. He's a Rastafarian musician.
Oh.
I just know that he likes yellow shirts. And I know feng shui, they tell you to put a purple box on your wall.
Numerology is the same thing as feng shui. It's a different form of numerology when you look at it, actually, right? But I don't know who that person is, but the color yellow does have denotations to the sacral chakra, right, or the solar plexus, if you will, and the sun itself, right? So there are layers to it. Every color has an emotion, both positive and negative. Thank you, Avatar, The Last Airbender, for that one. Look at it this way. Everyday life, right? You go out to the city, you have to do whatever task you have to do for the day, right? You're going to walk by Taco Bell, McDonald's, all these different fast food restaurants, right? Isn't it a bit weird, or have you ever stopped to think wait, why do all these fast food chains always use 3 colors for the most part, primarily in their logos, yellow, red, and orange, right? Or why does Starbucks use the color green as their most predominant color, and everybody loves Starbucks?
Well, it's funny because McDonald's did an overhaul a couple decades ago, well, to this day, where they turned all their stores into earth tones.
What was the last word? One more time?
Earth tones. You won't find they won't build a new McDonald's and have it be bright red and yellow, the colors of the USSR and the Chinese flags. You won't see that anymore.
So, I'll say this, right? So when it comes to the previous logo with colors with McDonald's, for example, right? Red, yellow, orange, right? Stuff like that. Those are the three lowest chakras.
Just red and yellow.
Yeah.
Red and yellow makes orange, yes. Burger King uses orange.
Yep. I don't eat fast food. It's been a hot minute since I've had it.
Yeah, you see the signs, though.
Well, not here in the country that I'm in. I don't see that much.
You were just talking about when you go to the city, you see all these things. So you're like the last guy when you climb a mountain. Well, I've never actually seen a fast food restaurant.
Well, I'm in a village now and have been for quite a while now, so we don't have like fast foods here, right? That's why.
You were just talking about going to the city and seeing all the fast food signs.
Yeah, I used to live in a city, right? And when I would go there, like we don't have like currently in the city that I was in, right?
Yeah, you're not the only person who lives somewhere where fast food restaurants are sparse or non-existent.
We do have fast food, but we don't have like American brand fast food.
Make up your mind, bro.
Right? We don't have like.
Go on.
I've traveled, but like in my country, we don't have like McDonald's, Taco Bell, Domino's. We don't have those, right? But we do have fast food places, right? It's just not those. And I was referring like to the main ones that are mostly like.
Yeah, your favorite fast food restaurants, what, blue and purple logoed?
Oh, mine was green.
Okay. That's kind of a joke, but.
Yeah, isn't there a fast food restaurant that maybe not like a big chain, but at least a regional chain? I want to say that I did see one that has like a purple logo on it.
Well, Taco Bell uses purple.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Besides Taco Bell, like more purple, because I think, because Taco Bell always makes me think of the '80s colors. I want to say like a sandwich or like a sub shop. I'll have to do a bit of searching. There's something that I'm just kind of having a fleeting remembrance of. Yeah, and Rayleigh, I have to say here, I remember back when I very first saw the very first Yo Quiero Taco Bell commercial. I loved it. And by the same token, I thought it was kind of like an odd thing to say that your food's dog food. So there's your irrelevant.
They're just leaning into it.
Yeah, I'm not eating there in a long time, but yeah, I used to really like Taco Bell, but I've not been able to eat there much in the last 10 years. Yeah, they're yeah, really, their tacos, they get a bad rap, I think. A lot of people mistake the fact that they use oatmeal as a binder of the spice, so it spreads out the spice through the meat, and they get a bad rap for that.
I know there was a McDonald's in Germany a couple of years ago that used like human meat in their food.
Yeah, that was just what do you say? That was just the esoteric internet BS of the day. They were trying to claim that there's not enough cows in the world to feed, to give enough hamburgers to McDonald's, which is just patently absurd. That's the only people who would say something that ignorant are people who just can't even do math in the slightest bit. And they're the people who believe internet memes over a simple research. I will say that when McDonald's opened up, they served, in obviously U.S. dollars, a quarter was the cost of a hamburger, French fries, and a Coke. And that filled up the average American back then in the 50s. And now they still sell that same portion, and it's a kid's meal. And so it's interesting that the average American was filled up by the McDonald's kids meal when, now they're selling the double quarter pounder with 6 pounds of cheese and 3 pounds of sauce and all sorts of other crap on it. When you can still get that same original size hamburger, French fries, and a Coke for the inflation adjusted quarter that you could at the time. Yeah, my uncle used to go there to McDonald's, in fact, and he would get 2 double whoppers or whatever they're called, and he would get the large French fries and would get a Diet Coke to make it healthy.
That's some funny shit. I just put my headset on and also I hear Diet Coke to make it healthy.
Well, of course. I mean, Yeah, no, what I was saying is my uncle, he used to go to McDonald's and he would get the 2 double whoppers or whatever the hell they're called. And then he would get, the large French fries, supersized. And then he would get a Diet Coke to make it healthy.
So how did it work out with that militant atheist social justice warrior? Did you ever climb a mountain like flat earthers are retards shit?
So
he actually didn't climb a mountain, Crit. He was using a hypothetical to say if you could climb a mountain. I busted him on being a liar. Then he turned around and said that, well, he wasn't lying because he was going to do a hypothetical. I was like, that's not what it sounded like when you first stated it. Sound like you actually did that thing you said you did. That's the problem we have with these guys. They're just not being honest,
Yeah, you would have loved it, Crit. He said he actually used the phrase, "Well, personally, I haven't climbed a mountain." I was like, huh?
But
That's
all
great.
of humanity
He left.
has done it, right? Then he just flamed out.
Yeah, he goes, "I've seen pictures of people who've climbed a mountain."
And it didn't go against the fact that I gave him the common human experience. So nobody is going to notice the curvature of the earth from a mountain or on the ocean. Nobody sees that. So for him to actually state that's a common human experience, I don't know. We got a situation that needs to be discussed as to how that's possible.
Yeah, he said something about that too. If I remember right, I can't remember the exact phrase, but he said something about the common human experience is that you learn the Earth is a globe in school, or something like that. Or did someone blurt that? Was it because there was a blurter at the same time?
Might have been a blurt. I didn't hear him specifically say that because I would have challenged him immediately.
Yeah, because I love when atheists say that, because you can say, well, they also teach you in school one nation under God.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. They can't square the fact that coming from an atheist position, that there was a very like conservative, Christian viewpoint to like the school system as it was when it was constructed. So they can't square that. They're trying to get any accountability to like any creator out of the equation.
Yeah, it's very difficult for them to maintain the idea that the executive branch school system failed flat earthers, and the executive branch space programs failed them as atheists. Like they're trying to like how do you do that teeter-totter ride?
I just wonder how lonely trolls like that guy has to be. I mean, like, it must be a sad, miserable existence to be that lonely and to be that pathetic that all you can do is go onto Discord and harangue somebody over a hypothetical.
Yeah, during the 2020, I was talking to one of them, and the old boy had said like his hair's gotten long because all of the barber shops are shut down and he can't find anyone to cut his hair. I'm like, you really don't have one single friend on all of God's green earth, a neighbor, an exercise somebody, a co-worker. Not one person will give you a haircut. I go, wow, that is amazing, dude. You should probably reevaluate your worldview. That you can't even call someone and say, hey, can you trim my bangs for me?
Well, and here's what I found. I found that, at least here anyway, the nail salons, the hair salons, a lot of them put up paper on their front windows. And, but if you went up and opened the door, they were all inside cutting hair and doing nails, and maybe there were less people in there, but that's what we found.
Yeah, they did that because that way it wasn't plain view doctrine anymore. Like the same thing when they made the rules about open containers. So you just had to put your beverage in a brown paper bag.
Yeah. Yeah, and so around here, they said that the health department was driving around looking for businesses that were open, and then they would go in to some businesses here and there that were, in fact, open, and then they would say, no, nobody was open.
Yeah, it was kind of a shakedown. They would go into a business and be like, hey, we're with the health department. Oh, do you want a free meal? Do you want your nails done? Do you want a coupon? The gift card? And they're like, oh, okay. Yeah, no problem. Here, let me slide that right here in the, in my wallet. And yep, this place is good.
Yeah. Now, I do live in a state that has some different ethics and morals than a lot of other states in this union, but I will say that a lot of the people, like, because my wife got her nails done all the way through it, I didn't get a haircut because, frankly, I was so busy with work and taking care of at that point, not even, well, I guess that pandemic started and they were 6 months old or so. And so I was so busy taking care of them that, hell, the truth is, I think there were more restrictions once they quote unquote opened things back up. None of the stores here closed down, really. There were some places that supposedly were supposed to close down, but they like I say, like my wife, she went driving around to some nail salons, and when she saw cars anywhere near them, she went up and went in, and I think a lot of people around here just took it as a vacation. I will say though, it's kind of, my experience was so different because I had the newborn twins that, and I was working from home, and we were extremely busy. I mean, extremely busy with work. It was a very lucrative time for me, and I know a lot of people it wasn't. But frankly, so much of the stuff I was never exposed to. I mean, like, I was so busy that by the end of the day, I didn't actually care if we went anywhere. And so I would take the boys on a walk to the Civic Center next door and then come back. I'd push them in the stroller. Sometimes my wife would come, sometimes she wouldn't. A lot of times she wouldn't, but then she would take them for a walk in the stroller like earlier in the day, so that way they had 2 walks outdoors. And the thing I liked most about it was people that we didn't want to see stopped asking us to take the boys over to their house because they had some kind of, 3-year-old pair of clothes that they tried to give away to 6 other parents. So actually, that was kind of nice. Speaking entirely from a pragmatic view. But Crit, you have to humor me though.
Yeah, I know. I'm here.
No, I know. I'm saying
Okay.
you have to humor me here. What do you think it is people like our SpaceX friend really have to gain by continuing to come back here?
Yeah, that duper's delight. Like they think they can kind of trick somebody using, like basically magic. Can you get someone to fool? Can you fool somebody, using a shell game, using different delay tactics and whatnot? You'd be like, hey, I got that person to flip their script. And then they get a kick out of that. Like somehow they're a master orator. Like the same, I was in this politics, or a different politics, not politics, but a politics channel called Intellectuals. And one of the conversations had turned into about trust of government. And the moderator said, hey, you guys got to take it out of the science channel and bring it to the politics channel. And I'm like, sure. So then I tagged the guy who was like, mass pinging me about like, how come you don't trust government? What's something you trust? And just constantly trying to redirect him like back to the topic. Yeah, I'm trying to find. I took a screenshot of it because it's pretty glorious. So his question to me was, I said, like, I go, can you list something you trust in government so you can gauge your trust of government? He needs to send back. Can you name something you trust and why so I can gauge your baseline? It goes, feel free to post whatever is relevant. So I'm like, okay, no, that's not how it works. You would have to tell me how do you call a ball and a strike? Where is your trust of government? And this went on. This went on for days, like weeks and shit. So then it turned out that I'm scared. I'm whatever. All kinds of different stuff, right? I'm cagey. I'm providing a purity service, a lip service purity test. I must be some kind of Christian radical. I'm like, where are you? You're hallucinating this stuff. All I said was, I don't trust government. And we talked about tasers was the topic earlier. Because the government said the taser is a safe and effective tool to force compliance against somebody you could have otherwise used lethal force on. You save lives. This device will save lives. I linked it like studies and articles about tasers causing heart attacks and the amount of casualties from like 10 years, like a 10-year study, it's gone up exponential. And now they basically stopped tracking taser deployments and death. So then it just went right back again. Oh, that this is some sort of systemic racism, like origins from my Christian worldview. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, what does this have to do with anything that we've been talking about? So finally, I get to him. I said, okay, here it is. Here we go. In God we trust. So do you trust a government who says, in God we trust? I don't. Okay, I don't. The government, to me, the government's telling me, don't trust government, trust God. So do you trust a government who tells you not to trust them? So I'm trying to get him into like a contradiction, if you will. So the government told you this. Do you trust that? And I'm trying to, where I saved it. Okay, here it is. His response is, okay, you're clearly triggered. Don't message me anymore.
That's projection.
Yeah, and then he says, you don't want to talk about this because you think people will view your ideas and reasons as silly. People talk about things like this all the time and frequently in this very channel, but you can't. And I'm like, is this guy even reading what I post? Like, how is it possible to be so divorced from what I wrote to what he understands?
Because he's in transmission mode, not reception mode.
Yeah, his whole shtick was he believes he can trust government, but he won't say why he can trust government. Then when you give him reasons not to trust government, inside statements made by government, suddenly it's my fault.
Of course. In other words, he couldn't beat you into submission, so he was trying to save face by getting out of the conversation rather than just pretending that he lost his internet service.
Yeah, so then he gets into another, EP argument with somebody else, and then he pings me. He messages that guy and says, I wouldn't even known about it, but he pinged me. He says, so he tells this other guy, either way, if you're going to be vague or cagey about it, there's no conversation to be had, just like with Crit. And it pings me.
Wow,
why so you get to another argument with somebody and you're so what a douche, like I straight up tell you, here's one thing: tasers. They told you tasers are safe. That's a lie. I don't trust them now. Then they've told you to trust God. Don't trust them. And this is the type of mindset you're dealing with people like zombies. I mean, they are on a high caloric, low nutrient diet. They're unable to articulate their position. And all they want to do is try to fool you into somehow thinking that what you know is objectively false. That's why they tell you straight lines are curved. Water bends around the ball. Objectively false things. You can see this. You see the earth is flat and stationary. Can they get you to deny your own lying eyes?
Maybe we need to change the name of Globetard to Gaslighters United. I mean, it just seems like they're not united in their message, they're united in their method. Like one of the things I've noticed is that we don't hear them triggering the does science prove things or does science reject things? Like back in 2021 and 2022 on here, one person would come in and say, well, science has proven this. And then the next one would come in and say, well, no, science can't prove things. And but both parties, even though they're claiming exact opposite ideas, they won't challenge each other. They'll both just simply unite in their methodology of gaslighting. So maybe we just need to call those people gaslighters and treat them as such.
Yeah, just straight up, no thank you. If you're going to peddle bullshit, no. And now we'll see how they react. Because once they hear a no, what do their gaslight didn't work. You're like, you hard countered it. No, thank you. No, okay, and no. Yep, okay, yep, no. Okay, no, thank you. Then what do they do next? And you see that's when they turn on like the hard sell. They freak out. They want to shut your channel down. They want to find out where you work, where you live. They want to punish you. Because now you're in heresy. You've committed an act of heresy against their worldview. And that's a crime.
Yeah, no doubt.
So I've been sending this meme to some of those guys who are like, you're presenting misinformation. This is dangerous misinformation. So here, this ties back to that 4 horsemen of atheism too. So here, you've got war, famine, pestilence, and death. These are the downfall of Western civilization. Was it one supposed to be? It's war conquest, right? Okay, and well, yeah, whatever. So yeah, is that right? War, famine, pestilence, death? Was it because death, yeah, and famine. Yeah, maybe war and conquest are the same person. I'll have to look it up later. Okay, so anyway, these are the real problems that societies face: war, famine, pestilence, and death. And suddenly they see the 5th horseman here, And it's like, and who are you? Well, I'm misinformation. And these horsemen are like, who gives a fuck about that? You know, like, are you joking right now? Like, this is something you need to be worried about? Misinformation.
Yeah, I just find it really fascinating that the Globetard can't just say, well, these people are wrong, so I'm going to go about the rest of my life and be happy. I went and talked to them once, and, they're, okay, these people are committed to being wrong, so I'm going to go on with my life. But yet, they have to come in here day after day, week after week, year after year. They have to keep coming into us over and over and over, even though they accept that we're wrong. And why? If they truly accept that we're wrong, why would they keep coming back? Why wouldn't they go do something to learn a new skill? Learn something new about life. Go out, have some fun. Maybe go out and do something rather than just sit behind a screen and bitch at people who on the internet that you'll never meet, who you think are wrong. Like take Brenda, for instance. Brenda was on here several days ago telling us that we're a dangerous cult because we destroy families. And of course, Brenda can't cite any.
Yeah, name a family that's been destroyed by Flat Earth. Like, what year did it happen? Was the first time it happened? When did this, like, who are these people? And meanwhile, what about war? Famine, pestilence, death? Do they destroy families? But you don't care about those. Like, actual dark forces marching through Western culture. No fucks given. But somebody says they think the surface of the Earth can be described as flat. Now freak the fuck out for a better part of a decade over it.
Yeah. Now, yeah. And then I noticed Brenda the other day and I forget who he was telling, that he was not this person's secretary. Brenda made a dubious claim about a study and was ordered to provide evidence of it. And then Brenda said, well, I'm not your secretary. And then 2 or 3 minutes later, Brenda was ordering the other person to provide evidence of a study. No, go get the study for me. And then when I called Brenda out for that, then Brenda said, no, honey, or no, it's different. That what I was just setting a boundary that I can ask you, or I can order you all to do these things, but I have a boundary.
Yeah, I'll tell you the claim, Barrington. Brenda was saying that he could actually bounce radio signals off the sun.
Yes, that's right. Correct.
Get a return signal.
Yes.
And so even some of the Globies that were in here were disagreeing with Brenda and saying that's not possible. You can't do that. I've just typed it into Grok, the AI agent, and saying that it says that there has been no research to say that you could bounce signals off the sun. So Brenda was in a contradiction from like the mainstream narrative. So there was no way that Brenda could square that unless Brenda was going to be able to produce information that would substantiate that claim. And he denied that. He did not want to provide evidence. So we were left with that answer that Barrington is saying. I'm not going to be your secretary and give it to you. So it's like, well, then if you don't have evidence of your claim, even the mainstream narrative would reject. How are we going to accept that as something that's true if you're not presenting any evidence that that's the case?
And then at the same time, 2 or 3 minutes later, Brenda was ordering somebody to give him a information of some sort. And then that's when I started calling him out. That, no, that's not how this works. Sorry. You don't get to, in one hand, say that you're not somebody's secretary and then expect them to go. And then that's when Brenda made the comment of, no, I was just setting a boundary.
Yeah, that made you pretty upset when you heard that. I was like, Barrington got all upset about it.
I just dig
Really?
that. What it is, why it's so annoying is that Brenda's doing that intentionally, and Brenda's just gaslighting, making stuff up, whatever else, as best I can tell. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think so. Brenda seems to get on there and.
Yeah, I've like Brenda. Months ago now said that she was done. Like something, I don't know who said that. It might have been CB, but I don't know if it was CB or not. Like apparently said something that she deemed as problematic and anti-LGBTQ. So she said, now I'm going to boycott Flat Earth for being anti-LGBTQ. And then so I said, well, has Flat Earth always been anti-LGBTQ? And she's like, yeah. So how come you didn't boycott in the past? Why suddenly now are you doing that? And I said, this is at the same time where NASA and the federal government is scrubbing LGBTQ representation from the Department of Defense, NASA, like all of it. They're going through a purge of like federal databases. But you're upset suddenly now at flat earthers based on something you think somebody said that you just deemed as anti-LGBTQ. I go, fine, stay away, Brenda. Boycott all you want. And she doesn't. Just keeps coming back. Like, how's your boycott? So every time I see her in chat, how's the boycott going, Brenda?
That's hilarious. I will say, though, Brenda does seem to have lost a lot of his trolling behaviors as far as, like, doing that leave and rejoin, and, like, a lot of the other childish antics. Do you know what changed there?
Nobody else will accept him except for us. He burns bridges everywhere he goes.
You know, I will say this. I do feel very, very sorry for Brenda. I do feel like something bad must have happened to Brenda at some point in his life.
Yeah, but we don't need to go too far into that, Barrington. I mean, honestly,
no. Yeah,
I'm
just saying.
He's going to do what he does, and I mean, all we got to be concerned with is staying on point with the arguments that he brings forward. So, outside of that, I mean, we're really not concerned with any of that other psychological.
Yeah, no, I get it. All I'm saying is I do, because I do think a lot of people do come to Discord who can't go do other things. That's all. So I do think it is nice. I will say that I do think it is nice that of all the people who don't accept Brenda, that we do. I think we have been accommodating and welcoming, and I do think we've done a very, very good job of that. I think the channel's done a lot better job than I would have. So I do have to commend everyone who keeps Brenda around, because I don't know, maybe Brenda one day will open up and get it. You know, maybe Brenda will understand one day.
Yeah, but we don't. Honestly, we're not looking for that either. Whether or not that's the case, that's totally up to Brenda. Whatever we do is exposing people to the lies that are whatever the globe is, and so we don't care, honestly, Barrington. Whether or not that's the case, and you wish well on somebody, that's great. But it's of no consequence to us whether or not somebody actually sees the light. You know. The mission of 24/7 has always been just to expose the information that people have been hearing is misinformation. That's it. Outside of that, you can feel however you want about the characters that come in here.
I agree. Yeah, no doubt. All right. Oh, well, the boys and mom are just getting back home, so I have to cut out. I think we're going to the pool here in a bit, so I will wrap with you all later, but I appreciate the chat this morning, AV and Crit. and everyone else is come and gone. So have a great day.
You too, man. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in the Hollywood basement.
Amen.
Is that special? Dude, what's up, bro?
How are you?
I'm great. Loving this weather we're having, though.
Not bad.
Great golfing weather.
On my way.
Is that where you're going?
Yeah.
Gonna hit a couple of balls today?
Yeah, I'm meeting a high school buddy from halfway to where his house is and mine. Grand Junction, Iowa.
Dang.
Yeah. Seems like more than halfway. Dang. Driving for an hour already.
You going to the golf course on the government shutdown?
Yeah, I was just noticing that government shutdown. There's a few chemtrails in the air. I didn't think they did that anymore.
I posted in. I don't know if you've joined us in Frontline Unfiltered, Special K, but that Discord server, I posted the weather modification that they're admittedly saying with documents that actually posted they are doing it. Not the government per se, but agencies that take up the mantle to modify weather, like other parties.
Oh, it's not just the government?
Mm-mm.
Or it's not the government at all?
Private companies. Come to look for it.
Them bastards.
They're spraying the aerosols and silver iodide in the air, making it rain, making it snow. Actually, making it snow more, I should say. I'm not going to mislead anybody. They're making it snow more.
Making it rain more.
Yes, over areas where there's a bunch of crops. They're making snow and rain more. They do it over ski resorts, dude. There's a company that will do it over certain ski resorts. They'll make it snow, like when it's about to snow. They'll modify the weather above the ski resort so it can snow a lot more.
I always thought it was like a government thing.
Well, they get permission to do it. They signed this document that shows what they do, what type of thing that they spray. They have to be within a certain margin to do it.
Well, when I heard they were shutting down the government, I've been looking for them, and I think today's the first one I've seen in a while. And maybe it's not even a chemtrail. I'm not sure. Might be an awesome cloud hanging above our flat Earth some way, just hanging there. Should come down though. I mean, with all the gravity and stuff.
It's a veil from Vale.
Maybe.
I've seen a Special K. I've seen old Haas like on a FaceTime. You guys look identical, man. You'd probably get along with him in real life.
You've seen me in a FaceTime.
Mm-hmm.
When was that?
No, dude, it was a while back.
Yeah, I had one day I realized my cam was on accidentally, but
I'll say this: you do not look like what you sound like at all.
Old man in a rocking chair.
You look like my buddy that I'm speaking to, Special K.
Very handsome man.
Yeah, it sounds gorgeous.
No homo.
I mean,
if that's what you're into, but not me.
I was talking about myself.
Oh, me too.
Anyway, yeah, good.
yeah, he's a real salt of the earth kind of guy, you know, Old House.
Right on.
I can remember the first time I told you that the earth was flat, dude. We met up and talked about it. That was crazy.
Yeah.
You do it
Spun me out for a week or so.
Did I showed you the AE map because I was like real adamant to show you like what flat Earth was, and then you circled the edge of the AE map. You said, "What's at the edge?" I can that blew my mind because like after that I was like, "Dude, I want to talk to you about it."
Oh yeah, it took me a couple weeks to get it, but what 10 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. My older brother told me never to come back to his house with that crap ever again, and it took him a couple months to get it. But now I get to go back to his house again.
Amongst other things we discussed.
Yeah, no, there's a lot. Changed my life. I mean, it's easy to say, but I mean, it really did. Like,
Yeah, people in here probably don't know that
everything was just
you almost got in fights because of flat Earth at certain parties.
oh, many, yeah, many, and not that I was antagonizing anybody. I just asked them what the shape of their ball was, what the circumference was. I just want to know how big you think it is, because if you can tell me how big it is, I can tell you that it's not that. Pretty easy. I mean, I've been saying that lately because I'm getting really frustrated with Globers, but I can't say that I wasn't there once on my, right there with them. So the ones that come in and say, "Oh, this is my entertainment for the day," I can't believe there's people that are actually like this and things like that. I'm not so generous with them, but people that really want to hear, maybe they've never heard that the Earth was flat, and they're actually just looking to maybe get an idea of what we mean. But the ones who come in here and they're only here to laugh. They're only here to troll. They're only here to get under our skin. Getting kind of sick of them guys. Yeah, I think it was like 3 o'clock in the morning this morning. I didn't really sleep well last night, but I was on this page here, or this Discord. And man, the names they'll call, I mean, just because you believe something different, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, you should see what's in Crit's DMs.
What's that?
You just see what's in Crit's DMs. What they tell him in the DMs. Yeah, the guy Crit in here.
Yep, Crit. I guess I said because of what you believe, but like again, like you were saying earlier too. I mean, no, we don't believe it. I mean, it's not a religion. We don't have any special belief toward the flat Earth. We measure the Earth flat. That's that. I mean, you think you measure it round or a ball shaped. I'm gonna have to see the math on that. Which is fine. Most of them can't even try. Like, what was that one guy's name today? He was just
Rich.
Yeah, Rich, who's what I was talking about. I'm talking about the lion with the funny hair.
Yeah, My Life 4. My Life 4 or something.
No, he meant before him.
I thought he was talking about the guy who climbed the mountain. He goes, "Climb a mountain, everyone." Personally, I haven't climbed a mountain.
Starts with a
There
K.
was someone else.
Carl L or something.
Kyrie.
I don't know. Kyrie. Yep. Kai R or something like that. Yeah, no, he was a character. As I was trying to drift to sleep, I just heard you guys giving him the business. I couldn't get to sleep because all I could do was laugh.
Yeah, that guy thought he was logical when he was talking to us, and he was saying, "Well, if I want to know something's like a globe or something, I have to move trillion miles away from it." I'm like, "Bro, you don't go away from something you're trying to find out what it is. You got to get up close to it. Right. You need to inspect it. Like, why did you think you have to go away from it? That's like you're telling, somebody who works in carpentry, if you wanted to know how big the table is, I need to move away from it. Like, how would he even measure to know how big it is if he doesn't? He's got to get up close."
Yeah, and the guy Richard, whatever his name was, at first it seemed like maybe at 3:00 in the morning this morning or something. He seemed kind of genuine, but after someone came and was his white knight for a while, he just piled on like everybody else. I was like, what? I mean, he even Googled how big his Earth was, and he told me how much curvature there should be and everything. And it's just not there. So, I mean, welcome to Flat Earth. But yeah, I was in a golf tournament yesterday. It was the last golf tournament of the year for our club, and it was kind of a spooky theme for Halloween or whatever. And all the people that were in the golf tournament, the people that were running the tournament, they drew little gravestones and had your name on it, like "Rest in Peace" and your name and stuff like that, and little sayings, just funny things or whatever that we know about some of these people. And it said, "Kelly, here lies Kelly. Hell is flat too."
Who said that? Was it the people that
was
made
on
that?
Yeah, I mean, they all know me pretty well, but I got a kick out of it. I thought it was funny. I mean, if anybody wants to talk, I don't bring it up to them much, but they know what I think. And once in a while, somebody wants to talk about it out there, And so, yeah, they all know where I stand on it, where Chris stands on it, too. So, I mean, it wasn't, they think we're a little weird, but it's my gravestone on the big blackboard said, "Here lies Kelly. Hell is flat, too." And I thought that was good job, guys. I mean, way to go.
If something ever happens and I get a chance to speak at your wake or something, I'm gonna land base those audience members. Sorry. I'm gonna do it.
Yeah. No, and that guy that I said that almost wanted to fight me, I think it's been a year ago or so now, but a guy wanted to fight me over it. And I think it was a couple weeks ago. He came up and hugged my neck and was like, "Hey, man, I'm sorry about all that before." And I was like, "Whoa, did you come to the truth?" And he's like, "No, but I felt bad about it for like a month." And I was like, "Good. Yeah, you should have. I mean, there's no reason to fight somebody over it." No. And he wanted to go outside and slam his drinks down and all this other stuff. I was like, "Really?
Man."
Because I said the Earth is flat? Are you kidding me? I mean, it is, though. Even in his heated little charade, I didn't let off the gas. I was like, it really is flat. You can punch me in the face if you want, but it's flat. It's measured flat, so we fix that one. I'm open for their suggestions, though. I mean, if they got some globe proof, even just one. I never find anybody that has just one. even just one.
Did he
I
offer
didn't
anything?
explain it. No, he was just, all you know about it's what you were told. Always. Same old garbage, Fall off the edge. Sail around the world. Gravity. All of it. And, I don't really, lately, I'm more of a talker to people out in the world than coming on here and saying a whole bunch. I just get information. I love listening to you guys, but yeah, I was talking to some people recently, and a lot of people are like, "Oh, what about this? And what about that? How would this work on a flat Earth?" And you can't be serious. You would have this would happen on a flat. I mean, I'm not trying to answer those questions. I'm trying to answer one question: how big is your freaking Earth? How big around it is it? Because we don't measure that at all. We can prove it that we don't. So you're done. I mean, I don't care if the sun comes up in the west sometimes instead of the east or any of this other stuff. I don't care if it does whatever you think it might do and wouldn't do on a flat Earth. I don't care about that. Gravity. I don't care about that either. I don't care about any of that. I want to know. I want to know from you how big it is, how big around. They have the measurements. They've told you in preschool and elementary school and middle school. They know. They think they know. So when they say that number, that's an impossible. Good luck. You're done. Welcome to Flat Earth. That really makes people mad because they want to talk about like what the sun's doing and what the moon's doing and eclipses and gravity, and they want that kind of like a distraction away from what I'm saying. It's like, no, man. Let's measure it first, and then I'll jump on your ball with you if you're accurate. If your measurements are accurate, let's go. Probably rather live on a spinning ball. People wouldn't make fun of me. If it was really proven to be a real ball, yeah, let's do that. Like, I want to jump on this flat Earth and have everybody ridicule me all day, every day. It's funny sometimes, but I'd rather, Well, you know me. I don't rather go with the crowd, so that was a lie. I'm off the handle on most stuff, but
Yeah, they challenge you being a Christmas lover and whatnot.
yeah, no, there's. I mean, like I was telling my wife the other day, it's not just flat Earth because I was wearing my flat Earth shirt. I went down and got the mail. Just walked down and got the mail with my great big flat Earth shirt on. And she says, "Why do you do that? Why do you want to antagonize people?" Or I said, if anybody sees it and they want to talk about it, I'm game. If they don't and they don't want to talk about it, I'm fine with that too. But if they want to say something, I'll talk to them about it. No big deal. And it's not just flat Earth. I mean, we're being lied to on a huge scale all over the place with lots of stuff. And maybe that, somebody sees my flat Earth shirt, maybe that'll crack the code on something else for them as well. Or maybe not. Maybe they just want to point and laugh and ridicule. That's fine too. I'm there for that. I'm here for it. I'm here for it all. Yeah, it was the great big. It has the AE map on my shirt, which whatever. It's intriguing for people, but I think that's the one you got me a long time ago, maybe like 5 years ago. Still fits.
Was it did it say 24/7 flat Earth or something on it?
No, it was just I think you got it off of Amazon or something and brought it to my house. Or I picked it up at your house. It was I still wear it. People still laugh at me. It's fine. I'm good with it.
Oh yeah, I remember now. Yep.
Yeah, I have that one. Chris, my brother Chris, got me a NASA shirt for Christmas, probably about 8 years ago or something, just as a joke. There's a great big NASA sign on the front. And so I got my stencils and my pen out, and I put right underneath where it says NASA, I put lies really big with like a magic marker pen. And then I got a stencil thing on the back, and I wrote out space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. And everybody at the country club gets a kick out of that one because they think that that's pretty fun. But, because it's a Red Hot Chili Pepper song, they think it's something funny. A lot of people that don't know me really well, they think I'm joking about it. I'm like I said, I'm game. They want to talk to me about it. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. But interesting stuff. A lot of times, I never quite know where the conversation is going to go. It's going to go left or right or understanding or maybe get punched in the face. That's always an option. But my goal when I wake up every single day is to get punched in the face. So I've been doing pretty good at that lately. I mean, it's been a while, but yeah. So somebody coming at me with a flat Earth, like the religion and stuff, and I kind of slap it down. I think that punching in the face is, I mean, for some people that might be well merited. Who knows? I would never do it. I mean, I don't punch Globers in the face. I don't care what they think. But anyway, I'm pulling into the golf course, so I will talk to you guys when I'm on my way home.
Have a good day, bro.
Later, bro.
Hey, what's going on, Dave? I just seen you in here.
Hey, AV, I'm driving. Probably got a shitty mic.
No, actually, it's not. It's pretty good.
The globe does not exist. You guys continue. Thanks for saying hi.
What's up, bro? You're right. Who else is in here with us right now? Migo Wigo. I know you've been here, Rayleigh, but Lulu's in the chat. What's up, Lulu? Big ups to Hyder. I so love the fall. So love it. It's great weather to do observations with as well. If you're going to get out there and do long distance observations. We're entering the months in which those observations are going to be pretty prime to do. When the air is nice and cold and crisp.
Well, if my mic's still working, is there anyone in here that has empirical evidence for the globe model? Go ahead.
It's not, Dave.
I was going to say, let the silence note that everyone attending this panel currently has zero empirical globe evidence. Back to you, AB.
Doesn't seem like it.
It's almost like such a thing doesn't really exist. Kind of weird.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. That's a badass cartoon, Crit. Misinformation. I'll be right back.
You guys, while we're waiting for globe evidence, feel free to discuss among yourselves. Or don't. Your choice.
Hello? This is a real debate. Oh, you guys are all here for me? Hello? Anybody want to debate me? It's a Stanley Kubrick. By the way, he made the he did the moon landing, and he yeah, I don't know.
Lucky with you was still going on. Yeah, it still says Ladies Night After Show. Yeah, but the Ladies Night After Show, anyone can participate. AV.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still doing it. That's why I had to come back in. I'm like, oh, better put a lady in there for the Ladies Night After Show. No, last night we did it. It's over. It's really over. Yeah. Let's put to bed.
Small Fox, you need to get your mic on. And then we got CW. Welcome, CW. Do you believe with all your might that the Earth is a globe? If you do, unmute your mic and let's talk about it. We got Tansom, who's throwing a tantrum. And we got Small Fox, who apparently says that you can maybe detect the Earth as a globe with other things in your eyeballs. Well, he didn't produce anything yet, so we're still waiting on that.
I don't think they write a limerick about Tansom having a tantrum. I think that would be good. Maybe I'll get to work on that.
Yeah. And we got Joshua coming back in, planting his flag on globe, not being moved by any argument.
That's right. Yes. No logic, no reason will move Joshua from his fantasy globe. I could definitely write a limerick about him, Joshua, but he would enjoy it too much, so I'm not going to do it. But to myself, that'd be the only thing that would really get under his skin.
Yeah. I think he's so vain. He probably thinks this song is about him. Very well.
Yeah, he totally does. Yeah, he thinks all the songs are about him. You betcha.
And I'll try to sing the Carly Simon. You're so vain.
I'm a stubborn dude.
Yeah, certainly. But you're good for content because, whatever. So Small Fox, so why don't you quantify your Earth too biggie argument and put some numbers behind what you're saying, other than, your feelings that Earth too biggie, so you wouldn't see it anyway. Why don't you actually quantify it and stop using intuition?
I just think it would be too big. That's
I attempted to quantify it, and apparently you don't accept that quantification, so give us the correct one. The number one global tactic is FUD. If you don't know what that is, it means fear, uncertainty, and doubt. That's all they have, is try to throw FUD on the flat Earth. Well, you can't know it's flat because I can imagine something where it wouldn't be flat in my head.
Yep. That's good. They often use that a lot in crypto when people are fearful of the markets.
Yeah, it's been used probably since the late 70s. IBM used to do it to its competitors. Well, we're IBM. You don't want to use our competitors. They've only been around for a little while. IBM's been around since 1888. We're trustworthy. We're not going to disappear and leave you in the lurch. I tell you what this guy's doing. Stay with the globe. You can't don't go with this newfangled flat Earth stuff. The globe is reliable. Everybody believes on it. You can buy them at Walmart.
Honestly, dude, I think that Small Fox he doesn't have the confidence to get on the mic. That's what I do think. It's not that he doesn't have a mic. It's just he doesn't have the confidence to get on the mic. It's a bit scary.
Well, should we start a guest VC where we prep coach him? Try to boost up his confidence.
Come on, you can do it. I know you can. Do it.
What is that? Is that the Jack Handy video? Where you look in the mirror and say, "I'm good enough."
Not smart enough.
I'm smart enough.
Gosh darn it! People like me.
Yeah, like a green room. Did we have a green room in the home server? Am I imagining that, or did we just talk about it?
I think we did for a while. I think we did have a green room.
I totally think we did. Yeah, it was like the prep room. Yeah. I don't know what
room is it's like a bowling alley, dude. You set up the pins, and then Indio's like the big old bowling ball comes and knocks down the pins.
Yep.
Dude, I'm more like Raiders of the Lost Ark, man. It's like trying to run out of the cave.
Yep. Then
You're trying to
they
hit
take
that,
a break. Yeah, we towel them down. They look for their evidence. They can look for their evidence in the green room, so they're not disturbing the main chat or spiraling out on some random thread.
What's that bowling that really hard thing to hit? Is it like the 7-10 split? Is that what that is? I might be getting the numbers wrong.
Sounds familiar. I actually did win a bowling trophy when I was in like 5th grade. I had it for a long time, but it was plastic. My little like 5th grade bowling league. Yeah.
So you know how to knock down bowling pins then, huh?
I bowl. Yeah, we bowl around here. What else are you going to do in the winter?
Probably have on your mantle all the like number 1 trophies, and you're like, yeah, I kind of bowl, you know.
Here and there.
Well, just some of these Globers are like bowling pins. You're just like, Steve Reich. Irrelevant. Small Fox, get on the mic, bro. We got Leaf coming back like a leaf in the wind. Fantastic. You guys just can't get enough, huh, Leaf? Joshua, Leaf, who else?
Yeah, I was concerned about Leaf during Ladies' Night last night. I kind of like to do a welfare check on him, but he did manage to reappear here after disappearing, so that means he was capable of pushing a button, so he's still conscious. He was like, I don't know, like slurring his words and stuff. But you're capable of speech, right, Leaf? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. But it's on a live stream, so everybody could hear it anyway. But we had a lot of trouble understanding him last night. Have you had a coherent conversation with him?
Well, he often tries to put the square peg in the round hole, but we help him out sometimes.
Yeah. All right, Leaf. Just give me a little shout out. Just say hi, Dandelion. You don't have to say anything else if you don't want.
Yeah, Tanchin's really upset. He's been ranting for freaking 30 minutes now in the text chat.
He's like one of those old, like I put him at like the age of like he must be in his 50s. He's just one of those guys. He's your ordinary like, your beer guzzling conservative. I peg him somewhere in like either Midwest or somewhere around there, and he's just like he thinks he's smart enough. He's got enough knowledge. He watches a lot of sports. Flat Earth. Can you imagine such a thing?
That was totally the tone. I wanted to tone police him. I held myself back, Evie, because his tone was like so insufferable and grating and disgusting. Yeah, it's hard to hold back. But he's totally had that. Yeah, he knows better. He's going to educate us.
Yeah, he goes golfing every now and again with his buddies, and they chuckle at things like Flat Earth and such. Yeah, he's that kind of guy, Watch. Ain't that right, Tensum? Got you down to a T, huh?
When was your last golf game, and how'd you do, Tensum?
That's Spaceman. He's a
wait, someone's talking to me? I actually don't play golf, but it's cute that you think I do.
Do you bowl?
I don't.
I'm surprised you like the globe so much. You'd think that'd be like your favorite hobby. What kind of ball-related
bowling
sport
and
do you
being a globe earther relate to each other?
You like balls?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, too much logic and horizontal.
So it's not an intelligent connection. It's just some gay shit. Like what the fuck?
You'd know.
I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it like that.
He likes you, Indio. He told me you were cute.
Clever.
I didn't mean it like that. I just meant like you like balls, like sports.
That's the punchline of the joke. You like balls? What the fuck? Are you 5? What the fuck?
Well,
no, Tensum. We often hear that, don't we, AV? Yeah, that's. Oh gosh, we need to record like a compilation.
I get muted for not participating in your intellectual conversation, and then you make a balls joke.
Because you couldn't hang, dude. We got to lower the bar.
Jesus Christ, have some fucking standards,
gotta lower the bar.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, dude, like you're all social commentary. You literally have nothing else.
And what's the famous thing? Don't argue with an idiot. He'll drag you down to his level and beat you with experience.
And
you
more talking about people. You're literally just a gossip queen, Karen.
Yep.
Yeah, that's all you do is gossip. The whole time
Hey,
you've been
the
here,
first step's
you
admitting.
guys this, and you guys that, and you think this, and I think that, and look what you're doing, and Karen. Do you want to talk to the manager? Hanson, you want to talk to the manager? Heretic, you want to talk to the manager?
I've seen this idiot many times as spaceman. That's what
Wait,
usually does.
I'm literally responding to this fucking Flat Lloyd guy. You didn't make me nervous, kid. I think you're overestimating your ability to be intimidating.
I'm looking at that thing that
More
Apocryphon
social
put in there.
commentary.
That you see that GIF that Apocryphon put in there. And you hear that guy speaking when the lips of that lady it looks like he's what? Say something.
Except you're the only one speaking.
It's funny. I guess
imagine that, a flat earther
Look inward, dude. Your issue is inward. Your issue is inside, not outside. Your issue is inside you.
Yeah, that's definitely true, Tanzim. You might want to consider, since you're meeting new people, to humble yourself and see if there's anything that you can learn from them.
It says
instead
the
of kind of
people
like
that are perpetually on
yourself.
Discord. That's kind of a weird thing to say. Like, do you do anything besides sit on Discord?
Hey, who cares? You're here too. Yeah. You're sitting on Discord too, so what does that make you?
Oh, well, it's actually my day off, and I thought I'd have some fun.
My day
but...
off, of course. It makes sense.
Oh.
It's my day off.
I you don't know what a day off is because you don't work at an actual job. My bad. I totally forgot, bro.
Can't clean toilets every day.
Holy shit.
Dude, Tanzim.
You're good at that voice, Abe. You're good at that voice.
You're on Discord with us.
So,
you're on Discord with us.
I'm so flattered.
You can't just say, "Oh, you guys on Discord," because you're doing it too. Come on, bro.
Yeah, but like I said before, you're perpetually on Discord. You're perpetually on Discord.
That's nonsense.
Perpetually.
You do anything?
You know what?
Do you do anything besides be on?
Let's explain that logic just a little bit. You're perpetually on Discord means that you have to know that we're perpetually on Discord, which means you would have to be perpetually on Discord too.
So, did you know there's actually a web?
Steve Reich.
I'm in a certain Discord and chat. I'm guessing you didn't know that because you spend all your time in this retarded chat.
How do you know that?
Yeah, this is so. Yeah, I mean, this is so tedious. I'm sorry, Abe. Yeah, I was actually.
This is actually.
AV.
Well, I'm just gonna say this is like the first time AV's been in this chat in like 4 or 5 days. So like, I don't know what you're talking about.
I haven't seen him in a while. I agree. Yeah, it's funny. Tanzim doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah. So anyway, I was actually complimenting AV's impersonation of you, not you. So just wanted to clarify that because I wouldn't want people to think I was supporting your current behavior, which is clearly unhealthy and is never going to lead to any kind of growth for you. But maybe you're not interested in that. I mean, we're interested here in making examination of evidence. So I don't know. Have you presented any? He hasn't, right? He hasn't presented any evidence. Yeah, if he did, then I missed it.
He turns around every time you allow him to, he will turn around and just start saying, "Well, you flat earthers," and then you interrupt him, and then he starts crying about it. Well, you never let me finish speaking. And we're like, yeah, because you're going to talk about us. We want to hear evidence for the globe, not talking about us. He can't keep it together though.
You didn't let me finish my insult. You're muting me.
You're muting. Yeah,
you're censoring my opinion.
He doesn't know how to give evidence for the globe.
To be honest, your imitation of him is actually more likable than him.
Yeah, that's true. You're right. It is. Yeah, you're right.
Still waiting for Tanzim to connect the gas pressure to a curving ball.
So, can you? Okay, yeah.
Dude, he starts off with a question. Yeah, can you? He's like, can you? It's like, dude, no, can you give an explanation of what Sonny was asking for? It's that simple, dude. Why is it difficult for you to answer? You got some kind of comprehension problem? Like, what's going on here, bud?
God, that's my fault. No, that's my fault. I forgot you guys are incapable of
Jansen, do you know what a pressure cooker is? Pressure cookers actually have a pressure gradient if they have a release valve inside them. The bottoms of them are flat. So the idea that you can't have a pressure gradient on a non-curving surface is nonsense. So now please present your proof of a globe. Back to the drawing board.
Yeah, you're the one here now, Tansem. You're the one who is being expected to present some kind of evidence of your positive claim of the globe. So no questions, no commentary about our lives. Just show us what is the best evidence you have for globe Tansem. What's your best evidence?
I don't know why you guys keep unmute. I'm just going to keep insulting you. Stop unmuting me.
Oh, that's boring.
Are you that dumb? Like, Jesus Christ.
Gosh, you're so boring. So you're admitting. So you're admitting you have nothing. Then got.
So I'm guessing that you guys have nothing or know nothing about pattern recognition, right?
Yeah,
that's just a foreign concept to all you retards.
It isn't the win you think it is.
Well, I'm curious. Collectively, how many pennies did you guys shove in light sockets when you were kids? Collectively, not as individual people.
Ask for evidence of a globe, and all you can do is insult. I don't think you're shoring up the beliefs of
if it's less than 10.
Yeah, I guess he couldn't do it. He's like, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat. Pattern recognition. What? Like I couldn't think of anything more incoherent.
He can't answer questions. I don't know, Sonny. He's incapable of doing so.
Yeah, how is Earth a ball? Pattern recognition. Bye-bye.
Yeah, he gone. Says who says I'm still muted by him, so he can take a hike.
Yeah, see you in a couple of days, Sir Tansem. The tantrum.
Yeah, I mean, he admitted he's not going to give any evidence, and he's just going to insult us. I mean, what's the point of that?
That's the latest globe proof. Insult flat earthers. That's what they've resorted to.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you can find plenty of.
Therefore, globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure, you can find plenty of friends to do that with somewhere else.
You actually think that guy has friends? Really?
Well, I mean, I could introduce him to some, like, Jem
I need evidence.
McTin.
I need actual evidence, man. You're not getting away with that baseless claim, lady.
Yeah, I have no evidence, Indio. No evidence at all.
Is that Helioskeptic in the chat?
That's what it says. I don't know if he's actually
Helio.
Don DeMarco.
I got you. He must have had a long night or something. He's not speaking.
He was in here when I woke up. Tried to say something.
Was he on The Voice?
No. I don't know if he was before I got here.
Let's just start yelling, Helio, you're hot micing for old time's sake.
Hey, can you find some Helio clips and play them in the chat, and then we'll yell at it and tell it it's hot micing?
I love those. I know there's some really good clips kicking around of Helio, you're hot micing.
Jay Small Fox. Is he in here listening still? Okay, Small Fox. GPS uses something called Earth-centered Earth-fixed. It does not use a reference ellipsoid. Sorry, try again. I don't know why you believe it does, but it doesn't. If you look at how GPS does calculations, with its 3 coordinate values, X, Y, Z, latitude and longitude are 2 coordinate values that are not X, Y, Z. I know what the WGS84 is, and GPS don't use it.
Yeah, there's another one. Let me pull a rabbit out of my hat.
this isn't an agree-disagree thing. I'll post you Earth-centered earthquakes coordinates. WGS-84 is a geodetic system. Completely different.
Yeah, don't have a clue about GPS.
So GPS, that little diagram, you're in the square. You're not on the ball part. You're on the square part. Dude, it's got to be like Joe or one of these low-tier guys. Oh, Helio's like, that's not me.
What?
Yeah, hold on, let's see. Oh, it's the same user ID.
Must be in here on something.
Small Fox is a new account, probably Rich Evans or similar.
Yeah, could be. Yeah. God, he's like persistently wrong. Like who hurt him? Which one of you guys did it?
Yeah. Small Fox, nobody conceded that GPS uses a reference ellipsoid. Nobody conceded that. You're making shit up. No, the shore that Flat Lloyd used is sarcasm. You don't get it, though.
a teacher or anything like that. Somebody who dictates to children other than my own. So I like these people who like let's have a fun topic about it. Drake, for example, who thinks it's appropriate to, watch female high school basketball games and have these fan-like relationships with these children. Like it is super weird because I don't see you having these relationships with males. But either way, even if he were, again, it makes no sense. Like in my life, my experience is when I'm working, I talk to the people that I work with, who are typically, not even typically, who are adults, because I don't work in a school or anything like that. And in business, it's the same thing. So it's like, well, like I already have enough on my hands speaking with the people in my age bracket to continue moving on with what I'm doing in life. So unless you're like officially some sort of educator, I really don't understand why you would be speaking to.
And I will say this, and it could be because of the state that I'm in. I can't speak for every state and every school district, but our boys are in public school, and they were in it for 3 years in preschool, and now they're in kindergarten. They're in, and the school both schools were very explicit about what they teach, about what they say, about making sure that the parents are on board. They do a very, very good job of that. And so the only way that I think we could have an ethical conversation with a minor is one where their parents are involved, and one where the parents are never overridden, and it needs to be a conversation of, hey, if this is a topic of interest to you, you need to study these things. Here's 7 or 8 things you can study. Have your dad let me know if you want to ask any questions on these things, or more importantly, maybe you can read online or whatever else, and leave it very high level on those things. I think it's an absolute, because I've heard grown adults on here who are flat earthers call high school kids retarded, and how they're still moderators and gold status and things like that, I'll never understand. But nobody cared. And so, having said that, I've heard globe tards do the same thing. And the other thing that I think we have to make as an ethical guideline is that we need to feel confident that somebody's ready for this conversation. If somebody's not ready for this conversation for whatever reason, it's kind of our responsibility to stop it. Somebody undergoing some sort of traumatic event or something else. There's things we can't know on Discord, but once you get the idea of something that somebody might be unsuited for the conversation, we need to cut it off. We need to lick our wounds and just move on. Okay, there's no harm, no foul. This person is not ready for this conversation. We don't know what might be going on. And so somebody who gets angry at the conversation or whatever else, ethically speaking, we need to stop. This idea, I've heard some say, they're chew toys or whatever else, and I think it's entirely unethical. But that's my opinion. I'm not a big Discord user, so I don't know all of the context and the ins and outs of how things work on lots of different Discord servers. I've only had I've probably had less than 5 hours in total in any non-flat Earth setting, maybe 2 at most. So I don't really know all of the context, but having said all that, I get my comments are more informational and less instructive. But I really do think that we do need some strong ethical guidelines. But maybe people who are better suited than I am can come up with more of what exactly that means. Or not what it means, I mean, but how exactly it's kind of phrased. And 100% over fences. Now, Level Lioness, I agree. I agree in part, and I disagree in part to anti-flat earthers being personal chew toys. I mean, I get it because they are, but my whole point is we never know where these people are mentally speaking. We never know when a self-administration of lead is possible. We don't know anything, and all my point is like we never know what somebody disconnects, what they're taking, and I always want to make sure people are better off when they left me, but I don't always want to add to the negativity. So, I mean, what do you think about all that, Elijah?
I am so sorry. My attention was called. Can you give me like a brief summary, just like of what you just went over?
Yeah, just more or less. The key is I think we need to develop a set of ethics that we follow that more or less rule out minors, and more or less, like, okay, maybe, rule out minors without parental participation. And second, the idea that if we get that somebody is not at the right frame of mind, or they're not ready for this conversation, then I think it's unethical to drag them through the conversation. Like Spencer said, I've advocated on it. Oh, sorry.
No, I agree with that, especially the second point, because I mean, even though I still allow myself to be dragged, but I do have my disengagement cues. Like, I'll say, yeah, it's rude. I could probably do it better. But, when I hear a certain individual say something, or not a certain individual, when I hear any individual say something that is like too outlandish or wild or completely non sequitur to what was being talked about, I go, you know what? I can't deal with this situation. This is too low hanging, or, whatever. Like, I'm going to have to disengage you because I don't want to argue. Like, you're asking this question, I'm answering it. You're talking about this. I don't know how that serves you. I don't want to argue. So there's no point in talking if you're not going to respond to the answers to your questions, like stuff like that. Yeah, it's like you should just disengage, because what's the point in having the conversation? I mean, people will say for content, yada, yada, yada. But if we set a standard in which people can't do that, wouldn't that mean that, like, don't we find ourselves deserving of talking to more people who aren't like that? Like, do we think it's just going to be dead if we don't talk to trolls? Like, what if there was a standard that trolls just couldn't, do that? Will we get better people?
Well, I agree. There was the other week, there was somebody on here that was acting like a real idiot. Oh, well, maybe in politics, acting like a real idiot. I'm like, why don't we just ban them and move on? And then I can't remember who it was that was doing the exposition, but they're like, oh, but this is great content because we're hearing him expose these things here. And it's like, well, we could do that in a much more positive way. We can we can talk about all of these topics, and we don't need a reaction to somebody's mental illness to trigger us into these expositories. We can just do them. Now, I get that sometimes natural conversation brings us down a path and we share really good information. But my point being, like, and I get that, don't get me wrong, but by the same token, when instead of raising the level of the conversation, it just drags it down. And I think it would be a lot more pleasant if we, declared it a no trolling zone and, give them a second and a third chance, maybe a fourth chance, and then say, you're done. If you're here to converse, we'll have some latitude, but if you're here to troll or whatever and you've demonstrated it, there's really nothing we can do for you.
I'm definitely with you on that, 100%. 2, 3, maybe in a fourth try, and then it's like, all right, buddy, no offense.
I'm going to give you an example. Is I know somebody who was driving through a town, and a guy had cut him off and was driving very aggressively. And then he pulled out a firearm and displayed it to the driver, who was driving extremely unsafely. And so after doing that, the guy who was driving very unsafely made sure that he escalated it so he could do the one-upsman thing, called the police, even though he's the one who was cutting him off and driving right on his rear end and other things, as the news reported and as he self-reported. Then police found the original guy that I'm telling you about, and then so they proceeded to do their felony takedown, and he self-administered a little lead, and then the officer administered a little lead. And my point of this is that we never know where somebody is, and we'll never know what happens afterward. But if somebody's in such a state, I know how they're likely going to act. And though a lot of people will not act like that, they will, a lot of people will act like that, but then not actually self-administer. My point is we never know. So why would we want to participate in somebody's demise? Because these people here that come to us over and over again are so unstable. And I really think I really, really, truly think that we have the opportunity to elevate this conversation. I really, truly do. I think it's just time to stop the backbiting and such like this of the trolls and all the self harm that they do. And I think we need to finally say, whatever you've got going on, pal, I'm not responsible for, but I'm not going to participate in it. Bars cut off the patrons. I have a friend who got cut off, and he was whining to me. And I told him, I said, next time you go back, thank them for what they did for you. I don't know if he ever did, but I told him that if it's that dangerous to you, somebody should cut you off. That's 100% the case. We would be far better to arrange times that we're around than to just fill dead air for the sake of ignoring somebody's mental illness. Because ultimately, that's what ends up happening. Is I think we'd be far better off to limit our participation with anyone, especially anti-flat earther, and stop the madness of just. I think it's time to take control and curate. And you are correct. We need quality, not quantity. And yes, I get that there's people who think that we need quantity, but hate to say it, the quantity's far too dangerous. And why do we have to only communicate when there's somebody who opposes our view? Why can't we? Why aren't we communicating more? Why aren't we? Those are the times we need to be discussing various studies and things that are going on. And we don't need to build a community, which has been built, and I get why. I get most of the history as to why. But maybe because that's not how I was introduced to it, I don't see it that way, that I do think that we need to build this as a community that's not centered on somebody being opposed to us to start having deeper conversations.
Agreed. That's a good point. I kind of talk about that when I bring up to, like, say, Nathan, and I say, hey, we could do treatments and videos of flat earthers actually making measurements and stuff.
I think it would be great. And then invite the flat earther onto the show and tell them ahead of time, hey, look, we're going to review what you've said here. Some things you'll appreciate, some things you may not appreciate, but they will be things. And, play what they have to say or whatever and go through it, and then allow them to maybe articulate a little more and let them build better content. And the biggest benefit of that would be exposing the audience to people who may not otherwise normally listen to Oakley's show. That you would get some people who've never considered it that might start tuning in additionally. We need to be amplifying the voice of FE, not amplifying the voice of anti-FE. Anti-FE ought to be like the static on the AM radio. We want to minimize it, not maximize it.
Yeah. What do you guys think about that? That right there sums up the whole message. What he just said. Uh, when it comes to minimizing and maximizing a message, the anti-flat Earth people, you know, and all of their rhetoric, like that should be, it's a part of this reality, so sure, but like it should be minimized.
Why should we give somebody like fake Professor Dave a second of our attention? Why should we give McToons a second of our attention? We need to just send them on their way. Okay, great. If that's what you want to get on and say, hey, it's a free country, it doesn't affect me in the slightest. Or I should say a free world. But I don't know what opposition there would be to trying to define some good ethics, because there's even a guy who spent 2 days complaining that we've come up with a list of potentially bad arguments that might ought to be discussed and refined, and he was flipping his lid because he thought that Amish was censoring him, and just irresponsibly went on about this, clogging up the bandwidth in one of our servers or rooms for 2 days, I believe, is last weekend, and so I don't know where we would end up. One person reacting like that just to improvement efforts, how they would react to Good to see you, 20 Cups. Hope you're doing well.
What? I thought.
Syria cook for us.
Well, go on. What? I thought I was just listening in.
Surely you know the topic.
Oh yeah, by now. I'm just curious. What do you guys think of like when you look at like Starlink, like live streams and stuff, and they get sort of like a certain altitude, and then you start seeing like the curvature of the Earth.
First question.
Isn't there some TV? That's what I think.
About Starlink? What?
Yeah, like SpaceX like live streams their Starlink missions.
Yeah, they live stream the Loch Ness Monster too. So what? Google Nessie on the net. Yeah, Google Nessie on the net. What do you think about that?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of fake news, but SpaceX is.
Oh yeah, like SpaceX live streaming their Starlink missions. Yeah, that's some fake news.
Well, I'm just asking you, like, for a bit more information.
Yeah,
Do you think
I think it's fake news.
Okay, so the whole company's just pretending to like just launch rockets.
Well, how did you get from fake news to the whole company? Like, that's the logical leap.
Wow, maybe you should just expand on your reasoning then. Then I don't have to assert anything.
I use the reasoning that you used for the Loch Ness Monster being fake news.
Right. So what is SpaceX doing? So, like,
I don't know. I don't work there.
Yeah, but you accused them of lying.
No, I said that allegedly live video is fake news. That's what I said.
Right. And people that spread fake news are lying. Would you agree?
Oh, that's what fake news is. It's lying?
Yeah. There's usually probably not people who spread it, but the people who originate the stories.
No, that's not so true because they might not know how that story is going to be used. So they wouldn't be lying. They say, hey, make a freaking video. Okay, I'll make a video. And someone else takes the video and gives it to another person. Another person is another person.
Right.
So
for the case of SpaceX,
I don't have to evaluate the honesty of human beings, okay, to know what the truth is.
Okay.
In fact, that is a foolhardy method.
I'm just asking, like, what do you think? What's the reasoning in your world? Like, why is SpaceX?
How would I know why they do anything?
Well, they're launching like satellites up. And you're saying like, no,
really?
Fake news. And I want to understand your justification behind it. That's what I'm trying to ask.
What's your justification for believing it? Are all claims true unless like you have a justification for not believing it? You claim you're just asking questions when you come in here, and I don't believe that. And neither does anybody else.
Well, it's like, for example, if I told you I don't trust doctors, I think they're all con artists or something, and then you'll ask me, "Oh, Josh, why are doctors? Why do you think doctors are like fraudsters?" I'm like, "Why are you asking me questions? Does every claim has to be substantiated?" Like, you can see how it's like a bit annoying.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you. Since you want to use doctors as an analogy, okay? So you trust doctors?
Yeah.
Based upon what? Based upon what?
Because they're qualified. We can measure their results if they're effective.
Yeah. So here's a result that's been measured. Okay. Deaths from medical malpractice in the United States is nearly the #1 cause of death. Never mind the prescription medication, which is a whole nother fucking can of worms.
I feel like I've just stepped into a
your belief is not based upon actual data; it's just based upon like your feelings. You have no idea what the efficacy of modern medicine is. You have no fucking clue, not even the slightest. I don't know why you guys bring up medicine as an example, especially in light of the pandemic, dude. It's like literally the dumbest example of trust to ever bring up.
Because usually it's a concrete example. I wasn't expecting you to.
It's a concrete of what? Of being wrong?
I wasn't expecting you to. I don't know what to call it, like medical denialism. I don't even know what we want to call that. And you mentioned the.
It's the stats from it's the stats from the medical industry themselves, dude. It's not my fucking numbers. Dude, Google.
Joshua.
Number of deaths from medical malpractice. Google it right now.
Okay, sure. I'm game. Deaths. Are we looking for the US?
Number of deaths from medical malpractice.
Sure thing.
Joshua, while you're doing that, can you tell me? I just got back here. I don't know what were you guys talking about before that you went into this analogy.
Starlink, and he was trying to make an argument that I need to auto believe what they say.
Oh, okay. Starlink is the argument. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Yeah, I made the mistake of talking about medical stuff, and I didn't realize I would have to start proving that as well. But in all fairness, I have Googled it. And the first result is MC Gills University. The medical error is not the third leading cause of death. I'll have a read.
Yeah. Great. Awesome. One study reported that approximately 400,000 hospitalized patients experience some preventable harm each year. Another estimated greater than 200,000 patients die annually were due to preventable medical errors. That's a bad example to bring up with trust, because you blindly trust them and they kill people, and you're more likely to get killed doing that.
Yeah, but even from what I'm just listening to what you're saying, when we talk about like malpractice or misuse, like it's not like they're actually killing the people. It's like they're probably getting
preventable medical error is killing people.
No, like for example, if the patient did not have any medical care whatsoever, it would probably result in their death. What is probably
you have no idea. There's no justification. You have no justification to say that. None. None whatsoever. Post the statistics that supports any of that. You can't, because those statistics don't exist. Because if they did exist, nobody would go to the doctor ever.
Did you post an argument about Starlink, Joshua? I'm just.
Well, he wanted me to justify why. He's like, well, can you tell me how you know what they're doing is fake? I said, or why I don't trust them. Like, I want to know why I should trust them in the first place. And then he used doctors as an analogy. Fucking worst analogy ever.
I know. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so you should come up with something better, Joshua. You got anything better? Is this supposed to be your proof of globe or what?
Well, I just wanted to know, because we know that Starlink works, so you can connect to it, and we have GPS, and we have like a live stream of a rocket going up, deploying the satellites, and I just wanted to know what his opinion was. And
yeah, we have a live stream of the Loch Ness Monster, and witnesses, and all sorts of shit. So what?
Yeah, but I would imagine there's more witnesses and probably more substantial evidence to rockets flying up than Loch Ness Monster.
Yeah, but you don't see them go to space, dude. You see a rocket take a parabolic arc to the horizon. That's what people on the ground see when they see a rocket launch. You know that, right? So
yeah,
there's what you imagine, like what you're imagining in your head of what actually happens, then what actually happens. Those two things don't touch each other. Okay? Because what you see, if you film a rocket launch, you'll see the rocket take a parabolic arc and disappear at the horizon. The same way a fucking intercontinental ballistic missile, a medium-range ballistic missile does, a short-range ballistic missile does, they would all look identical.
They're doing that to get into an orbit. That's why they take
yeah, that's a cool story. Except for no one's ever observed an orbit. Ever.
I mean, that's not true. Like,
ever.
I'm sure there's an app you can go on where you can see like what satellites are passing over your
Grand
area.
Theft Auto. Yeah, I can go on Grand Theft Auto. There's an app.
Excuse me.
I mean, like you can see with your own eyes. Like for example, like you can see Starlink satellites go overhead.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are they in space?
Yeah, I would say they're in space. But
why? Why would you say they're in space? Is it from the visual evidence or is it from the story you're told?
The reason why they're in space is because if they were in the atmosphere,
you can't answer a question, dude. This is getting old.
Drag. Hang on, I was at middle speaking. The reason why they're in space.
I said, is it from the visual evidence or from the story you're told that you're basing it, your evaluation that they're in space?
Well, you immediately say story being told. Like I reject
Yeah, because if you just saw lights in the sky, right, you wouldn't go, those are in space.
Okay. So what's your explanation for why these light dots go across the sky?
You don't need an explanation.
I don't
That's
fucking
convenient.
need an explanation, man. Why would I need one?
Well, I'm saying, oh, it's X, and you're saying it's not X.
What?
So I'm like, okay,
No,
well, what
what
is
I'm
that?
saying is, you're saying it's X. I'm saying you have no evidence it's X other than hearsay.
Hey, you know what's wild, Indio? When he talks about rockets going over the curve to get into orbit, those same rockets, Elon will show a rocket going straight up and falling straight back down. So why does it go over the curve?
Yeah, that's weird.
He has self-landing rockets, so when he goes up, he deploys the satellite, so he's in orbit. And then what
It's
he
not
does
going
is
over a curve, it's
he
just going straight
deorbits the
up.
rocket and then goes back.
Listen,
It's
dude,
just
how do
going
you know
straight
any
up.
of that? Let me ask you, how do you know any of that? Would you know any of that unless you were told?
Well, there's more than told. Like,
No, I'm asking you,
there's
would you
literally
know
video
any of that
evidence.
unless somebody... Okay, I'm going to ask you the question again, and you're going to answer this time. Would you know any of that if you weren't told that story?
Oh,
no, you wouldn't. That he shoots rockets up and straight up in the air, and they come straight back down. He shoots them up so they go into orbit. Blah blah blah. That whole story you just told. What is that based on? You heard somebody say something and you believed it.
Hang on, this is how information works. We share
And then
information. Like,
Yeah, great. And I'm sharing information with you. That you simply believe the fantastic stories of strangers and I don't. Okay? That's where the rub is. I don't have to prove or demonstrate or justify why I don't believe the fantastic claims of strangers. It's up to the strangers to provide evidence for their claims. Not hearsay stories, not a bunch of bullshit. You know what? He could go up and he could film the fucking satellites from the moon, right? So do that.
Yeah, but when you ask for evidence and I show you evidence, you
didn't show me evidence. You showed me claims. You showed me claims, dude.
Hang on. I get a word in edgeways.
Yeah, but claims are not evidence. You're mischaracterizing what you've shown. You've shown claims.
Right, I'll link. It's straight from the SpaceX website. Like, that's one of the.
Oh boy, that seems credible. Self-serving claims from the people in question. That seems like a good source of information.
I mean, I address your information whenever you send me pictures. I think it's just fair.
The information. There's a difference between the information I give and you give. I give empirical evidence. You give stories. Right? Shit you seen on the screen and the story behind it, you happen to believe. You know, I'm sure if SpaceX told you the movie Gravity was fucking real and it's a documentary, you'd believe that too.
In order to
Yeah, you can't even address that because you know it's true. You think that Star Wars is a documentary.
No, it's very much in the fictional realm. So
How do you know that, dude? What if they claimed it was real?
I would highly doubt it.
Why?
They do say it was in a galaxy far, far away in a time long ago, so it could be history.
Why would you doubt it?
Because you can. I mean, it's completely documentaries of like the making of Star Wars, and even the people themselves. It's like it's part of a movie franchise.
What if that was disinformation? What if that was fake news? That like those documentaries about making Star Wars, they were all fake.
Well, then, if I was going to, then I would have to engage with the premise, wouldn't I? I would actually have to understand what the claim is.
Yeah, the point. You're deflecting from the point. If you were 5 years old and just saw Star Wars and they claimed it was fucking real, you'd believe it was real. That's a fact of the matter.
The problem
you just believe anything that anybody says on the image if you happen to think that they're in a position of authority. You're a total cock.
This is just insults and...
Yeah, that's right. That's what that was. At least you didn't call it a straw, or you didn't call it an ad hoc.
I didn't call it an ad hoc. I'm just saying that's just an insult.
The fact of the matter is this, is that people that you deem as authorities could show you anything and you'd believe it. You have no standard at which you would not believe it. Unless you do. Like, if SpaceX made some claim, at what point would you not believe it? What if they said they made like a teleporter where you could teleport to the moon? Would you believe that?
The difference between me and you is like...
Why can't you answer the question?
I am answering the question. If they said a teleporter, I would ask for evidence, and then I would see the evidence, and then I would judge for myself.
And then you would see the evidence.
I can see the evidence of the rockets going up.
Okay, here's their evidence.
Down.
They have a split screen camera
on my phone or the internet connection, so I can see in real time like what's going on.
You don't know it's real time. The only reason you think it's real time is they said it's real time.
Do you use a GPS on your phone?
So check this out. Here's how their evidence for the teleporter. They broadcast the video. 10, 9, 8. So you have a container, and there's a person inside of it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then the other side of it, in the split screen on the other side, boom, you see the person over there, and he's not in. And what they actually did was just swap the video sides, right? The left becomes the right of the split screen, and the right becomes the left of the split screen. And they teleported him to the moon. There's your video evidence. Right. Now SpaceX invented a teleporter.
Right, and we would evaluate those claims. We would have independent verification.
Oh, what's the independent verification of SpaceX?
Yeah, exactly. There's lots of media outlets that would...
media outlets that use SpaceX as the source of their information.
Verify SpaceX.
Dude, SpaceX PR department told the media outlets, dude, this is like what who did this shit during the Gulf War? Cheney. The source was Cheney. He tells the reporter reports it, then he goes on the news and then cites the reporter as confirming what he said when he was the source of what the reporter said.
Sure, this is why we have independent...
These tricks don't work, bro.
And multiple outlets.
Oh, yeah, all coming from the same original source, SpaceX.
No, SpaceX...
You realize SpaceX is a private company.
Yes, I'm familiar.
Yeah, they're a private company. Inside is a black box. Nobody knows what they're doing.
Okay.
We do know that there's over 400 government agencies coordinating with SpaceX. Do you know how we know this?
They have government contracts with NASA, I am aware.
Okay, do you know how we know this, though? Because Elon Musk went in front of Congress, swore on the Bible, and said, we have 400 government agencies working with us.
Working with?
SpaceX.
I don't think he controls the government. Well, I don't think the government controls all of the media outlets.
Oh, my Lord. Who said anything even remotely resembling Elon Musk controlling anything?
You were hinting at it.
No. Yeah. I said... No. What I said was, Elon Musk confirmed that SpaceX, for all practical purposes, is not separate from the government. But unlike the government that you can FOIA and get information from, you can't get FOIA SpaceX's information and get anything out of there.
Yeah, SpaceX is under no obligation to share anything with the public as a private company.
I'm not just...
And they have no obligation to tell the truth. They have no obligation whatsoever to tell the truth at all.
So would you find it satisfying if he did the teleporter experimentation and multiple outlets were to record it and examine it?
I wouldn't believe it.
Okay, then so the issue isn't SpaceX, you don't trust the outlets at all then?
How are you independently verifying this?
No, dude. Claims are not evidence, dude. Do you realize? Okay, really simply, do you understand that claims are not evidence?
When I talk about news outlets, I'm talking about recordings. I'm talking about recordings.
News outlets news outlets make claims. They don't provide evidence.
News outlets often report the news from some kind of source. Sometimes the source is in the outlet, sometimes it's not. It depending on what article you're reading.
Okay. And a thing like SpaceX, do they got free reign? Is it free reporting? Where they're like, hey, here you go. Let's see your past. Here's an ID. See you later. And they just go wherever they want and do whatever they want and just report?
No, but they do have interviews.
Yeah, that's right. What they see and what they report is controlled by SpaceX themselves.
I don't think you care about that because you've already said that you don't trust the outlets. So even if they did allow full rain,
No, I didn't say
you still
that.
wouldn't trust them.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
So you would trust some outlets then?
No, that's not what I. Listen, if you're trying to oversimplify things and turn this into a childlike argument, dispute.
It's either you do or you don't.
You're just saying I don't trust the outlets or I do. Okay? I don't go by trust to evaluate truth. Okay? What they say might be true, it might not be true. I say I don't know until I have actual evidence that can be tested.
Do you trust anyone? Like if someone gave you a piece of information?
Certainly don't trust you.
I'm not asking you to trust me. Say like another flat earther came to you and said, we've done another laser experiment.
No, I would not trust them. No.
Okay.
I don't automatically trust shit.
So does this mean you have to like verify like every single claim, every like
if you want to claim you know something, yes.
Okay.
So I know it's really hard. I know it's very, very hard to actually think critically about things and make nuanced and particular decisions about what you know and don't know and what's a belief and what's not a belief, and having the courage to say, I really don't know. I could adopt that, but then I would only be believing it and I wouldn't know. And I just like running around as if it's truth would be deluding myself. So you don't know that there's satellites in space. You believe it to be so. You're running around saying you know the truth, but that statement is actually you just deluding yourself. You've decided to convert belief into truth because you like.
I can see evidence for my claims where you're just saying I'm just trusting inaccurate sources.
There was a lot of evidence that all swans were white until they found a black swan. You know that, right?
I'm not familiar with that example, but sure.
Okay, so in Australia, swans are black. And the theory was all swans are white. And they looked for white swans, and that's all they ever found. So they were like, man, I got lots of evidence all swans were white. They must be white. And then they went to Australia, and they found a black swan. So they found, as soon as they found one black swan, all that positive evidence meant nothing. Okay? This is how actual inquiry works. This is how actual inquiry works. Confirmational evidence does not tell you anything. It's the attempt to falsify it that tells you something.
Well, even with your like swan example, all it took was a confirmed evidence.
It's Karl Popper's example.
So
it's not mine.
Hang on. So it's like new information. So it's like we've acquired new information. There's no conspiracy to cover up this information. This information is shared. Now we know that not all swans are white. With the space situation, you're a bit more of a difficult situation because you already have rockets that are going up. So there is no like black swan. They're already doing it. So the next thing you'll have to do is to explain like why are those rockets of fake or however you want to claim it.
No, they're real rockets.
Okay.
The only question, are they doing what they claim they're doing with them? That's the only question.
Cool. Okay, I feel like I'm...
And whether we are capable of even evaluating that claim, right? Which we're not. Because...
Let me try something real quick.
Hold on. Just let me finish. You can go right after me, Sheep, I promise. So, a medium-range ballistic missile, which goes 500 miles, would look visually identical. You have no way to know from watching a rocket launch if it goes to space, if it goes 500 miles away, 200 miles away, 100 miles away. You can't tell. So the question is, can you even evaluate it for truth? And that answer is a big fat no. Go ahead, Sheeps.
Yeah, so another example of like the all swans are white argument, and then when you find a black swan, that disproves that all swans are white. Another example would be like boats going over the curve is the only explanation for boats disappearing bottom. Would you agree with that statement, Joshua?
You have to repeat that again.
Boats disappearing bottom up is only explained by going over the curvature of the Earth.
No, that would be false.
Okay. Do you have any examples of boats disappearing bottom up, going over a flat surface?
The claim that you said, like, all bottom up, like, you can obviously find a situation where maybe a boat is going behind some landmass and it might disappear bottom up.
No.
I would not say that is the curvature of the Earth.
If you're behind some landmass, so there's landmass in the middle of water that's preventing you from seeing the bottom of a boat.
I'm not saying that's in all cases, but you specifically said...
Name one fucking example where land in the middle of water is causing bottom-up obstruction of a fucking boat.
Most of the time, if it's on the ocean, then yes, it would be from bottom up because of the horizon.
Okay, so if I show you an example of over water, no land between the boat and your observation, where a boat is disappearing bottom up, and there's no way that it could be the curvature of the Earth, because the curvature of the Earth is way further than what the observation is being given. Would you say that this disproves curvature of the Earth?
It depends what's obstructing the bottom. Like, I gave like a off the cuff, like landmass, but it could be other things that could be obstructing, like another boat, for example, could be getting in the way of the shot. Like, you know what, we can talk around this. Why don't you post your evidence and that, or we can have a look at it.
Okay, cool. I'll post it. Like, there's nothing in the way, bro. It's just water. The boat is on water. There's nothing between you and the boat.
I'm trying to be particular.
I know you're trying to be particular. I'm telling you, there's nothing in between you and the boat. You're saying, oh, it could be land, it could be another boat, it could be something else causing bottom-up obstruction. And I agree, it could be something else, but it's definitely not fucking physical.
Sure, I just haven't seen the evidence. You have to post it to me so I can have a look.
I'm going to post it. Give me a second. I got to go through my Twitter account. It's dense, bro. Now, in this argument right here, right, I'll give you a chance to go watch it. Indio is actually giving an argument for this video. This video is not done by Indio. This video is done by Sky Free on YouTube, and they have over 100 examples of bottom-up obstruction over a flat surface where there's nothing in between you and the object, but for whatever reason, the object is disappearing from the bottom up. And so the idea that only curvature can cause bottom-up obstruction is asinine, because you can do it. You can give examples. There's actually physical examples of how you can do bottom-up obstruction over a flat surface. So I guess I'll give you a few minutes to watch the video. They take measurements throughout the whole video. So even though Indio is talking, there's visual cues for you to watch, and tell me what you think afterwards. We can have a discussion. Are you still here, Indio? Looks like Indio left.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try to stick around long enough to have a discussion with you, man, but
it's fine.
Work. I apologize.
Yeah, if you gotta go,
but it's self-explanatory, because if you listen to the video and you watch the video, like you're hearing the argument, the same argument that you're going to make, you're going to hear it in the video. And Indio is giving the rebuttal to your argument that you're obviously going to make, because you can't wrap your head around the idea that the Earth could be flat.
Well, I mean, we could talk about it now before you go. Like, I've jumped to like 4 minutes, and I can see that the waves are obstructing the boat.
The waves are not obstructing the boat.
Sure. Hang on, I'll watch some more. I've watched the video.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks so. At the beginning, the footage is reasonably clear. But again, like because it's like low down, I think they give you measurements at the beginning. Like it was something like I don't know, wasn't it like an inch or something? No, 1.5
inch or 2 inches. Yeah.
Yeah. So obviously, like some of the waves can obstruct that much. So, but I think the video proceeds to get like even worse. Like the further out it goes, like it keeps going blurry. I can't tell if that's like because of the camera or
maybe some optical happening off in the distance.
Yeah, like sometimes, like on a hot day, as you know, you can have sort of a heat wave, and they can distort the image.
So some other effect other than curvature.
Oh yeah, no, curvature is not stopping you from seeing the boat.
Right. So could you say that this is also something that could be happening on longer distance observations out over the ocean?
Yeah, you can have like very giant waves. You obstruct things. You can have temperature differences that can cause refraction.
Maybe some temperature inversions.
Right. I think when we say like the horizon's cutting it off from the bottom up, what we're usually talking about is I'll give you. You've probably seen this image like 1,000 times already. But we're usually talking about like these kind of photos where you can see the horizon where the sky meets the sea, and like the bottom of the legs are basically like cut off. And when I look at your image, your video, I'm not seeing the same effect. It's not so much the sky meeting the sea. It seems to be like a lot of waves are obstructing it.
Right, so it couldn't be a wave doing some obstruction in that video or that image that you showed me. That image also looks very Photoshopped, like it's been cleared up a lot. Maybe had some noise removed out of there that would normally be observed in a natural observation.
You're talking about your one or my one?
No, yours. Your windmills.
I guess like. I think the concern that there is that's then going forward is like if I'm going to take your evidence at face value, I think there's an understanding you'll have to take my evidence at face value. Otherwise, we're just going to.
I'm not asking you to take mine at face value.
Okay.
I'm just asking you to ask a question.
You're
not wanting to ask a question because you're satisfied with the globe, even though you have no evidence to support the globe.
You guys
what you should be saying is, I don't know. I don't know would probably be the best answer you could give when it comes to what's going on in observations that you can't verify yourself.
Well, no, we can verify these. Like, if I go to Scotland and I'll take some photos of offshore wind farms, because I live in the UK, like, I would expect to see these.
Oh, okay. So, being expecting to see these, have you gone and made those observations yourself?
I don't have evidence for this, but I used to live in North Wales, and I think it was around Llandudrog. We had some offshore wind farms, and yeah, like you could kind of see like the bottom was cutting off. It was a difficult experiment because you're quite high up, because the road to the town goes around a mountain, so you're at an elevated height.
Okay. Again, you're not doing the observations that we're asking, where you get down to sea level and you make a long distance observation over sea level. So you really have never experienced what many of us in this server have. And for the things that you feel like you've experienced, those were probably observations that you made before you even thought the Earth was ever flat. You just looked out there, you saw the wind farm and turned your head, never giving it a second thought because you've never been presented with the idea that maybe the Earth might be flat.
Sure, I grew up with the idea of like the globe model, but I can have both models in my mind. I can verify each other's claims. And
What
to me,
model,
it's
man?
very clear that the globe model makes more sense.
Okay, so what works on the globe model?
Well, for example, we like I mentioned before, we can have like this to bring the conversation all the way back around. We can.
Well, this is what it always comes back to: is it's always circular reasoning for people who believe in the globe, because the curve verifies the model, which verifies the curve, which verifies the model. But the problem is the model doesn't work. If it worked in completeness, then maybe it might be an explanation for every natural phenomenon going on, but it doesn't, because let's face it, gravity at the molecular level is not the same as gravity at the planetary level, is not the same as gravity out in the universe, right? Like those are three different gravities and three different models, and nothing is unified under the globe model, which you claim is the only model that works.
Well, I think the answer is then clear. Like, the whole idea is to have like the excluded middle. It's either flat or it's globe. So we would look at things that would only happen on a flat model, or something that only happens on a globe model, and we can measure those, we can test those, we can see.
How about this? How about this? All right, try this one out for one. Right, flat or curved. You can't measure flatness, right? All you can do is measure a lack of curvature, right?
Sorry, measure. Do you say measure flatness?
No one ever measures flatness. What they measure is zero curvature, right?
It depends what kind of measurement device you're using.
Well, when you're looking for flatness, what you're looking for is a lack of curvature, right?
Yeah, if you're looking for something flat, yeah, you don't want it curved. Yes, I can agree.
Right, because you don't really measure flatness. It could look flat, but if you hold some kind of a level or something to compare it to, maybe a parallel thing, something that runs parallel to it, what you're looking for is deviation from the parallel, right?
Right, but even with the level, it's using a bubble, and that bubble is determined by the center of gravity. So it's going to be relative to. Like,
I'm not even talking about the bubble, bro.
You said spirit level, so I immediately just thought about the bubble.
No, I didn't say spirit level. I said level, as in parallel.
Okay. Carry on.
So when you're looking for flatness, what you're really measuring for is a lack of curvature, right?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Correct. Because you can't measure flat. What you do is you measure zero curvature. With zero curvature becomes parallel. And if it's not parallel, then you'll find a point of intersection or deviation, correct?
Correct.
Correct. So that's pretty much all we're asking you to do, is to go out there and measure the curvature. If you have a lack of curvature, what does that mean for your observation?
Well, like I said before, like, we can have an observation when the SpaceX rocket goes up, we can see the Earth starting to curve as the higher up it goes. So that is a direct observation.
You're going to have to post an example of this, because there's many reasons for whatever observation you think you're seeing going on, but I'll need an example of this in order to understand better what you're seeing in your mind, because that's what you're seeing. That's the only place you're seeing it, is in your mind.
Okay.
Not a direct observation either. It's a faith-based, thing. You kind of have to trust them. You have to trust that it's,
you have to trust that the lens doesn't have any extra curvature involved in it.
I timestamped the video, but you can watch it from start to finish. But yeah, it has the process of like the whole rocket going up. And on the timestamp, if you just pause it, you can just about see sort of the slight curvature of the Earth.
So this is like a non-continuous edited version of like where they're just constantly making camera angles. So it looks like I have an external view, like a third-person view, and I'm guessing it's going to cut to a first-person view, right?
Yeah, there's like different. Yeah, there is like different shots. So there's like one from its launch, and it watches the rocket go up, and then it will switch to a, I guess you'd call a first-person view of the engine. But don't forget, it's like it's more than one rocket. So it's like, I can't remember actually, because you have like the one self-landing booster.
More than one rocket, huh?
Well, yeah. So you
more than one launch.
Well, no, it's one launch. But so how it works is that they'll have a staging system, and it will go in two stages. The first stage would be the booster, and then the booster would detach and land itself, and then the main rocket itself would carry on the journey.
Yeah, see, they're cutting through all these different things, dude. I could make a CGI video if I had the artistic skills that they have. I could make a CGI video, make it cut to that. You wouldn't fucking know the difference.
Well, isn't there a way how to detect for CGI?
So you trust the government's equipment to detect CGI for you?
I mean, you could always just learn it yourself.
Or I mean, you could have just one continuous shot without using a fisheye lens, and maybe send up a few regular people to go up and have the observation. But even that is like not really verifiable, because there's actually what are they called, simulations that are said to astronauts couldn't even tell the difference. They said the simulation felt so real.
Just really quickly as well, Sheepdog, I was just looking at his video. I mean, we can see obvious effects of the lens. Here's the same altitude, and then just, a few seconds later, when the camera's panned a little bit differently, completely different curvature, showing that it's a lens effect. Yeah.
I mean, you really got to scrutinize the shit out of something, dude, before you could accept it as is, right? Measure twice, cut once.
Joshua's just punching the clock to sow FUD here.
I think so too.
Wait, punching my clock to do what?
Your morning routine, or our morning routine.
It's actually the evening for me.
Yeah, we know. You're in the UK. But yeah, the only unedited video of a rocket going up and coming back down uses severely distorted fisheye lenses, so that's questionable right there. What altitude they go to is still in contention as well, because, like you said, when rockets launch, they have to turn sideways to go around the curvature of the Earth, but then Elon's rockets also go straight up and come straight back down. So which is it? Is it going over the curve, or is it going straight up and straight back?
No, it's accelerating. So you'll see that the speed clock is going up. That's like relative to the Earth. And the idea is, it's like if you can move fast enough, when the ship would fall, it would miss the curvature of the Earth.
The speed clock? You're talking about the thing that measures the miles per hour, how fast the rocket's going?
Kilometers per hour.
Or kilometers per hour? You really believe that thing? Like, have you ever, when you were in school, did you ever have the teacher turn on the computer and tell you to count as fast as the computer has the numbers running on the computer? There was a little program that would just count sequentially in order to count as quickly as you can with it.
I'm not sure what you're trying to get at, but no, teachers never asked me to count off a computer.
Well, that was one of the things that the teachers would do in like first grade to get people distracted. While the teacher and the principal would have a conversation in the classroom, because you can't leave kids in a classroom by themselves. But anyway, like so you're telling me that like they just couldn't put a number on the screen and make it count upwards, and then tell you that's a speed clock?
Sure, you can claim that, but the fact that the rocket is performing what we expect it to do, that there is a curvature and then there is gravity, and in order to maintain its position, it would need to speed around the Earth as quickly as possible. So it would miss that curvature by literally just watching the video. Like again, like it starts going at an angle.
So you believe the video?
Yeah.
As long as you say you believe it, and that it's not knowledge.
But just like your main point was that you see the rocket going up and you see the curvature, and that's how you know that it's curved, because you can see the Earth curving. But I just showed you screenshots from your same video that show just within a few frames, right? Like it's curving the wrong way, and then it's curving the other way.
When it curves the other way, it's obviously they're switching the switching like the camera around. So
that makes the Earth curve concave, like a donut Earth.
Well, sure. If you don't accept like the image of the curved Earth, I'm not exactly
it's curving the wrong way.
Yeah, because you mentioned, or they're probably just switching lens or something. I'm not sure.
No. It's the lens, right? So you understand how wide-angle lenses work, right? So if you have, let's say you have a straight line and it's in the center of the frame. Okay, and then you pan the camera, like you pan the camera so that straight line goes above center frame. It's going to look like it's convex. And then if you pan the camera and that line goes below center frame, then it's going to be concave. And that's what we see in this footage, right? It just depends on at which point within the frame the horizon line is. So it's inconclusive. It's just showing a distortion due to the lens being used.
So you're not accepting
No, I'm just saying it's inconclusive because obviously there's a lens effect taking place, which is distorting the horizon line, making it warp, concave, convex.
Sure.
But you understand that we're back to I don't know, right?
Well, no, not really, because you're still seeing the rocket going up, and you're still seeing it perform what we.
That's awesome. I'm seeing the rocket go up. But what does that have to do with the camera angle and the camera lens on the rocket? I can see the rocket from the ground going up and going far away and going down. Looks like it's going down, but due to perspective, it could just be flying level with the Earth. Who knows? I can't verify that. But you also have this camera lens that's on the side of the rocket that you're putting yourself into that lens, but you're ignoring all of the miscues that lens is giving you, like the distortion of the outer edges of the lens, which when you change the angle of view, you go from a convex line of the Earth to a flat line of the Earth to a concave line of the Earth, just by changing the angle because the camera lens is panning. You're not changing the camera lens, it's just the lens is panning across the view. You understand?
Well, what I understand is when you're contending with the camera, the one camera is showing the curvature of the Earth. The other camera is obviously on. No, it's the camera's on the different sides of the engine. That's not disputable because you can quite see on one camera you can see part of the engine, and then on the next camera it's covered with light reflection material.
The engine is on the right side of all of these views.
Correct. But the Earth changes what side it is on. Actually, just to say we're talking about the same
Earth
thing.
is on the left, and the engine is on the right.
Hang on, I'm not trying to be funny.
Maybe it did a roll or something like that.
Maybe that's different.
Who knows?
We're looking at
It's on
two
the
different
same side.
footages.
Rocket moves.
Hang on, we're looking at two different footages. Let's let me link what the bit I'm on. So I'm at 16 minutes 21.
I understand that. You're using that one particular moment as your example, but there's an entire 16 minutes before that where the same camera lens is showing you different types of Earth.
Obviously, throughout, yeah, it depends which one they're switching to. Now I got a reference point. Obviously, like the closer down to the ground they are, they're not going to see that curvature. But through the course of the video, as the rocket gets higher,
Are you looking in the side chat?
I'm not.
Look in the side chat and go back up to 55 minutes past the hour.
55.
So 53 minutes and 55 minutes.
Yeah. Actually, that's going to make more sense if I just screenshot it.
I know what the thing looks like at 16 minutes. It literally shows it for 2 seconds.
Hang on.
I watched the video. It was maybe 5 seconds.
Yeah, sure.
And then it cuts again.
Let me post the latest. So camera angle 1. And then I'll repost your one. Yeah, these are two different cameras because as you can see, like the Earth is on the left side, and then on the first image, the Earth is on the right side, and then on the latest image, you can see that the reflective material, and then on the previous one, you can see bits of the engine. So they are two different cameras.
Yeah, but clearly the Earth is CGI there, though. Can't you see that the Earth is not real in that image on the left? That portion of Earth is not Earth. That's a CGI Earth you're looking at.
Well, we're talking about like the SpaceX like videos where they stream like the whole launch and they Starlink satellites.
I covered that. I recognise the engine nozzle, but the thing is, you can see clearly that Earth is CGI.
Curious, what about the rocket itself? Do you think that's real or is that fake?
Hold on, before we get to that, I got to ask you, why is the rocket not on the left side of the image if the camera angle has changed? Or if the camera has changed?
Sorry,
if the Earth is on the left side, why is the rocket on the right side?
I'm not sure.
It's just these things like it just the rocket spins. Okay, it doesn't matter, even if it is yeah, exactly. It doesn't even matter if it's a different camera. But
it's the same. The rocket just rolled. Is all that happened?
Exactly.
You think you think it's one camera? Just so I can understand, you're saying that it's just one camera and the rocket rolled.
No, there's other cameras on the rocket, but that particular image is from the same camera.
What about the two photos are they from the same camera?
Yes, because the rocket is on the same side of the lens. You realize if you do a barrel roll in the air, the Earth will go from being at the bottom of a camera to being at the top of a camera, right? You understand that?
Yeah, I'm understanding it.
You have to put yourself on the rocket.
Yeah, that would be your frame of reference. You're on the rocket itself. and that image is that those two images are coming from the same camera. You can tell.
No, I
He just did a
disagree.
barrel roll. That's all he did.
You can see that there are different. There's like.
Do you know what a barrel roll is?
Yeah, I can understand what a barrel roll is, but when we watch the video, it's literally a second later. They switch to the different camera, so they didn't barrel roll in under a second.
Jaron has proved. I know we don't like Jaron from journalism, but he exposed that they used the same camera, right? And then they edit it after it's on YouTube and everything else. They could still again. Jaron highlighted that, so I'm sorry. What I'm seeing here is a replica of that. It's the same camera, different, just barrel rolling. That's what we got.
And we can get into they can use an LCD screen to in the background and do CGI over that. So that's a whole nother conversation. But we can't even prove that. What all I'm saying is in this image, these two images, it's the same camera because the rocket is on the same side of the camera. The Earth is on a different side, and it's only because the rocket would have done a barrel roll where it rolled 180 degrees in the other direction. Now, if you move a lens that has curvature built into the lens, as you pan in your direction of view, you will see a flat line go from convex to concave.
Clearly, the
lenses can alter things, but you can clearly see it's a different size.
We can't go to space anyway,
because
the vacuum of space will kill a spacecraft anyway. Anyway, there is no such thing. I know you're hanging on to it desperately, but unfortunately, those are the facts.
Just
we can't go there.
One sec. I'm confused. What is this supposed to prove?
Curvature of the Earth. That the Earth is curved.
Oh, why? How? Because I see concave and I see curved. So which one are you going with, Joshua?
One camera is showing the curve. The other camera on the other side shows
concave.
Well, it's got a more narrow view of the Earth.
It shows concave. I don't care about the narrowness. It shows concave.
Excuses. The rocket's still on the same side.
So you're going to choose the one that shows curve because that's your bias?
Can you not see a curvature?
I can see a concave one as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so why is one curved? Why is one convex, one concave?
I presume it probably to do with the way that camera is angled to look at the engine, and that it's on the facing side of the Earth, so it's taking less of the Earth into. You can even see with the clouds.
I don't care how much less it's taking. If it's curving, it's not going to show it being reversed and concave. Do you know what concave means?
Yes, and it's going to invert on itself, so it's going to move in towards itself at a focal point. What I'm saying is, sure, you have like one camera showing a curve and the other one is a little bit concaved, but to me, there are two different cameras, so all we have to do is just look at the one camera and its process.
You realize that if everything was a little bit, you realize
the one.
You realize if something was a little bit concave, that eventually it would go all the way around, right?
Why are you only going to look at the one which shows convex?
Because it shows the curvature of the
right, because of your bias. Do you want it to be that? You want that to be the accurate representation of...
I didn't say the other one wasn't an accurate interpretation.
Oh, okay. So what is the Earth thing, concave or convex?
I told you they're two different cameras.
Right, so you want to choose the one that shows the convex because you think the Earth's a ball, right?
I know the Earth is a ball.
How do you know?
There you go.
Yeah, you don't know. You don't know that. You haven't measured curvature. You don't have photograph of curvature off your own back. You haven't.
But how do you know that?
You haven't proven that the Earth is spinning. So we've gone out to measure the curvature. We can't find it anywhere.
How does he know that? How does he know that?
Yeah, it's a great question. How does he know that? Great question.
Knowledge means a first person instance. First instant measurement. So obviously you've gone out and made some actual measurements, right?
Knowledge does not mean like an actual witness.
Knowledge is first instance. Knowledge is from experience.
It's first hand. Basically, you would have to have measured the curvature of the Earth to know that the Earth is actually a globe, and then you would have had to have measured the rotation spin, and then you've proven to yourself that the Earth is actually in a vacuum, hurtling at said speeds without a container.
So
you'd have to know this. You'd have to prove all this to know it. Come on, man.
Hang on. Knowledge is facts, information, and skills acquired through experience or education.
Yeah, exactly. That's
theoretical or practical understanding of a subject.
How do you know? How do you know the Earth is curved? How do you know that? How does he fucking know? How many steps beyond the question are we going to go? How do you know that it's curved?
Yeah, let's go. What's your first-hand experience?
I didn't say anything about first experience. I've already told you what knowledge is, and that
knowledge is first-hand experience.
No,
it's experience.
Facts, information.
He's going to default to education.
Through experience or education.
So what's your education? What's your education that the Earth is a ball? How did you gain first-hand experience in your education that the Earth is a ball?
Yeah,
first-hand. That's a really weird word. Or is either or the other. It's not both. You can't just go experience and
education is first-hand experience, right?
Yes.
Like if you go out and you do something and you screw up, and then you do it again, but you do it differently, and you find out how it works. Now you've been educated firsthand, right?
Sure, but you can also learn things in the classroom, and you don't necessarily have to experience it to understand it.
Well, how many times have you gone to school and they tell you you don't learn anything in the classroom? What you do is you learn everything out in the real world.
I've never heard that before. I would say whoever said that is must be an interesting person.
Have you gone outside and done anything
there are lots of
ever
things,
in your life?
There are lots of things there's lots of things we don't experience that are that bar.
No, you don't know. You don't know that the Earth is a globe. You'd have to have measured the curvature to know that. You haven't done that. Otherwise, you would say, yes, I went out to a certain place on a certain day. Here's a photograph. Here's the proof. Here are my findings. You haven't done that. That's real world and real life, real hand, first-hand experience. You don't have that. Don't have that because
I already showed you a picture and you said it was CGI.
I don't have it. Yes, the picture you showed me, that's not of you firsthand anyway.
I can show you a picture of a unicorn.
CGI. We know it's CGI because we know it's CGI because Robert Simmons, the NASA employee, stated out of his own mouth, it has to be CGI. It has to be, he says. Okay? It has to be. So let's not get out of our, let's not get things misconstrued here. Definitely.
Dude, only because there's no color in space.
So what I want to know is, how did you measure the curvature of the Earth? That would be first-hand knowledge. You don't have that first-hand knowledge. So you do not know that the Earth is a globe. Stop lying.
Hey, Jen, if I show you a picture of a unicorn, does that make unicorns real?
Oh, no, it certainly does not, because they don't exist.
If I show you a picture of a Pegasus, does that mean Pegasus is real?
That certainly does not exist either, no.
Right, so the only evidence you would ever accept would not come in photographic form. It would be you experiencing it firsthand.
For me,
here's the problem, Joshua. Here's the problem, Joshua. We're given a story. We go out and we test that story, and what we find out is that story is wrong every step of the way. So if that story is wrong every step of the way, and then somebody comes in here and says, "Well, I believe the story," and then we say, "Okay, well, where's your evidence?" and you give us this, and we say, "No, we want tests because every time we test it, it's wrong." So we want someone to actually prove the Earth being a ball, not just by showing us pictures, but actually, go out and make a measurement.
Yeah. Belief is accepting things without that validation or confirmation. That's what belief is. That's the citation of a belief.
The problem I have is like you're saying these things, but in order to debunk something, you need to actually understand what that thing is. And I feel like
that is the highest standard possible, and that is not a crime. If somebody wants to say to you, "I don't accept your story. Can you please show me? Take me there," then you'd have to do that. because that's the highest standard that individual accepts only. So if you say to me there's a satellite in space, you're going to have to take me there to see that, because I know that would be impossible. That's a fantastic story. So you'd have to show me. You'd have to go to space to accept that.
Joshua, if I told you I owned a Ferrari, and then I showed you an image of me throwing up a peace sign while standing next to a Ferrari, is that evidence enough to prove to you that I own the Ferrari?
Well, no, of course not.
Right. So what we're asking for is literal evidence of the curvature, not some photograph that may or may not be edited in such a way to demonstrate your confirmation bias.
Well, like I said, like you can see like firsthand, like whenever you have like go on a journey or a trip, you can access GPS, you can access the internet through Starlink or through cell towers.
That doesn't prove Earth curve.
Yeah, it doesn't prove Earth curve, and they all work on a flat Earth. That's right.
We're not denying that things are up in the sky doing tasks that we use down here on Earth. We're not denying that. What we're denying is the story that they're floating around in space, going around a spherical ball, because you need the ball in the first instance in order to prove that they're going around it.
Can't you guys like then go to like an observatory and then just like watch one of these satellites go across, and you'll have like a zoomed in picture, and you can detect?
No, because I'm not denying that there's things up in the sky.
Yeah. Okay.
If I may quickly interject, so not all of us, but a lot of us also have done just observations of the sky. If you really want to go there, with telescopes and even high-end consumer optics like the Nikon P900 and P1000. At no single point did you see what you see when you get pictures of what outer space looks like and the planets. The only thing you can observe is lights in the sky that appear to be underneath water, and that's it.
Well, it's not even that. Like we just see what we see in the sky, regardless of what they're doing. Like, yeah, they could be underwater or what something else may be going on. We don't know. But what we see in the sky, we all see the same thing. You see the same thing when I look up in the sky and I see Mars, I point to it, I'm like, oh, look, there's Mars. And you're like, oh, yeah, there's Mars. But in your mind, you immediately go to some NASA cartoon image that they've put together in a CGI instrument. And that's your idea of what Mars is. Or maybe you go to the Mars Land Rover and that's your best guess of what Mars is. But when I look up in the sky, I just see a light in the sky because I know that they use Photoshop. I know they have like the world's best CGI lab. So I don't need to take their word for it.
I think that we're at an impasse because like if there's no actual visual data that I can display to you, even if I got that data myself, you're just going to say it's CGI. So the only way I can prove to you,
I would love for you to go get it yourself.
The only way I can prove to you that the Earth is flat is if you experience it yourself. Or
I want you to go get it. I want you to go get it yourself.
Here's a question for you: if other flat earthers went and did an experiment and it proved that the Earth was a globe, would you accept that?
What experiment? I didn't need to know what the experiment is, and I'd have to verify the entire process of it.
Yeah. We did have that final experiment recently, and all flat earthers.
It wasn't even an experiment.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly.
It was an observation. It was the first observation. It wasn't a final experiment.
Right, exactly. So that's why we flat earthers, we have a high standard, very high standard. The real flat earthers, that is.
Hang on, final experiment.
And just because I'm presented with evidence right away, doesn't mean that I need to believe it. I can let it sit on a shelf for a little while and watch it age and see if the evidence still maintains its fruit after time. And you know, I can look into it and ask questions and scrutinize it and be hypercritical of it. There's nothing wrong with that. Wouldn't you agree?
I'm not against like critical thinking or anything like that. But I've just Googled this final experiment, and with like a brief like 10 or 20 second look at it, I get the impression that there was a recording of a 24-hour sun cycle, which would make sense on the globe, but wouldn't make sense on a flat Earth.
There's a lot of problems with what happened down there. That's a several hour long conversation.
Why wouldn't it work on a flat Earth?
Yeah.
I'd imagine on a... Well, I don't want to tell you how your own flat Earth works, but the reason why I wouldn't think it would work is because I would imagine, actually, I don't even know what is your model, because in my mind, on a flat Earth, when the sun comes up, the whole world would be lit up, and then when the sun goes down, the whole world goes to dark. And we know that we know around the world, even now, for me, it's after evening, and for you guys, it's morning.
What if I told you this?
Confused, false impression of what would happen on a flat Earth. Okay, and that's how you got to your conclusion that proves a globe. Got it.
Well, I keep asking you guys to give me some kind of flat Earth model, but you guys will never defend it, or you'll never talk about it.
Well, we don't know the answers to everything in the universe.
Reification, so I'm not going to argue from a model. No thanks.
Right. So here's the one thing you need to know. If the surface of the Earth measures flat, whatever is happening in the sky only happens over a flat Earth.
How'd you come to that conclusion?
Well, you have to prove curvature in order to prove that it's happening over a ball. If you have no measurements of curvature...
I'm asking you, how do you know that it's flat?
How do I know it's flat? Because I've gone out and made observations myself.
And experiments.
Okay.
Observation and measurement. You've got, trust me, bro. They told me this picture's real.
Okay.
And I don't need to present evidence to you that I went out and made observations, because then you can just turn around and say, well, how do I know that even happened? I don't need to give you that evidence. I will tell you, go out and make your own observation.
Hey, I've never accused you of, or any of you here, of misleading.
It doesn't matter. That's what it always devolves to. That's what it always devolves to. So what it really boils down to is you need to go out and have a first-hand experience. I understand, but you need to go out and have a first-hand experience yourself in order to prove it to yourself. There's nothing we can say in this room. All we're trying to do is show you that there's no curvature. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
Yeah, so Joshua, I've posted some really interesting images in the side chat. Have a look at them, okay, because they are very damning and compelling against the heliocentric model, especially the globe Earth that you think exists. One of them is the video with Robert Simmons explaining to you how he actually makes the image as you would witness it yourself, as you would wish it to be. Basically, is what he's saying, as you would imagine it to be or expect it to be. That's the words he used, yeah, as you would expect it to be, right?
That's that blue marble image.
Where's the curvature? High altitude balloon, 120,000 feet up, 24 miles off the Earth's surface. High altitude balloon, where's the curvature there? Then you've got the actual blue marble. Is it a photograph or a painting? Right? Then there's the other one where NASA has been making these CGI images all over the years, and the continents are of different sizes. And then you've got one where they've been using the clone tool to repeat the clouds. You know what I mean? So, this is all to show you that every time you see the Earth, ball Earth, it's a CGI image. It's not real. That we don't have a real photograph of Earth as a ball from space. And all 8,000 odd photographs purported to come from space has been subjected to the latest forensic software, digital forensic software, and has proven that those images are fake and not from space, backing up our position that we can't go there anyway. Okay? So there's a lot there going on, and then you've got a set of photographs showing you what possibly is in the sky that you see. Satellites, drones, etc., blimps, all sorts. It's all there. This is more realistic than trust me, bro. I believe the story, bro.
There's even a picture of the blue marble where it's quite literally written out in the clouds the word SEX. Like, come on. Like, when do you see that?
Yeah, I forgot about that. That's right. That's right. I remember that. Yeah.
Well, a few days ago, last month, no, 2 months ago, I went to a trip to Malta with a plane, right? And I took pictures. Unfortunately, I need to level up again this account, so I can't post right now. But I took pictures. Firstly, it's level as the eye can see, and I see a sunspot on the clouds where the sun is directly above it. How can you have a sunspot if the sun is millions of miles away? Doesn't and the light comes apparently not directly straight parallel, but straight down. Doesn't make sense.
Okay, so I'll go through. I don't know what the first picture is that you sent. The second one, we say like all these images are from NASA. Like, I don't think NASA's like claiming like all images, like, because you'll have like artists' renditions of Earth's not claiming that those are, because a lot of our satellites are close up, so they're not going to have a whole photo. However, there are photos of the whole Earth, for example, from the Apollo missions.
They were paintings. They turned out to be a painting. The only image they had, which is called the original blue marble from the last mission, 1972, that was a painting. That's the one that you're looking at. That says, is that a photograph or a painting? And Matt Powell helped to prove that to us, okay? So that's the only thing that we have in the way of a photograph from space. And it was a painting. And in the other images, the cluster of planets there, that's NASA's image. Or those are NASA images. All of them.
Directly from their website. Yeah. Not only that,
don't you think that the authority in space should always be posting only images, or not images, but photographs, actual photographs of everything, instead of giving us images, artist renditions, cartoons, illustrations? Like, I would expect photographs from the superior authority of space.
Same here. Like, but when we look at like the planets, right, that they show us, for example, Pluto, even though it's not considered a planet anymore, you quite literally got Pluto the dog on the planet. Come on, like, it's insane. And people are, oh, there it is. That's a planet. Yay, it's circular, but it's actually spherical.
Well, even though before, all NASA photos of Earth, like, yes, some of them are edited, I can tell you now, but they're not all claiming to be like straight shots from, like, I don't know, like a geosynchronous orbit. And I'm happy to find you an original image if you want, and then you can try and chew that apart. The third thing down, I don't know what this is, but about satellites, I'm looking at like weather balloons. I don't know, like
yeah, that picture. There's actually recordings of NASA sending satelloons, not satellites, from like close to the Antarctic or Arctic regions upwards into the air, where they stay for a couple of months to a couple of years. They follow the electromagnetic field of the Earth, and then they drop back down. Sometimes they even drop into like private property of people, right? Then they take pictures of it before NASA comes up and swoops it up.
Sure.
And it's always with balloons, not with anything else but balloons.
Balloons are quite slow. Okay, I'll post this video of like Starlink satellites moving across.
Joshua. So we've got everybody else's explanation for what they think may or may not be going on with the curve of the Earth. What do you have for the curve of the Earth?
No, I'm like going through like the stuff that's been. You've said like loads of things. I'm slowly trying to address all of them.
Yeah. Starlink, helium balloon. Starlink is old technology. Remember, they bought the Google Loon a system from Google. Starlink, Elon Musk. He bought it. So Starlink is just helium balloons with equipment attached. Nothing fantastic there. That's not a wow moment. It's not.
Jin, it doesn't even matter.
Technology. That's not the pinnacle of technology. It's just not.
He's going all over the place trying to get away from the actual measurement of the curvature of the Earth.
No, you guys were posting loads of evidence of like satellites of as balloons, photoshopped Earths and stuff, and I've stepped.
Well, that's the truth of the matter. That's all we have.
Regardless,
you haven't presented us. You haven't presented us from NASA or from whatever source the real picture of Earth in its entirety. You don't have that.
Well, I've already gone through this conversation with other people, and they quite clearly say they don't trust any evidence that I give or any other people give, unless it's a first-hand experience from themselves.
You've put down so far, Joshua,
we can have a week-long. We can have a week-long discussion. We can have a week-long discussion about all the explanations of why an image could or could not be the end-all, be-all for the curvature of the Earth, or you can just give us some measurements for the curvature of the Earth.
Can I also just quickly tackle one thing, because we're still in July? The 4th of July, is it the 4th or the 8th? I think it's the 4th. The 8th of July is Flat Earth Day, isn't it? That's when 71% of the Earth has daylight and sunlight. How do you explain that within your heliocentric model, considering that one part of the Earth is nighttime and the other part is daytime? Again, it doesn't make much sense unless you start using some fairy tale hocus pocus stuff. Oh, the light is bending through a medium that doesn't even exist, right? Doesn't make sense. Or simply put, we live on a stationary, non-rotating plane of existence.
We're just trying to get curvature, man. It's irrelevant what's going on in the sky or what the light of the Earth is. Just curvature. That's all we want. Curvature. Thing.
I can answer that last question. I just want to. It's probably to do with like the tilture of the Earth, and we have like longer days, like in the northern hemisphere.
How do you know it's tilted?
Trust the science, bro. Trust the science.
So no, because your claim was like, why is like most of the population is experiencing sunlight? It's because the majority of the population lives in the northern hemisphere, and during the northern hemisphere. Why didn't you answer my question? Hang on. I think I'll work on both the flat Earth and I'm getting like multiple questions, and I'm answering them one at a time. Like,
you're picking the question that you want to answer because you think it justifies for the curvature of the Earth. I'm asking you to give me measurements for the curvature.
Well, even if I did give you measurements, we'll be back down to square one of you saying, I don't believe you, you think it's bullshit, and then we'll try observations.
No, measurements can be tested.
And the observations are, it's CGI.
You don't have measurements. That's what you're trying to say, right? That's why you're diffusing the conversation into something else, because you don't have the measurement, correct?
When you say measurement, what do you mean? Do you want like a number?
What do you mean?
To extend my ruler like 50 kilometers?
Do we have to tell you what a measurement means? Sheepdog explained to you, if you're testing something for flatness, you can tell if something is curving or not.
Yes, but the Earth is massive. It's really large. There's no.
Yeah, we know how massive.
Ruler.
5 miles should be 16 feet of drop.
Now you're acting like a schoolboy.
16 feet of drop in 5 miles. We know how large it's supposed to be. We're telling you that all those distances, we're not measuring any of the drop that's supposed to be there with those distances.
I love that massive argument, right? Like the Earth is so massive. So you're telling me you know the Earth is flat, but you refuse to believe it. You know it's flat because it's so massive that it looks flat.
It appears flat, but when you constantly say like measurements, again, like I'm not aware of an instrument that is long enough to, I don't know, like stick out the other side. Like,
okay, 1 second. If you're not aware of an instrument that can measure it, right? How in the first place do you even have the formula for curvature of Earth? Can you explain that? Because somehow they had to come up with that formula. They didn't just magically hocus pocus it, or did they? So there are measurements, not from us, but from your side. And yet you still cannot provide.
They involve observations which you will not trust.
So how did they get the 3,959 mile radius then?
I do everything in kilometers, so it's like 40k. Sorry, 40,000 kilometers.
Yeah, 63,079 kilometers. How'd they get that radius? Or 6,379 kilometers.
I'm going to say, I would say we would go off the circumference, which is...
Okay, so how'd they get the circumference?
An ancient experiment, which you've probably heard before.
That we can't duplicate?
Yeah, how did they test that? How did they test that?
Yeah, we can duplicate it. Hang on. I think someone already has earlier.
Sticks and shadows, or sticks in a well. So how did they validate those? Testing and retesting, repeatability.
Like just because you get an answer one time, like you have to do something else to verify that was the correct answer.
Well, again, it involves observations of shadow along the longitudes. But again, if I show you images or if I showed you a video, you're not going to believe me. So what's the...
Images and videos are not measurement.
Two different things, man. Like I can right now. I'm right now in my kitchen, right, or in my living room, if you will. I have a bottle of water here and a can. I can put them apart, let's say, from the end of the table to the end of the table, and take my flashlight, put it above the one bottle, right? There's no shadow, or the shadow is directly underneath that bottle, and the other bottle that's on the other side of the table is going to have a shadow pointing away from the light source, right? Just as Eratosthenes did several thousand years ago, supposedly. And then I can take the formula for curvature of the Earth and measure, right, all the angles and everything, and the math is going to tell me that my table is a ball, and yet it's flat. So how can you even, do you understand what I'm getting at with this? Even though the math says it's curved, you can't say, oh, it's curved, and just go with it for now. It doesn't make sense.
If I turn off all the lights in my home except for one light bulb, right, or even just hang a flashlight on my ceiling, and then I put a soda can on one side of my table and a soda can on another side of my table, and those soda can shadows diverge from each other, or maybe one, if I put the light over the top of one soda can so there's no shadow, then it's going to give me a diverging shadow on the other soda can. Does that prove that my table is curved?
Well, it's because your light is a local source. We're talking about the sun, which is far away.
So how do you know the sun is local or not local?
Oh my God! If it was, I think
if it was local, what would happen if it was local first? Can you tell us that? What would the sun be doing, or what would happen on the physical plane of existence?
So if it was local,
well, he's supposed to tell us how he knows where it is.
Hang on.
Right,
you asked if it was local. I would do an experiment of say have one person get the stick experiment on the longitude. Have one guy 300 kilometers away. I would put the stick in the ground. If it's local, the shadows should be in opposite directions from the light source. But if it's very far away, we should get only a slight degree change in the shadows.
We get that observation anyway. We get that observation anyway because I'm in Texas, and someone who is in Germany is going to get a different shadow angle than I'm going to get.
Hey, I'm here, man. We can do an experiment. I'm in Germany currently, so we can do that.
I'm just saying, your sunlight. Let's see, where's my sunlight? My sunlight should be right overhead. So that means, do you still have sunlight in your time?
Yeah, yes, I do.
You're forgetting longitude. So Germany, you're going from east to west. What we're looking for is from north to south because the sun moves.
That's not longitude,
east to west.
Yeah, that's latitude.
Yeah, I'm dyslexic. I get words fucking muddled.
That's fine. So we put somebody at 35 degrees latitude and we put someone at 60 degrees latitude. So you're going to have diverging light.
So the light, if it's a local sun, we should be seeing a longer shadow if the difference is between the north and the south. The problem with your experiment from Germany, as I mentioned before, is the sun is moving from east to west.
Okay, we just restated it can be from north and south hemisphere, 35 degrees and 60 degrees latitude, which is then north and south hemisphere, not east to west, but north to south, as you want.
Right. So the closer
we can do that still.
Yeah. So
and we'll still get the same result.
The longer the shadow, the further the sun away, the longer the shadow is. And you could do this experiment, like you mentioned, on the table. If you put the light at one end of the table, and as you moved it closer and back, it will change the length of the shadow.
I think you would get that result regardless. I don't think you're thinking this all the way out.
No,
you could literally.
Hang on. So you had your flashlight, you got your flashlight, or just like a bulb. Actually, a bulb would be better because a flashlight's focused. If you get your bulb, and the bulb's on the other end of the table.
Do you have some open space in your home? I'm gonna prove this for you right now. Do you have some open space in your home right now? Just like an area that you could walk through that's maybe 6 or 7 feet long?
Not at the moment. Well, actually, hang on. I can do it with a flashlight.
And then put a bottle or a soda can or something. Point A and point B. Make them maybe 3 feet apart from each other, and then take a flashlight and hold it over your head, and then walk in between the soda cans, and you're gonna have divergent shadows by moving that latitude that you're talking about. They're in 2 different latitudes. You're going east to west because you're walking in between them, but they're on the same longitude, just different latitudes. That's going to prove that it can happen over a flat surface because your fucking floor is flat.
Not only that,
again, we're back to square one. Where's your measurement for curvature?
Yep. And if I may quickly just add something to that experiment, if you take a camera and put it on the floor at one point of the 2 points, A and B, right, and film while you're walking with the flashlight above your head, you're going to notice that the flashlight does the same thing that you observe every single day throughout the year. When the sun goes from north to south hemiplane, it goes further away from you and lower in the sky, right, when it goes away from you. And when it comes back to you, it becomes larger and closer. Same thing happens in reality. So again, curvature, please.
I don't know. I got I will admit I am using a flashlight for this, and I'm using inhaler. But yeah, no, if you change the distance from the light source, it affects the shadow quite substantially.
Right. And also, if you create a ball and you have a light source that's an infinite miles away with parallel rays, it mimics. It can also mimic what we see on a flat Earth.
What we're talking about, a local sun or a distant sun. And my claim is that we have a distant sun.
How do we measure the distance of the sun?
We would see a difference in the shadows.
How do we measure the distance to the sun?
Distance from the sun?
The distance to the sun. How do we measure the distance to the sun?
It's a weird, it really depends. The problem is you have to have other assumptions in order to get.
You need assumptions.
I agree.
Okay.
It's all
this is the problem. We'll go from point to point to point, and I feel and I've come full circle in these conversations before. But just
what we're looking for is a measurement in the first instance, and then from there you can do every calculation in the world, but we need that first measurement.
Yep. Not assumptions, because as you just said, you need a whole bunch of assumptions. Your entire belief system and model is based off of assumptions, no actual physical measurements. That is the issue.
Do you accept?
I can assume a lot of things. I assume the sun is made out of rainbow farts, man. Right? I can assume that. It doesn't change the fact that it's still there.
That's the reasoning behind circular logic, right? I'll give you an example. We know the size of the sun because we can calculate the distance of the sun. Or we know the distance of the sun because we can calculate the size of the sun. Neither one of them has ever been a measurement in the first instance. You have to assume one to get a calculation for the other.
Yep.
There's never been a measurement.
And that is just fallacious in its nature, quite literally. Even Eratosthenes, he assumed that the sun is far away, right? He assumed it. He didn't know it. So even in that experiment, which you say that is proof of curvature and so on and so forth, it's still an assumption. There is no actual mathematics and measurements behind it.
Well, we can at the very least know, like, at least the sun is far away. There are like other. Actually, I'm going to ask you: do you accept radar? Is it something?
I'm actually going to let the room take over. I need to message somebody. I'm going to have to pause.
Sure. For example, like, we can do radar bouncing off like the planets, and we know like Mercury and Venus are always on the sun's side, and we can see like how long it takes for these radars to bounce off these planets, and we can say, oh, it's quite far away, both Mercury and Venus. And since the sun is behind them, then we know the sun is far away.
Sorry, I took a phone call.
That's all right.
Can you take over the conversation?
For my own confirmation? Just for my own confirmation, do you understand what I'm saying, Joshua? Like, if you create a story based off of a single assumption, then how do you even verify that the story is real if you've only always ever assumed something?
I'll you know what? Because it's not late, but I want to do some other stuff. But I will let you guys have the last word on this. But I wanted to explain like my worldview, and then you can say what it is. Life is unbelievably complicated. You cannot possibly know everything. So yes, there is a trust system of some kind. Whether you like, if you know how to start your car, like if your car works, how does a combustion engine work? When you fly a plane, how does a airplane work? Like, at some point in life, you just cannot know everything. So you're going to have to trust something. You're going to have to trust that the car does work, and you have to trust that the plane does work, or the doctor's going to treat you with the right medication. Yes, I can. Hang on. Let me finish. I promised I'll let you have the last word, and I won't rebut whatever you say next. My situation. The thing is, we can check, we can verify, but it's going to be from other sources. It's not going to be from your first-hand experience, and you're going to have to have a choice between either trusting those sources or not trusting those sources. If you're saying the sources are incorrect, that means a lot of people are in on some sort of weird conspiracy, including myself. Alternatively, it could be just true, and this is what people have reported on, and these are how people have these models, and you just read about them and you gather that information that way. Carry on.
All right, so first of all, you do understand that there is compartmentalization in major corporations.
Of course.
So I could say I work for the post office. That doesn't mean I know how the post office works, right?
Yes.
Right. So I just want you to understand that. I could say I work for NASA. Doesn't mean that I put rockets into space. I could just be some, computer programmer or whatever, but I believe that rockets are going into space. That's why I went to work for NASA. People do that all the time. That doesn't mean that they're in on it, okay? Second of all, if you have a friend and your friend has a history of lying to not only you, but everybody else, sometimes they tell you the truth, but most of the time they're lying, and are you going to believe them every time they tell you something?
Yeah, of course not.
Right. So you're going to want some proof every time he tells you a story, right?
Yeah, of course. But like my point from earlier.
No, hold on. My point is that there's some groups out there that have a history of lying all the time. They literally get paid to lie and then tell you that it's top secret. It's on a need-to-know basis, and they consistently lie to the public every single time. I have a right and a duty to myself to say, you know what? I'm not going to just believe them anymore. Now, do I have friends that tell me the truth, but occasionally they might bullshit me, but because I know I've witnessed them do something before, that I believe them the majority of the time? Sure, but I'm believing them. I don't say it's knowledge. Oh, I know it's true because my friend said it was true. Like, that's the most absurd thing that I've ever heard. I just tell people, you know what? I heard something from someone once, and I believe it's true. It makes sense, but I mean, you have to go and figure it out for yourself. So that's what we're trying to tell you, that we've reached a point where we no longer trust the source of certain things because they have a history of consistently lying. It's not just they lie once or twice or whatever. They're batting 1,000. They're literally batting 1,000 when it comes to lies. That's all they do is lie. And so, you know what? We're just asking for a first instant measurement, so that way we can say, oh, you know what? Maybe they're telling the truth here, or maybe they're telling the truth here. But we don't even have the first instance measurement. Like you said before, it's built on assumption. There is no first instant measurement. And I'll let you answer.
No, I'll let you get the last word. Well, it's been nice talking to you. I'm gonna go and chill for an hour. Have a good one.
Yeah, have a good one.
No worries. Thanks, Joshua.
That's an interesting way to leave the conversation. And what you said, man, was spot on. Just because I said I live in Germany, does that mean you know I live in Germany, or do you believe I live in Germany, right? Can't just... Right. Same thing. It's quite literally the same thing. So, unfortunately, people lack that discernment and understanding. Even his, what is it called? Analogy with, like, cars, right? With a car, you can at least physically verify what each part does and how it functions if you spend the time on it. With this, aka the distance of the sun and distance of all other luminaries, you can't. It's an assumption. So even that analogy was incorrect or fallacious to a degree.
Yeah, no, for sure, man. And like he said it himself, like I'm glad that the conversation went as long as it did. You know, it stuck that it had to go to the sun and Eratosthenes, but I'm glad that I pointed out, how do we know the distance to the sun? And then what does he say? It's baked into a bunch of assumptions. And it's like,
yep,
there we go. And that's where you see him like literally melt, because he's completely defeated, because he knows that he answered truthfully and he realized what he said.
Yep. And I hope at least now, after he's left the conversation, he's actually going to sit with what he said and what we talked with him about, especially you, because you've been here since the beginning of the conversation. I just recently joined. Because that is the main point. Nobody wants to convince anybody. That's not our purpose, right? We just want to open your eyes so you can actually say, okay, I don't know. Maybe I should do some observations / experiments and measurements and decide for myself, right? And actually do some thorough research objectively. That's it.
Yeah, that's first-hand experience, sorry to cut you off there, my apologies. That was what we were talking about at the very beginning, you know, what first-hand experience does he have regarding the curvature? And he avoided it completely, just didn't even take it on. So much so that we had to put images up from NASA that are all fake to help him along. See, so now that he's left, if he has left the conversation, he's going to realize that the standards we have are not that difficult to achieve. First-hand experience. Have you gone out to check? That's all we're asking. Nothing more than that. Sorry to cut you off anyway. Please carry on.
Oh, man, you're good. And by the way, I missed you, man. It's been a while since I've been on Discord. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing okay, sir. And it's great to hear you as well. You know, the reassurance, the standard, the comfortable. It's like an old pair of slippers, if you will, you know, nice and comfortable. So great that you're back, and long may you stay and carry on. And well done, everybody, anyway, because you were all harping on the first-hand experience, and that's the key. So just keep it up. I'm just glad I'm here. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here as well, man. Much love to all of you guys. I myself don't have the time nor resources, if you will, to do all these experiments, observations, and even these conversations with these individuals, right? nor do I have the patience anymore for it. So I commend you guys for it.
Yeah, no. Like looking into that definition of knowledge, right? Like he's latching onto that education process. Like, oh, we went to school, and I can't believe he said that. He's never heard the phrase, "You don't learn anything in school. You learn everything after you graduate." Like, I've only ever always heard that from anybody that is in any job. Like, okay, cool, you went to school. Now it's time to really learn what's going on.
That's the other expression or saying is, experience is a great teacher. Do they not say that?
Exactly.
The old saying, belief is the enemy of knowing. Usually because they're too lazy. So good, buddy. Go ahead.
I just wanted to add, you can't even spell the word belief without the word lie in it. That's all I wanted to say. So
true that. Sometimes I
you couldn't spell belief without the word bells.
Sometimes I lose hope with the ballers. They sometimes just blow my mind how stupid and lazy they are. But last night, my daughter, and her friend were over. They're like 13, and they started asking me about the flat Earth, and they actually ended up watching Level with me last night. And today they're messaging me about it. So there is hope.
Okay,
Level with me was such a great documentary.
It was, and I'm really happy that that happened, man. For you, like truly, I had to. One of the reasons I broke up with my ex-girlfriend was because she did not even want to entertain the subject, and even started calling me like, schizo and so on and so forth. And you can't have a true relationship if both parties aren't on the same level. Pardon the pun.
No, that's not true. I don't like go crazy with my wife when it comes to talking about flat Earth, but she's not a flat earther, and I occasionally just mess with her and tell her that she speaks Spanish, so I just tell her La Tierra es plana, and she just laughs at me. She's like, "It's too big to see curvature." And it's like, I know. And then and it's funny because like I have a shirt that has like it looks like Coca-Cola, but it says "Enjoy flat Earth. It's the real thing." So enjoy Coca-Cola. It's the real thing.
That's nice. That's
a good one. I wear it all the time, and I'm like, you realize it's a flat Earth shirt.
Yeah. It took my wife 8
about
years.
It, right?
Yeah. Sorry, I was going to say, it took my wife 8 years before she became a flat earther. 8 years. Okay? 8 years. The kids knew it instantly. The wife 8 years later. I shall stop there.
I like that number though, 8. It's the karmic number, man. It's what comes around goes around. So that's pretty poetic in a way. I do have a question for the room, for all my fellow flat earthers. And besides having these conversations, right, and streaming all this, and obvious like experimentations, measurements, and observations you guys do independently, do you also like spend time or have the time to research, like, let's say, the mechanics of how things work, like what could be a possibility, what couldn't be a possibility? Because that's what I'm like really, really fascinated.
Well, yeah. When it comes to like the moon landing hoax and the vacuum of space, I'm really interested in that. And thanks to India, who gave me a link, linking me to the Apollo detectives. I've been following them for about a year and a half now, and I've learned so much through their experiments and the breakdown of the vacuum and how it's meant. I don't know if it does work like that. Haven't been there, but it raises the questions as to how NASA could have overcome these unsurmountable problems. So yeah, I'm doing a lot of research in that area, for example. Yeah.
I kind of misspoke. I need to clarify. I wasn't actually referring now to the heliocentric model, rather our like quote unquote model, right? Because it's easy enough, even for me, who's like a normie when it comes to having these conversations with people, to explain and get my point across. Especially when you have the Sun Moon Clock app, where everything is right in front of you, whatever topic you want. But now I've gotten really hyper fixated on like what makes the sun stay where it is, the moon stay where it is, how does everything function? That's where I'm like spending most of my time now. That's what I was referring to.
Yeah, there's a lot of speculation with that, though. You know, there's nothing we can really we can say that we know. Remember, cosmology, astronomy, these guys, they don't use the scientific method. They don't even use science. They've said it themselves. Michio Kaku said it. No one in his field uses what's known as a scientific method. We do it from the seat of our pants, sort of things. It's all guesswork, theory. That's all it is, you know. So, I mean, how would you know how the sun and the moon stay up there unless you go up there and try and work it out? Like, you can't, can you, really? There are some things we're not going to know, I think. But carry on.
I recently, amongst this topic, I'm also interested in many different things that are quote unquote what most people call that are pseudoscientist believers but claim they're scientists, right, and so on. I'm into like astrology, electromagnetism, electroculture for plants and stuff. And I recently discovered that there's over 200 years of published research on the topic, electroculture, and over 100 plus patents. Oh, sorry, vice versa. 100 plus years and 200 plus patents with the word electroculture being contained within them, right? And that's firstly very fascinating. And recently, my biggest or newest fascination is astrotheology. I didn't know that the word THE in Greek actually stands for God. That's God. So that's kind of cool in its own right. Now I'm into those things a bit more.
One thing I'll add really quick, I was like a flat earther for basically 10 years before I found you guys, like this Discord. I would say I was pretty much esoteric. So I found you guys about a year ago, and in that year, I would say I've learned probably double what I have in those 10 years of just kind of floating around being esoteric. You know, this group it's really, really amazing. The people in here, the information, and it's quite something.
I like that you used the word esoteric briefly. I assume you were into that subject or field yourself, correct?
No, just like I was more so, you know, like followed Flat Earth Dave and that stuff, and kind of, you know, more the imaginary side, like what's on the other side of the ice wall and stuff. And, you know, after coming here, I realize there is some stuff that we just aren't ever going to know, like Jinsey said. You know, we just have to come to that realization. There's some things we are never going to know, and I'm fine with that now. Before I wasn't really. I kept searching kind of and hoping, but, you know, I'd say this group grounded me, and I'm happy I found you guys.
Hey, we're happy you're here, man. Like, yes, I used to have a very big fixation on, like, well, what's behind Antarctica, so on and so forth, right? And it's cool to think about, right? It's good for your imagination and just to think about those things and open your perspective, if you will, right? It's an interesting conversation in its own right. But when it comes to, like, esotericism and stuff, I spent the better portion of the last half a decade or so in the esoterics field. And not just like what most people would think like esoteric, right? The occult, Freemasons, this and that, like truly going deep into it, going through all the scriptures, let it be the Bhagavad Gita, the Torah, Bible, Quran, so on and so forth, right? And it's interesting how just by reading with no bias, no nothing, just reading to see what comes to you, right? How many times you find similarities or even quote unquote coincidences, if you believe or don't believe in them, right? It's actually quite insane. And it makes a man think, right? Like, hey, maybe there's a bit more to this stuff. Like, why? Well, in the Christian religion, in some sects, you have the IHS symbology, right? Which is Greek for Greek letters. It's the name of the sun. It's pronounced yes, right? You also have that everywhere else. It's just a fun thing to look at, and doing that has brought me closer to God and to nature as well. I even actually not just ground myself like physically with the mind, but I ground myself with the earth itself. And ever since I've been doing that, life has improved quite a bit, both emotionally and mentally for me.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. Yeah, I do like talking about Antarctica and if there is a possibility of land beyond where we are now. That is quite an interesting thing for me to talk about and maybe offer some speculation on it. But then, because I think that's achievable, because we're on Earth, we can actually go there to check. You see, if we have a little bit more freedom to do that and less restrictions from the authorities, that's provable, isn't it? But the things like how the sun and the moon actually stay up there, that's going to be very difficult to prove, isn't it, really? That's my position on that. So, and yeah, again, religion as well. Some of it's speculative. There's a lot of belief that we've got to carry with us. But again, yeah, it all makes for a conversation. And you're right. It's good to always broaden your mind, stretch the brain a bit. Nothing wrong with that. Absolutely agree with everything you said. And long may you live, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Those are some kind words from you. If I may, just quickly, not diverge, but talk about something like a couple sentences. So most everybody in this VC is familiar with the mystic term, as above, so below, as within, so without, right? That really stuck with me when I first got into my interests in the esoteric sphere, right, and mysticism and so on. And one day I was randomly looking at, reading stuff and looking at different subjects, and I came across, shockingly enough, that the word aether, earth, and heart are all anagrams for each other, which goes perfectly in hand with that principle, as above, so below. Not only that, but within Hindu Buddhism stuff, your heart chakra is green, the earth is green. From the Arctic, you have the aurora borealis, which is green, right? So that's all kind of that's something I like to look at. That makes me think there is a God. I know there's a God now. I don't believe, I know it. I've witnessed it, if you will, in my own way. And we are created divinely with a purpose. We are unique. And that gives me hope that there is hope for all of us.
How does that relate to the Earth being flat?
Well, not only is the ladder that I mentioned, the previous things, right, with the green, aurora borealis, heart, so on, but even within the electromagnetic field itself, right, with redshift, blueshift, as can we learn then when to talk about. You also have the level plane of inertia, or Bloch domain, I think it's pronounced that way correctly, and they also depict that as being green, which is like the dielectric plane or level or inertial plane. So we do live on a level plane of existence, and nature itself is green, right? And nature is also level. So, but I also did say I want to slightly diverge from the topic, and that's all I had to say. So,
I believe the Earth is both flat and sphere at the same time.
Yeah, it's got a sphere-shaped dome and a flat surface. That's what a lot of people believe.
No, space itself in different dimensional viewpoint.
Well, friend, that would violate the law of identity.
Yeah, how could you prove that?
I cannot prove that. I believe that. Someone told me that there is a fifth or fourth dimensional consciousness viewpoint from which the Earth looks flat. I don't know.
We're only talking about reality today. So if you're just here to troll, land James, then you can go away.
I'm sorry.
I think the Earth is flat, but I have no clue because I'm not that intelligent. I just believe it's flat.
Why would you do that?
Well, I watched a couple of flat Earth documentaries back in the day, and then I started to believe that it was flat because I've been on planes, and it seems like I'm flying over a flat surface. It never seemed like, we were like the nose was dipping to try and follow.
You just said you had no clue.
Well, I don't really because I'm going off information that people tell
You
me.
just stated a clue.
Yeah, okay, I have clues, right? But I mean, I don't have anything like super hard proof. Like when I'm on a plane, it feels like I'm flying over a flat surface. It doesn't feel like I'm going over, above, or down over a curve. And I think to myself, if we really want a spinning ball, wouldn't the plane like kind of have to follow a little bit of the direction of the curvature? But the pilot said to me that it's to do with the atmosphere and gravity, and that's why you don't have to like follow it. But I just don't buy it. I just don't buy it. And then also,
Okay, I'm gonna help you along here, sir. I'm gonna post a video called 28 Pilots Confirm Flat Earth. You listen to this, and I'm gonna back that up with another one that came out before that one. It's called Flatten the Curve. There's two documentaries, 5 hours viewing, okay? And then you will learn a few things about flights and how the aircrafts should be following the curvature of the Earth. That curvature, but it's not. You don't have a curved trajectory, okay? Give me a couple of minutes. Stay tuned to the side chat, and I'll help you along, okay? Thank you.
Yeah. It's pretty terrifying when pilots don't know what they're flying on, because I have seen footage of some pilots who say they think it's flat. Three hours, 28 pilots. Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention quick, last night when I was talking to my daughter and her friend, they found out that we weren't allowed to freely explore, past the certain whatever 60th, and just their reply is, why would they be doing that if they're not hiding anything? She's like, if I don't want my parents to find something, I just don't let them in my room. And man, did that sure ring true to me. If there's nothing to hide, just let us go. Let us go check it out. And if there's nothing there, we'll admit we were wrong. But we all know that'll never happen.
Well, what if when they do let you go to Antarctica, it doesn't really prove anything, because what if they've hidden all the evidence, and then they're like, okay, you can come now, but then they let you in once they've hidden what they were hiding.
Yeah, I don't think that's possible, but maybe.
It could be possible.
Well, if there's no South Pole, that's pretty much a nail in the coffin for them.
Well, how do you know the South Pole doesn't exist?
Well, if they let us freely explore, we could go try to find out.
I think that Admiral.
Yeah, I suppose. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I was just going to say the evidence for the South Pole would be a verifiable South Pole. Now, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just means that to this point, nobody has given us any evidence of that. But really, that would already beg the question that the Earth is a ball in the first place, and so there's no need to hide any evidence because there's no Earth curve to hide. The Earth curve cannot be measured on the surface of Earth.
Yeah, true that. Boom. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, ballers.
I was going to say that Admiral Byrd didn't mention an ice wall, flying over an ice wall. He just said there was more land beyond the South Pole. So as far as the whole story is that, as far as he knew, there was the South Pole and he flew over it, and then there was more land which was not frozen, was green land. Yeah, so I think people get that mixed up. They think that he flew over an ice wall and then there was more ocean and then he hit another landmass. I think that's a misconception. But yeah, there could well be more land beyond, or the just Antarctica could be half green and much, much bigger than we think. Don't know.
If you listen to what Admiral Byrd is describing in that interview, I haven't actually looked at any of his documentation, but what he's describing almost really doesn't even make any sense. He's talking about land masses that are like on the other side of the South Pole, and then he says something about Middle America. But what is he describing? Does anybody make out what he's actually talking about?
I think he flew from America. Sorry, go ahead, Tito.
I was just going to say, I thought he said Little America, but maybe I misheard.
Either way, if he says Little America, I guess, what is that? Is that South America?
Base. That's a base.
It's a base.
Yeah.
Okay.
He said an area of land beyond the South Pole, which was about the size of America.
Something to that effect. But it's like, well, how could you be more vague? You found more land. We should be discussing that. Where's your evidence? Otherwise, it's kind of hearsay. I suppose since the American public funded his expeditions, they should have access to all of his travels. Now, I'm not saying it's not available, but these are types of things that everybody should have access to. Not to mention, from the very beginning, everybody should have access to freely explore the Earth, since the Earth belongs to everybody. any group of people that would say, we are going to decide where and what where you go and what you do, have essentially appointed themselves masters over you. And that doesn't sound like equality to me.
What if there's other species in Antarctica that we don't know about? And they don't want us to know about these other species of beings or animals.
Why are you playing the hypothetical game?
Didn't he say that?
Who?
There was somebody, maybe. There was somebody, he was an explorer, right, who went on a ship to Antarctica, and he said that there was other species that lived there that we don't know about.
If I tell you that I have a Bigfoot living in my shed, does that stand as fact, or is that just me saying stuff and who cares?
Well, Antarctica having more land, you could say, is just hearsay anyway.
That's exactly my point. So we can just dismiss all these claims since people are just talking out of their assholes, right?
No, because these are people that actually have reasons to not lie. Like somebody who's experienced.
What are the reasons?
Well, he was a professional explorer. That was his job, was to go on a ship and sail the world.
So what?
Why?
Explorers famously tell tall tales. They might be the originator of tall tale tellers.
Maybe he wanted to exaggerate his findings and his accomplishments. There's a reason.
If you're just going to live a life of, if I cannot 100% prove it, then I don't believe in it, then you might as well say that the earth is not flat. You might as well say
You can't prove it at all, dude. You can't prove it at all. It's just hearsay.
Yeah, I didn't say you could prove it, but I said it still has some merit.
Why? Because someone said it?
Well, think about it. If you have a court case, right? Hold on. Let's say you have a court case for somebody got killed, somebody got murdered, right? They use witnesses in the court case. Even though the witnesses could be lying, they still use it as a part of the official court case. So people's testimony holds weight, even in a court of law.
Well, that's a crime. That's a crime to lie as a witness.
Okay. So my point is, testimony.
In a civilized society. I mean,
yeah. Well, even in a civilized society.
Here's the thing. Time out. Can we rewind the tape, because the whole thing started with you asking about the South Pole, and you completely missed. How do we know the South Pole doesn't exist? You said. Well, the South Pole the South Pole you seem to be looking for is a point on the bottom of a spinning ball. Well, if you missed the whole part about if the Earth's surface isn't curving, we don't have that ball for there to be that South Pole that you're looking for. Do you get that?
Yeah, I suppose so, yeah.
Okay.
But you'll still have a South Pole, just it's on a flat surface.
Okay, fine. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I mean, I guess, I don't know, maybe you wouldn't. Maybe you just have a North Pole in the center.
In this case, the word pole is antipodal, just because what they've done is they've taken celestial spheres, observations from the north and then observations from the south, and made a burger, a celestial sphere burger, and those poles are on the celestial spheres, not on the earth. So the pole does not exist on the earth. It is a concept, a reification at best.
Do you believe dinosaurs existed?
Well, if you mean large lizards, dinosaurs exist today. There's alligators that are 30 feet in length.
No, I didn't say that. I said dinosaurs, meaning historical dinosaurs.
Yeah, like in the Steven Spielberg film, the guy who did E.T. No, I mean,
yeah, what you would see in a museum is what I mean.
Well, what you see in a museum is an admitted recreation based on some, they'll find a fragment and build some 3-story mini-armed nightmare. I mean,
I don't believe in dinosaurs.
Do you believe?
No.
Do you believe in an extinct species that were really big that once existed? Yes or no?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're asking if we believe in giants, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do believe in that.
There's not a lot of proof of giants, really, when you look into it.
There
now
is
there
a
were
giant
giants.
There's a little bit of proof that giants existed, but not a lot, just a little bit.
This dude is a red herring machine. What does this have to do with anything?
Right.
Well, what is evidence? That's what I'm trying to find out.
Not someone's imagination.
Well, in this case,
because nobody in that has been to Antarctica. None of you have been to the North Pole, and none of you have been to the South Pole. So for you to dismiss the South Pole without even attempting to go, think about that.
the South Pole would have to exist in the first place. Do you have any evidence that the South Pole exists?
Can you not see people in the South Pole on YouTube?
No, you cannot.
No. What the heck?
Because it's impossible, right? I suppose.
What are they? Did they have film of them standing there just spinning in a circle, like a record player?
Yo, it would be like a record player, actually, if you stand on one of the poles. I said, yeah, that's true.
Are you not? Are you saying there's no footage of this?
I'm saying there should be footage of it, if it exists.
Is the anti-clause there?
It's like the porch pirate who steals all the stuff that Santa leaves. Where he lives.
I discovered the flat Earth in 2016. When I discovered it by watching Eric DeBay, and I watched the documentary, and after a couple of documentaries, I became convinced, and I still believe it's flat. I just think there's a lot we don't know.
Yeah, join the club.
Yeah, mysteries abound. And they act like they have it all solved in these little textbooks they hand out to the schools.
Well, I think that's what's so ridiculous is that not only that, you know, in the mainstream, they act as if they know the start of the universe. Like, they act as if they know it was definitely 7 billion years ago, and this is exactly how it expanded and became. And it's like, no, this is ridiculous. How could anybody know what happened billions of years ago? I just don't know how we could know. We cannot know. It's too long. It's too long. We're just humans. How can we know what happened?
And that's why they've created this outer space religion.
Yeah, and people like Elon Musk, who my friend has met in real life and shook his hand, they help push this narrative because they're getting paid for it. I saw the Tesla in space, and for a split second, I could see that Tesla was in a studio. It wasn't in outer space. You could see it in the video.
Yeah, but most people, they prey on the fact that most people can't, they have no discernment when it comes to video, or if it's on TV equals reality, and that's it.
Sometimes I think they do it on purpose. I think they slip up on purpose as a way of mocking everybody.
Yeah. Like,
yeah. We supposedly live in the Milky Way galaxy. Interesting name, eh? Milky Way. The Milky Way. What does that even mean? The way of the milk?
I think ancient Greeks or Romans or whatever, they thought that they told a story about that blurry region of the sky being the spilt milk of Dionysus. I think. Zeus's wife. I'm not very good with Greek mythology, but something to do with spilt breast milk.
Test. Check. Hello.
Yeah,
we're coming in loud and clear.
Cool.
Right, so here's the coordinates of where the cameraman is standing. Just uploading to the chat now. Okay, so if you go to that exact coordinate location on Google Earth, you can stand right where he's standing, actually. Okay, and then you can use the distance marcation tool to work out the distance across to the other side of the lake. So I've already done that, so I can just post the screenshot, which will show you the same coordinates. Okay, so it's 21 miles, which is about 33 or 34 kilometers. Okay, so over this distance, you should have a certain amount of curvature. Okay, that amount is 293 feet. But we have a camera height of 5 foot. Okay, so from a camera height of 5 foot, the horizon should be 2.7 miles away. So here's a screenshot showing where the horizon should be.
I mean, there's like mountains other side, right? Seeing the mountains.
Yeah, but the observations just done over water, because on the surface, right, on the land, we have elevation changes, but we don't have elevation changes over the surface of water.
Yeah, I get that, but we are seeing a mountain on the other side.
Yeah, that's not part of the observation. The observation's testing for the curvature over the surface of the water, which is 21 miles, right? So it's 21 miles from shoreline to shoreline. That means the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden behind the horizon by 223 feet.
I googled your experiment, and it says what they observed, they couldn't see the laser at the expected height.
Yeah, well, you do see a laser, and this isn't a laser test that I'm talking about. I'm just talking about an observation. You don't need to worry about the laser. Even though they did do a laser test, I'm just talking about the observation.
Failed, right? The laser
No,
test failed.
this is just an observation. This is an observation.
Yeah, but we are observing a mountain, not.
Yeah, the mountain's in the distance beyond the observation point, right? So we're observing 21 miles across the water. Over that 21 miles of water, if the Earth's a globe, there should be 200. The object on the other side.
You have to put
the object on the other side. The object on the other side is the shoreline. It's the shoreline. It's the shoreline on the other side.
And because of the mountain, though. There's a mountain.
No, the shoreline's where the water meets the. The mountain has nothing, bro. Listen, right? The mountain doesn't have anything to do with the observation. Who cares? Does it matter if it's a gorilla or a mountain or a building or a fish? What does it matter? Right? It's not part of. It's not part of the observation.
So you have to be seeing something on the other side, right? You have to put some object, and
the shoreline.
If you can see it, where's the shoreline? I don't see it.
Okay, so let's continue. So you need to listen.
The only thing I see is a mountain.
Won't be a sec. Think quickly. Okay, so let's have a look on the. Okay, so this is the target shoreline. Okay, have a look at this picture. Okay, so we have some some objects here. So this is what it looks like where he's zooming the camera across to. So we can see a big shoreline, and then we can see a big white tower on the shoreline. Okay, so it's a big tower. Yeah, it's a big white smokestack. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's have a look. Let's have a look at some screenshots now. Okay, so when he zooms across, we can see the whole tower. We don't see any of the tower obstructed, and in fact, we can see the shoreline on the other side. Okay, and then the observation was repeated again at nighttime. Okay, so this is what it looks nice and clear at nighttime as well, because we have the lights as a reference. Okay, so we can still see the whole tower during the day, during the night, and then it looks the same as it looks from close up. Okay, I'll post a couple more images. Okay, so this is a close-up of the tower and the shoreline. And this is what it looks like from 21 miles away. Okay, so we don't see any obstruction, but there should be a huge amount of obstruction.
That's true. I'm gonna give you on that.
Yeah, so we can
Obstructed, right?
repeat. Yeah, these have been recreated in different places, different distances. It's been done in different countries at different weather conditions, and we can always see much further. I do have to go because I'm watching a movie with my wife at the moment, so I just jumped on to go through that with you. But thanks for listening. And you know what I'll do? I'll post the video.
Explanation. Yeah, thank you for.
Yeah, I'll post the video that this came from, right? Because if you want to have a look at it in high definition, and there's also a laser test that was done as well, which I didn't present. So there's that. If you want to look at it later. Anyway, have a good day. Appreciate your patience.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Earth is a cube. Not flat.
Can you prove it? Prove it.
Can you prove that the Earth is flat?
No. Can you said a cube. Can you prove the Earth is a cube?
A cube has flat sides, flat surfaces. So you just kind of wrecked yourself. Right, Arima?
Yes, do you see that trick?
Yeah. So why don't you just be honest and say what you really think? You think Earth is a sphere, right?
In regards of his subject.
Easier if you just open your mic. Easier if you just open your mic, mate. Just open your mic and chat with us.
Sleepy Joe has joined the voice chat. Maybe he can help us and explain. So why do you think the Earth is a planet, Sleepy Joe?
Yeah, his question, if the Earth is flat, why is every other planet a sphere? Well, I'd like to know how he's, Earth is a planet. Okay. Do you know what the definition of planet is?
I've got a funny feeling if he opens his mic, we'll hear.
Well, yeah, equals to NASA.
And he doesn't want us to hear his voice. Yeah. Just want to know who it is straight away. Isn't that right, Sleepy Joe?
There's a few of them like that.
Joe, wake up. Wake up, Joe. Let's go, Brandon.
What you want to do, Sleepy Joe, something's very interesting, is look up where words come from, their original meanings. So you've got Earth is a planet. I don't know why you've just assumed that what we are on the ground is the same as what we witness in the sky. I've got no idea how you come to that. But when you have a look at the word planet, it came from planetus. And planetus used to mean wandering star.
That means it's moving. So you've got a classical definition with its etymological origins. And then you've got the modern definition. Both include that thing moving. So you'd need to qualify Earth as a moving object. I wonder if you can do that.
He's got the definition is that it has to be big. Okay, so I could be defined as a planet?
Well, technically, it has to be big enough to be able to produce its, a significant enough gravitational field, but it also has to be independently orbiting the sun or a star, right? Because the moon is like it is going around the sun, but only while it's going around the Earth. And like he says, Pluto got demoted. Yeah, there's certain criteria that has to be met before he's considered to be a planet. But I mean, we're not going to beg the question with you about the whole solar system, outer space, and all that, right? Of course not. Earth's not in a solar system. Earth is not in outer space. Earth is not a planet. Planets are not what you've been told either. So don't have a misconception about us thinking that we're just taking the globe Earth out of the solar system as a planet and replacing it with some flat object in between Venus and Mars. It's not what we're thinking.
Oh, Snackle's having a meltdown. Earth is in fact in a solar system here in reality. Okay, so how do you validate all that, Snackle? It's all well and good just to blurt that shit out. If you look into it and how it was validated, where this proof comes from, you'll be sitting there high and dry, scratching your head going, well, it's all lies and bullshit. What's this? To validate that we are in a solar system and it is reality, look at the sky over time. You will see the planets and other orbits around the sun. But that's the problem, Snackle. You don't see a full orbit around a sun. That's the issue, mate. You see the sun go over your head each day. That's it. And then it goes away. Comes up in the east, goes way in the west. That's it. So how do you claim that you've witnessed a full orbit to validate this claim?
And then there's only been transits across the sun. Planets in the...
And look at this. Look at him claim stack, T-Dub. And our planet spins, which complicates things. Well, all it does is complicates things for you, because now you've just stacked another claim on that you've got to validate or verify or back up.
Yeah, claim stacking like crazy. Another one that just wants to sit in the side chat and type. Come on, guys. Open your mics.
I was going to say, it's 7:39. You've got about, 10, maybe 15 minutes and your production coming here. Like a freaking hurricane.
Oh, yeah, right, because the mute will have worn off.
Yeah. If he remembers.
Well, who's coming back?
And earlier.
Blatant destruction.
Oh, exciting.
He's
Can you see in your DM, T-Dub? Can you look? Yeah, sorry, Matrix.
Yeah, okay.
What did you...
Alright. Yep, I'll have a look.
No, he was
sorry for
did his usual. No, you're right, mate. He did his usual thing, Jedi. Started monologuing, and when he Berserker put forward that we see too far, and naturally, with all these kids the last week and a bit, he couldn't say refraction quick enough. And as soon as he got pulled up on refraction, and you know what flattened destruction's like, he has to get his 4,000 word count in sub 3 minutes. He when I tried to pull him up on question his refraction, he had a full tilt meltdown. I was yelling at him, and it's just like, nah, mute. And then he thought it'd be clever to, in protest, he left the VC. So that's okay if he wants to protest like that. And then he jumped into the side chat and started typing up that he won't be coming back in until he's unmuted. And all this, and it's just like, okay. And I went and I was cooking me breakfast at the time. And T-Dub's just going, shut up, you're an idiot.
Does he think he's holding us to ransom or something?
I'm not coming back until you unmute me.
Oh no!
That's what I said. That's what I said, bro. I said nobody's getting blackmailed here, right? You're not important enough.
That's funny.
Wait, I just gave him the options. Wait the 40 minutes for the mute to wear off, or come and join in, and Matrix might feel polite enough to unmute you.
I said I would.
You guys still believe the Earth is real?
The Earth is real.
Earth is real.
Yeah, it's real.
It's real.
Come on, you're a bunch of you're a bunch of sheep, bro. The Earth isn't real.
Yeah,
Earth isn't real.
The fuck?
Get real, dude.
The globe Earth isn't real.
No, Earth isn't real in general, dude. You guys are a bunch of sheeple.
So, what do you mean when you say real?
It doesn't exist.
Oh, so the Earth doesn't exist? So what am I standing on? What am I standing on?
You're standing on floor.
Okay, that's the Earth, right? The grass and the dirt.
No, but like, nah. What you're failing to consider is that you guys are like, do you guys think you're so intelligent by saying like the Earth is flat? But dude, you guys still believe in the Earth.
Yeah, but you know water? No?
It's like we're not on a planet, bro. We're on.
Is water real?
Do you know what water is?
Yeah, I know what water is.
Good, it exists, doesn't it? It's a physical thing, isn't it, water?
Is it real?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah. When you measure it on the surface, when it's contained and at rest, it's horizontal. Did you know that?
See, but like, what's you gotta consider though? That doesn't just
sunshine. Follow along. Did you know that?
Could you repeat the question?
Did you know that water was horizontal on the surface when contained and at rest?
I mean, no. Why?
No. So, for example, when you do your hygiene, you run your bath, and you get into a bath, you notice it's level on the surface, isn't it?
I mean, not really. I've been voting before. It's like
Not
very.
when you contain
I've been voting before. It's like it's very ripply. It's very ripply. I've been voting before.
Who's going to talk again? I'm trying to point something out really simple to you. Personally, doesn't understand what reality is. Water's horizontal on the surface, isn't it?
Dude, it's not flat though. It's not flat. I've been voting before. I've been on a boat. It's ripply.
Stupid.
The Earth is black. The Earth is black.
Horizontal, you silly little boy. It's a straight line from left to right, isn't it?
Dude, it's not. It's horizontal direction. No. It's not flat. It's not flat,
horizontal is a straight line from left to right, isn't it?
It's a direction.
No, yeah, perpendicular to vertical.
Sure, we don't live in a two-dimensional world,
understand what the 3 dimensions are, don't we?
Yeah, there's like depth.
Well done. So you understand that when you contain, shut up. When you contain a body of water, like for example in your bath, it can be measured with tools while you're talking.
X-axis, not the Y-axis, buddy.
Just
Pumpkin.
the dumbest fuck in here, aren't you?
Pumpkin, how about instead of listening to respond, you listen to learn? At the moment, you're just flapping your gums for the sake of making noise. That's all. How about you listen to what Jedi says, and now you're talking through me. How about you listen to what Jedi says first, and then you can respond?
You all right? You having some kind of meltdown, Sunshine? I'm just trying to point out that when we use tools, right, we measure the surface of water to be horizontal on the surface, don't we?
Okay.
It's not flat.
No, I'm going to continue. 70% of the surface of the water, sorry, of the surface of the Earth is water, isn't it? The
Well, I don't
seas and
believe
the
the Earth is
ocean.
real.
What?
I don't believe the Earth is real, so I disagree with that.
Okay. At the moment, we're talking about water. Something that you fucking understood was real. Now you're talking about the Earth like it's not real. Should we, do you think, waste our fucking time with you?
Well, wait a minute. Maybe there's a chance he's ever been outside.
There's a good chance, yeah.
Have you ever been outside?
Blast from the past.
Obviously not.
Obviously not. Okay, well, get out. Open the door and go outside.
No, you can't. We're in a cage. We're in a cosmic zoo.
We're in a cosmic zoo. Is that real? Is it? Does that have a floor? Does it?
I mean, yeah, dude. It's like they're tricking you to think the Earth is flat, and in reality, we're in a cage. The Earth doesn't exist.
Dude, are your parents like really happy with you?
Yeah, why?
So the surface,
because
so the cage.
Go on, say that, please.
I'm just wondering the cage that we're in, because you were touching on it. So the cage, okay. So what's the geometric properties of the?
I mean, I don't know. I haven't been outside the cage ever because all our entire life.
No. Inside the cage. Inside the cage. The floor inside the cage that we're on.
There's layers of like dirt, sediment, and
okay. What's the orientation? What's the orientation? Is it distributed horizontally or is it distributed in some other?
I mean, that's a question I'd have to ask the zookeeper, which I don't have access to.
You know that animals in cages are very, very prompt of getting brainworms and parasites.
Yeah. Look, bro, if we're in a cage, like you say, right, we can tell you. No, we can tell you that the floor of the cage is planar.
Like.
Yeah, but it's kind of like a terrarium or like an ant farm. Like a really good terrarium. Like the animals won't know that they're in a terrarium. You know.
Flat. Yeah.
No, a terrarium can be like any shape.
Bottom.
Like you can make a terrarium out of a bottle. You can make a terrarium out of like pretty much anything.
Yeah, flat bottom, bro.
Isn't the terrarium real?
No, it's like so a terrarium.
And then if you put water in it, right? If you put a little section of water inside your terrarium, the surface of that water, when it's at rest, is going to be horizontal. Welcome to flat Earth, bro.
Exactly.
No, but even if you have a circular terrarium, the water would still be horizontal.
Yeah, welcome to flat Earth. The surface will be flat, horizontal, level, if you will. So you agree? Water's
mountains.
Mountains, yeah. Well done, mountains. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but you gotta consider the Earth doesn't even exist. You know, like I'm arguing with a bunch of sheeple out here.
Projection.
So when we say
you believe a non-existent Earth, you believe an Earth that doesn't even exist.
Hey, settle down. Hey, relax, man. So when we're talking about Earth, we're just talking about the experienced physical reality, right? We're not saying that it has an overall size or an overall shape or anything like that. We're just talking about experienced physical reality and how we can measure the surface.
So experienced reality. So like, would the guys who supposedly went to the moon be on Earth then?
Well, that's their claimed experience. That's not my claimed experience. They have to support that claim.
I mean, they have footage and videos and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's photos and videos of Bigfoot too, so I guess he's real.
I mean, big monkeys do exist. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily doubt it, but you got to believe the Earth is real. It's like it's arguing to a wall. You know what I mean?
Bro, we don't believe the Earth is flat. We know it's flat.
Do you know you believe it's flat because it doesn't even exist?
The only thing that does not exist is the imaginary curve in your mind.
Dude, buddy, it's there's some.
That is why we say we know the Earth is flat because we cannot find that imaginary curve. It's not there. when we
I
go
mean,
out.
have you ever seen a horizon? But like, anyway, the Earth
Yeah,
doesn't
it's
even exist.
horizontal. It's called horizon. That's why it's called horizon, bro.
I mean, I want you to survive the linguistic root for that. But like the Earth doesn't even exist.
Bro, you shot yourself in the foot. Horizon, it means horizontal. It's not
Prove
curved. It's horizontal.
prove the etymological link, dude. Lee and Lee, they sound the same, but they're different last names. One's European and English, and one is Asian. But just because they sound the
The
same.
horizon is horizontal. The airplanes. That's why they are called airplanes. Fly on a plane. Even NASA.
Bro, television, bro.
Their
They're telling us a
equations.
vision. Bro, television. They're telling us a vision.
NASA tells you they assume non-rotating when they derive the equations for plane.
I mean, dude, I would really like you to talk to like a aerophysicist or like an aeronautical engineer, and I mean, like I would really like you to talk to them, but it doesn't even matter because the Earth doesn't even exist.
Can we stop talking about myself and yourself and talk about the facts which you can provide us, please? If you have,
I mean, dude, it's fine, bro. It's fine. It's fine, dude. You guys don't accept any of the globe Earth facts. They're not going to accept any of the true facts.
Fox.
Dude, bro, go to any university and ask an aeronautical engineer. But dude, go to a sniper. Go to like anyone who's shot a sniper rifle before, and
Been there, done that.
Dude, do you not think that we were? Dude, do you not think we were all brainwashed by this ideology?
I mean, you're brainwashed by this ideology. You still believe the Earth is real.
What? That water's flat?
Buddy, I've been on a boat. Water isn't flat and moves.
So have I, dude. Yeah, those are waves.
Yeah, it's not flat.
Water at rest. Okay, have you ever been on a frozen pond?
Yeah.
Okay, what's that? Is that an arch, an ice arch, or is that flat?
I mean, the one I went on was pretty bumpy, like, because there was rocks in the ice.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Dude, there's rocks on the ice. Why? There's frozen over rock. Why?
Okay, I didn't ask you if there was rocks in the ice. I'm sure there's skate marks in the ice, too. I'm sure there's holes in the ice for the people who are fishing.
There wasn't any skates or fishing pools.
Okay, what I asked you was, I didn't ask you if the surface had rocks embedded in it. I asked you if it was an ice arch. Was it an arch?
I mean, no, like like perfectly geometric.
I don't think you're mean. Okay, well, if nothing exists, how the hell are we having this conversation?
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said I don't think perfect geometric shapes really exist in nature.
Dude, I haven't brought up perfect geometric shapes, have I?
No, an arch is a geometric shape, isn't it?
It's time for the question.
The St. Louis arch is a geometric object. It's not perfect.
Yeah,
anyways.
old horse.
It's within the design parameters and the designed margin of error.
Of what?
How is the question from Matrix? Which field of science?
Oh, the arch.
Which field of science deals with shapes? Pumpkin.
I mean, a lot of fields of science do, don't they? Like physicists deal with shapes, engineers deal with shapes. A lot of them are.
Identifying shapes in the first place.
Yeah, but like you're not going to find a perfectly square tree.
Engineers also speak different languages. Engineers also write. They also type on keyboards.
Yeah, I know.
You're avoiding the question, dude. Identifying shape isn't science.
Exactly, Pumpkin. That's a trap question. No field of science deals.
Come on, bro.
No
come on,
field of science deals with shapes.
You still believe the Earth is real? Like, come on, bro.
No field of science deals. Geometry deals with shapes.
Bro, you guys genuinely still believe the Earth is real? I find that laughable, bro. You guys have been brainwashed by big flat Earth.
Yeah, okay, bro. Yeah, reality's brainwashed me.
Bro,
Shouldn't
let
listen
me know
to it.
when you get past the ice wall, buddy.
I didn't say anything about an ice wall.
I know.
Hold on. He just said Earth
Where's the
wasn't
ice
real.
wall? Where's the ice wall?
Well, it doesn't exist because
Straw manning. That's straw manning.
Yeah, you're right. It is
That's
straw
straw
manning.
manning.
Glad you recognized it.
Yeah.
But the Earth isn't real, anyways.
Well, how the hell are you talking about ice falls then?
Dude, he's dead. Come on. Dude, it's because a lot of flat earthers believe in ice fall, so I was making like an idiom. Let me know when we get past the ice fall.
So a stereotype.
No, you're right. Now they've given up on all the idea of maps and positioning things in general. Like the 24-hour sun, ended a lot of modern flat Earth.
No,
how the world looks.
No, bro.
Yeah,
it was before
so
that.
Where are places relative to each other?
The Earth isn't real. It's just a big lamp.
All right, Pumpkin, bye-bye. You get muted. Ice Fish will do the coping for you for a little bit, okay? Maybe regroup.
I don't think I'm willing to. I think someone else should.
Well, why'd you butt in? You forget, Ice Fish JJ, Too Cold, that Will Duffy, the guy who set up this dude's weekend down in Antarctica, said that the sun observation had nothing to do with whether or not the Earth is a ball or not.
That's not
true. Did you miss that part of the soap opera?
The reason they went on the expedition is because they both agreed that would be a determining thing on whether or not it's a sphere, whether or not it's flat. Will Duffy and the other people that went on.
Will Duffy's a globe. Yeah, Will Duffy's a globe-tard dude. The megachurch pastor.
So flat Earth. So someone who's a flat earther, they then they then test it out.
So not us then, JJ. So not us then, JJ. JJ, was that our standard? Did everybody here agree to this prior to them going there?
No, but you're using him as a standard of falsifying it as being relevant.
No, I'm not. No,
or whoever it was that just said what he said about
that's between those two. That's between them.
That guy is a globie.
Okay,
listen, JJ. If they made
fall back on.
Listen, bro. Hey, bro. If they made that agreement between themselves, that's on them. Got nothing to do with us, bro.
No, I was saying that because either someone had said, "Oh, do you know what Will Duffy said after the experiment?"
Yeah, Will Duffy. Who was Will Duffy? Hey, dude, you have an inability to have actual conversations. So who was Will? Yeah, you do. Who was Will Duffy?
He was a flat earther and a preacher.
Wrong, bro.
Wrong. You're wrong.
He's not a flat earther, bro.
Well, he became a flat earther.
You're an idiot.
No, he didn't.
You're wrong again.
He's not. Limerick, you couldn't be more wrong about every claim that you make. What are you doing?
He's a young Earth creationist, Christian glober.
And a convicted criminal, convicted by the FBI, by the justice.
Why did he not believe in it?
Convicted.
He does. What are you talking about? He went down there. No, he went down there to check. Okay, why don't you just make a claim and then back up the claim? That's where we're at this stage of the game. What are you doing?
What?
Make a claim.
That the 24-hour sun is incompatible with the mainstream, or what was mainstream, any conception of a map that is a flat plane and a projection of a globe.
You're here in a place that doesn't claim any map, and the azimuthal equidistant projection is a projection of a globe. So, are you saying that the azimuthal projection of a globe is now debunked?
No, I'm saying the reason you can't claim a map or find a map is because there is no way to map it. It makes no sense on a flat plane. So we have these projections of globes onto maps and all this because it works. It works. It's true.
Okay, tell me how it works.
Map it onto flat surface.
Tell me how it works. Where'd they get the measurements from?
You know what works means? The measurements line up.
Okay, great. You show me how you can prove that.
So if you drop something and then measure how fast it takes to hit the ground, and then you measure in bits how fast it travels, then you could get to something of a downward acceleration.
Dude, you're a clown. You just went ahead and just destroyed yourself. What? That doesn't make any sense.
And then you can see something is pulling something inward.
Really?
Really? Prove that.
Down.
Disagreed with Einstein. That's brilliant.
Okay, well, I'm trying to explain.
I know.
Basic.
Go for it, Jitter.
You disagree with Einstein. You're saying that the Earth.
Einstein, the famous flat earther.
No, dude. Right, you're making a claim that I don't want to be rude. It's 110 years out of date. Right, mass attracting mass, the force of the Earth pulling the object down at a rate. Einstein came up with a new idea. It's no longer that, right? It's a space-time fabric. You understand how that works?
Yeah, it's irrelevant to what I'm talking about.
Okay, then. You continue with your not really a hypothesis, because that's what we're going to ask you for.
Well, you mean, the point is, you could test hypothesis, and then it could be confirmed to be true, and then you would accuse it of being affirming the consequence. So then it's like,
no.
Then if you were to derive 9.81 out of something else, then you would say, oh, you just back manufactured it. But the point is, you can't measure, you can't put a map that works, flat with that as a flat plane that incorporates what we see with the sun.
A straw man, and now you're starting to attack a straw man. That's really weird.
The point was you cannot build a functioning map of a flat plane of Earth that reconciles what we see.
What do we see? Things falling to the floor.
We see a 24-hour sun. We see the sun set in one horizon and then close in the other. We see the trajectory of where it is.
You're rambling at this point. Why don't you stick to one claim at a time, and then we'll go through this? Because at this point, you're gish galloping and rambling. Stick to one thing.
Okay, yeah, the trajectory of the sun and its path and the stuff we see above us cannot be.
What is the trajectory of the sun? No, I don't want you to tell me what it can't do. Tell me about the trajectory of the sun. What is it? Can you measure it?
Well, on a globe, you can. You can see.
Okay, show me how that's done. Show me how that's done.
It's called sending lights and back and forth from satellites. Like, it's not that.
Oh my gosh, dude! No, you're just making stuff up as you go. Now at this point, I mean, it's kind of pathetic.
Not making stuff up. That's the thing that happens.
We're talking about the sun, and you said satellites shooting lasers back and forth. Wasn't really addressing what we were talking about now, was it?
How do we know how far things are? How do we know?
No, you were talking about the sun. Hello?
Yes.
You were talking about the sun and its path, right?
Right, yes. And the relative pathway around, yes. How it would make sense. How you can confirm where things are. And again, you can test. Yes.
You like fucking talking, don't you? My God, shut up. Oh, it's really impossible to talk.
You got a point to make?
I've got several. You just keep rambling on and on. I mean, what was the last thing you said? What was the last thing you said?
That I said? That if you take lasers,
the sun moves.
What? I was getting interrupted. How the sun?
You told us the sun moves. You said trajectory of the sun. So yeah, the sun moves,
relative
right?
Relative to our observation, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So you see, it's called sunrise, sunset, where it goes, when you see it versus when other people see it, stuff like that.
Yeah, so I can theoretically stand within the Arctic Circle and see the sun circle around me above the horizon for almost 3 months of the year.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense in a flat surface.
What do you mean?
The sun is a lamp that's flying around the place.
Hello? All I can see is the sun moving around the observer. Now, you're saying day and night. Well, I'm talking about seeing the sun above the horizon for 3 months of the year. Why do you think people experience day and night?
Sunlight.
Sunlight. Oh, God, you're really not good at this, are you? What causes day and night in your model?
Like light, sunlight.
Okay, so it's got nothing to do with the rotation of the Earth.
Yes, that affects how much sunlight you get. That affects how much sunlight you get.
All you said is sunlight. Sunlight. What causes day and night? Sunlight, he says. Would it be the rotation of the Earth?
No, but the rotation is not what causes day and night.
It's literally like trying to teach a child their own fucking story.
The rotation.
The rotation of Earth isn't what causes day and night.
It's not. My point was, it's not the cause of the dayness. Like light comes from the sun.
I hate to break it to you, that's what they're telling. That's what's in the books, dude.
No. Yes, in another sense, you can say the rotation
away
of the
from
sun.
Distant stars, spinning day and night.
You could say yes, the rotation of the sun or the Earth.
Okay, so it is or it isn't.
Causes a cycle.
You're a complete dude. You're being dishonest.
If you're spinning around, yes, it's spinning around. It causes you to shift in and out of the line of sight of the sun.
Line of sight of the sun. Okay, can you prove this now?
Can I prove which part?
Oh my God, what you just said is it the cause for day and night?
The thing we just reminded you of.
That the view of the sun and whether or not sunlight's reached the surface.
The answer is no.
Yes, you can prove this. It's called looking at when things are lit up. You can see when things are lit up. Look at where the sun is relative to you.
You're intellectually bankrupt, sir.
And then you can see when it cuts out and see where else it is relative to you. And then you can look, if you really want to be creative, you can look up.
That's
and you can look at the moon. You can look at when is it lit up.
How can I say where the sun
There's a shadow on planets. There's a shadow on the moon that is a perfect circular shadow.
Can we get with the other claim? Hey, bro,
you cannot have that if you do not have a spherical thing blocking this light source.
Hey. How do I see the sun's relative position to me, right? If I can't see it.
Well, you can measure how far it takes, how long it takes light to reach you, and how long it takes for you to cut out. And if you know when someone else can measure it, then you just triangulate that. Like, I don't know, like, it's not rocket science.
Yeah, it's not rocket science. No, you're absolutely right. So, can you do this then?
Can I do what?
Triangulate.
Triangulate what?
Well, you said we can measure lots of different positions. We can measure time. I'm presuming this is something that you haven't, right?
Well, when I say we, it takes more than one person.
Okay, so who are these people that have done this?
Astronomers.
Okay, which ones?
Space agencies, companies.
Sorry, excuse me. Can you show me the information that you're basing your story on, please?
It's a collective of the.
I don't care how many fucking people are involved. If it's one, two, miss a few, a lot. I just want the information that you're basing the story on. Obviously, hold on. Obviously, you've seen this information before, right?
I've seen people report this information. Yes.
Yeah, good.
So variations of this. What?
Good. Can we see that then?
Which information do you want?
The one that you're basing your story on about measuring.
I'm not basing it off of a singular piece of information. I'm not basing it off of a singular piece of information.
Okay, give us one of them. Just give us one. How about just one of them?
Of what?
Measurements of this angular relationship to the surface of the Earth.
Measurements of the angular of the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, again, the story that you
because
said.
What you're telling us. Yeah, just one.
Okay.
Quick.
Find something. Kind of relative.
Yeah, Google it quick.
I mean, I posted data in here before.
Interesting, dude. That's lovely. We want this now.
and they just didn't want to look at it. They didn't want to interact with it.
Don't care about the past. Let's all, forget about that. It's all water under.
Okay, that's it. You keep asking me to do this, and then you delete it, and then you ask again, and you delete it.
What you said that you could do because all of these people.
I'm doing it again. Look, I've done this before, and it got deleted, so I'm doing it again. While I'm doing it, you're narrating. You cannot be pushed. No. Okay, I'm gonna look up.
Brother, you're talking. You're talking while you should be getting data. Just get the data. Don't talk. Just get data.
Off you go. That's all we want. Don't want a story about what happened before. Blah blah blah. Now I'll unmute you. Just get the data. We can talk amongst ourselves until you come back.
Dude, you have this collective to draw from. Just you should have a plethora.
Hold on. If you want to get data, hold on. I'm not going to listen to a chorus of people moaning, like bitching and moaning, when I'm doing this because
we're listening to you bitching and moan.
I've already posted it.
Awesome stuff. What is it?
You guys had.
What is it?
Deleted it. So I don't want to hear it. If you want me to find more spoon-fed data to you, then let me get it and stop whining while I do it.
Excuse me, annoying little child. I just want the information that you're basing your claim on. That's all I want.
I told you, it is not based off one piece of information.
Okay, then go and get me one piece of information. Putting the jigsaw together, can't we? So go and get one.
Again, it is not. I know get you one thing.
Yeah, go.
But that's not going to prove something in an abstract. So what is the value of giving you one piece of information?
You don't understand. I said go and get one. We'll start there because I understand that you've got so much information, but it'd be stupid of us to request you go and get all of it now. Just go get one.
No.
Hey, Ice, this would be like you saying, hey, the Yankees are the greatest team of all time. And it's like, oh, yeah, why do you say that? Well, I have a plethora of reasons. Okay, give me one. Well, it's just the whole collective nature of the Yankees. Well, name one player. Well, why do I need to name one player? They're all great.
Okay, well, the answer.
You sound like an idiot.
I've already sent data.
You sound like a drunk at a bar who
I've already sent data.
All sports stats he's pulling out of his arse.
I've already sent data. You know why you can't look at it? You know why you can't look at it?
Because the chat deletes every 4 hours. Go over to the main server.
Where is it?
There you go.
So post it again.
Yeah, I need to get it again. I don't know if it's not easy.
Dude, we just reminded you what causes night and day in your paradigm. Don't act like a smart guy now.
No, light causes night. Lack of the day, and lack of light causes night. Rotation.
Right, Jim Morrison.
Stop trying to defend yourself. Just go and get something.
Oh my God. I'm
spoke about.
I'm trying to, but you guys are bitching while I'm doing this.
Talking.
Okay. No, I'm not. I'm gonna stop talking, but I don't want to hear bitching about this.
Tell you what.
If you bitch about this, I'm just gonna leave.
You'll never stop talking.
Right. I do what I did in the first place, which is
better start bitching then.
Good evening.
Oh, hello. Yeah, I was just saying. I mean, he's making a promise. If we bitch, then he's going to leave. I mean, what a great offer.
Oh, that's quite good, actually, thinking about it.
But there's people we can talk to. Yeah, while he's finding this amazing information, it'll be great.
It's always Ice JJ Fish. Every time I come in here, he's doing his sea lion bit.
It's like trying to catch a jelly with a fishing line. It's impossible.
Yeah, in their paradigm, day and night happens because there's a spinning ball.
Yeah, but light. It's light in the day and not at night.
He's trying to save face since that was it took two of us to remind him of that 20 minutes ago. And then he goes, no.
Hey, Level Lioness, check out. I just tagged you in a screenshot. You were there for that conversation about reciprocating zenith angles in a theodolite that Ricardo was making, that he said he did. Do you remember that the other day?
Yes.
So last night he admitted that he made it all up because he didn't want to be proven wrong. There's screenshots of it.
No way.
So this was all a lie? Yeah, sorry.
100% a lie. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that's great. I love that.
Quick question: what are you guys gonna do when there's commercial flights to like space, and then people will be able to just go up there like a bus?
What's up there? What's up there?
But I'm asking, like, what are you gonna do once that happens?
What is up there?
Like, once commercial flights to like space, like what fucking Katy Perry did, are available.
So you just kind of go up and come back down like a Cedar Point ride?
Yeah, and see.
No, I'm not doing that.
How high?
No.
What if it was very, very cheap, like $20? Would you do that?
Yeah, I'll tell you what. If it was 20 quid, how high did she go?
So you're willing to pay 20 quid?
20 quid. How high did she go?
I don't know how high she went. I'm just asking you if you would do it.
All right, dude. I'll cut the story short. She didn't go high enough to perceive the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, I don't care about Katy Perry. She's a retard. I'm just asking you. Would you go up to space to see it?
What altitude do I need to go to perceive the curvature of the Earth? If it wasn't Katy Perry's altitude.
No, I'm saying if it was commercially available to everyone, it was very cheap. Would you do it?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are you going to do when that day comes?
Then I'm going to go up.
You'll have nothing to discuss anymore. You'll see the curve. You'll come back and be like, "Shit, it's not flat." And then you're going to be like, "What am I going to do anymore?"
Hello?
Like I have nothing to do with my life.
You asked a question, didn't you? Do you remember? About fucking half an hour ago?
Yeah. What are you going to do then?
So you asked a question about what would happen if I went up into space. Very simply, I'd look back down on the Earth, wouldn't I? And
let's say you saw a curve. What would you do then?
Okay, so I see a curve now. Well, okay, this hypothetical is getting great. Okay, so I go up into space and I look at the Earth and I see a curve. Ooh. And
then you're still going to believe the Earth is flat?
Well, that's the way it measures. But this is a hypothetical, isn't it? Your story.
It is. It's a hypothetical. You see the curve, you see the ball, you see everything.
All right, hello? Within the law of your story, the Earth's a ball, isn't it?
A sphere or whatever.
Yeah, okay. So within the law of your story, it's like going to Middle Earth with you fucking. So yeah, okay, in the law of your story, when I go to space in the law of your story, I will turn around and see the sphere Earth that's in the law of your story. Wow.
Okay. And then
that's
what?
a hypothetical.
And then what? Would you admit you were wrong?
Hypothetically will be a sphere. In your hypothetical.
And then what? Would you just continue your life the same way, or would you actually believe?
Hey, Mighty, shut up.
Would you
How
change
about
your
this?
ways?
Mighty,
would you not stay in your echo chambers and continue this cult? Would you continue on with your lives?
Projection noted, Mighty. Hey, Mighty, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Thank God your ears are operational.
Yeah,
okay, so I'm guessing this.
My brain is also
use them now. Use them. Well, you're brainwashed. So listen.
Why do you think I'm brainwashed?
I'm going to explain it to you right now.
What did I say that made you believe that I'm brainwashed?
The Katy Perry story. So you go up from this launch pad in Florida, I'm guessing, correct?
Yeah.
So what are you going to see?
I don't know the details. I'm saying if it was like.
Okay, dude, let me ask you a question. You brought up Katy Perry.
Yeah.
Good God, sir.
Yeah.
So you're going to see.
I'm just a sir.
I'm praying that you'll shut up. So the ball, I already did. I did beyond try. So this ball you're saying, Florida's covering the majority of it, correct?
Covering the majority.
Yeah, now he plays stupid. Smart guy plays stupid. Katy Perry and Gayle King look down and they see way beyond the launch pad they cameth from. And they see Florida covering this big ball, right?
I don't know why you're so obsessed with Katy Perry. I just brought it up as an example.
You brought her up, fanboy.
As an example, yeah.
Well, why are you obsessed with her?
No, I brought it as an example. It was an example to a commercial.
Okay, and I'm following up on your example, as you say. Example. Good God.
Example.
You're proving you're unable to have an actual conversation. I'm pointing out that you're going to look down, see a ball, and see Florida covering the majority of it.
Why?
Because that's where they launched from.
So what?
Well, how the hell, if Florida's taking up that much space, are you going to fit all the other continents and oceans and seas?
Well, technically, if you would go higher up, you would see more.
Okay,
right?
no, we're talking about this. What you're failing to
I'm not
realize
interested
is
in talking
just
about Katy
because
Perry.
you see a ball,
Yeah.
you've eliminated the opportunity that curvature could have come from something else. And if you're able to use your brain and use what you're seeing, Florida below, as a reference and see how much that's covering of the ball, then maybe you'll realize that it's not actually the curvature of the Earth you're seeing.
Why would you see
So I hope you can save up 20 quid. I hope you can save up 20 quid and make that observation yourself.
I don't need to waste 20 quid.
So otherwise, it's just a desperate appeal to the future. You're unable to formulate any thought. You're brainwashed.
But that's the thing. I already believe that it's a sphere. You don't. So would you?
Yes, that's all you. I used to, and that's all you can do is believe in it.
So you would.
You believe the Earth is a flat plane?
You're a dipshit, dude.
All right, hold on.
Promising space tours.
Why are you so obsessed with Katy Perry? And like, why are you getting mad?
You brought her up, and I'm not mad. I pity the fool.
Do you like her songs or something? Why are you so obsessed with her?
Would you mind?
She's an all right dancer, but
no,
would you mind if I repeated your argument back, my friend? Would you mind if I repeated your argument back to you?
All right.
For example, if you went up into space and you turned around and saw a flat Earth, what would you believe?
I would be like, oh, damn, the Earth is flat, and then I'd continue my day as if nothing happened.
Awesome stuff. So this is just hypothetical, right? You've not been to space, have you?
No, I don't want to go to space because it's too expensive now. But if it was cheap, yeah, I would do it.
Yeah, you would. All right.
Yeah.
But this isn't the standard of evidence that convinced you that the Earth was a sphere, right?
Well, it's yeah. Like there's enough evidence for me to believe that the Earth is a sphere.
Hold on. It's like you're not listening. Right? You just told me that you didn't go to space. Right? So this isn't the standard of evidence that convinced you that the Earth was a sphere because you didn't do that. Yeah. So politely, what was the piece of evidence that convinced you the Earth was a sphere?
There's a lot of things. I think that the sphere model makes more sense than the flat Earth model. That's basically it.
That's not telling us what convinced you. What was the one thing?
That was the thing.
One piece of evidence.
That all of our observations make sense on a sphere, and they don't make sense.
No. Slow down. You're painting with a broad brush. One piece of evidence. What was the one piece of evidence that led you to believe that Earth is a globe? That's what Jedi asked you. Please answer the question.
Yeah, sure. It wasn't one piece of evidence. It's a lot of evidence.
Okay.
He asked you for one piece.
You can't based on one piece of evidence base your whole.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. What was the one? Yes, you can. One piece.
That's the definition of a straw man.
That's not how it works.
You're asking for straw man.
No, he said model. I'm quite happy to take model at the moment.
No, but that's still a straw man. It's not.
He said model.
A few little ones, and then you get one, and it's like they're forward.
Let me give you an analogy. To what you're saying. Let's say you're saying I'm a detective, okay, and I walk into a crime scene. You're saying, oh, but there's a note on the ground. Oh, so on that note, you base that he's the murderer? No, you have to look at the smoking gun. You have to look at the door that was open, the cameras, documents, whatever. That's how you base your substantial claim.
Okay, so you've listed a number of evidence. You've listed a number.
Right, we get it. No, dude, you said the model explains quite well, right? Yeah. It convinced you, the model.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what specifically about the model? Like eclipses? What about it?
Everything. All of the observations, all of them.
All of the observations. Yeah. So like the lunar eclipse, for example.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, well, lunar eclipse is one of them. It's not the lunar eclipse.
I know. Yeah. All right, we're just going to talk about this one thing. Stop getting carried away.
We'll do that. I just need to take a phone call, so 1 second.
Oh, okay. No worries. Off you fuck.
This seems to happen more often than not. Oh, I'm cornered. I got to go take a phone call.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? There's 1,000 things that I can mention. I'll name this and I'll mention that and all this stuff of this, that, and the other. Well, let's just talk about one thing. Let's see if we can start undoing that thread. No, because I've got other things, right? And there's thousands of things. All right.
Right. But it's like we can start with one thing and then move on to the next thing and so on and so forth. And that's what they just refuse to do. They just grab this big fat brush and go, everything. paint and slop all over the canvas.
Oh well. Right, whilst Mighty is away taking his very important phone. Icefish, have you come back with the information you said that was everywhere?
No, I was just going to ask if you could provide the information that led you to believe the Earth is a flat plane.
Yeah,
like
that's
one thing.
Yeah, so we do that all the time in here. Right, that's long distance observations.
The oil rig? It's the oil rig?
No, it wasn't the oil rigs for me because that's not my part of the world. But similar observations, right? Long distance observations.
Like what?
France from England at distances between 25 to 35 miles. Across the south coast of England, between two piers, between Brighton and Worthing, distance 10 miles. Observation that I could see using these two references, approximately 30 miles. So we've all here started, I would have thought, with looking at the world. Now that's something that we can all do, right? So this is why we encourage you and others like yourself to go and test this claim. Go and see how far you can see. You'll be surprised. I was.
But that's not out of line with what a globe tells you. If you're at depending on elevation, temperature, and air pressure, you will see different things.
Yeah, of course you will.
That's not out of line.
Okay. So when we make observations and we see beyond the claim, then that's going to start us asking questions, isn't it?
No, but you're not seeing beyond.
What do you mean not beyond?
You're not seeing beyond.
This
claim is the max.
So, for example, if I'm 8 foot above the surface of the water, a land mass that's 35 miles away that should be hidden by a horizon that's 3.5 miles away, but I don't see a horizon. I just see flat water until I see the coastline of France at the distance that I said just a moment ago. Then I don't. All I see is a country that I shouldn't be able to see over the curvature of the Earth according to the mathematics. Are you going to say there's reasons why I do see it?
Hold on a second. He just said something that I can't gloss over because he said the same thing last night when he said he should be able to see China. You said that observation isn't beyond the maximum. That was this morning. I lost track.
Yeah.
So what was it?
It's like Global Gang or MPC Reset.
Well, if you go, if you're looking at something, if you're looking at a landmass,
so what is the maximum?
If you're looking at a landmass that has mountains or buildings, hold on. The maximum is theoretically.
You won't answer.
The maximum is theoretically infinite.
Yeah, I'm glad you witnessed that, Indio, because this Kiba guy's on a bender.
It's funny because the guy right after you, the Glover right after you, argued the exact opposite and said, "Hey, man, how far we can see is 100% based upon meteorological conditions, and we should not use it as evidence of flat Earth, and Glover should not use it as evidence of globe Earth." The guy right after you.
Yeah, if someone is saying meteorological conditions should not be considered, but he's saying they shouldn't be considered.
So that's the only consideration.
Well, they should be considered. Yeah, they matter.
Yeah, it's the only consideration. Does the curvature of the Earth you say exists? We don't see ever.
But those meteorological considerations, you have no idea what they are or how to even work with them.
I open my weather app and then it says visibility.
That uses the weather app is a
visibility 10 miles, dude. In my weather,
you're relying on people who use.
What do you mean? I'm relying on the measurements of the weather conditions of the day. The barometric pressure,
satellites and weather balloons from globe
satellites. So they're telling me my local visibility using a satellite, even though they've been doing that for like 200 years.
They use a collection of different things.
You're just making shit up. don't do it, dude. I advise
They
you not
use
to
a
do it.
collection of different things to
Oh
determine.
yeah, is that what ChatGPT just told you?
No, if you know how GPS works, then you'll know that is part of. Yes, you have GPS.
Dude, no,
weather
we're not doing
balloons.
the Alice in Wonderland.
You
No,
have
you're not doing your Alice in Wonderland shit.
Alice in Wonderland. How do you think we can see clouds? Like, have you ever looked at a weather report?
How did you
on
go
the
to
news?
GPS?
Wait. Have you ever looked at a weather report on the news? How do you think they get those images? How do you think they get or those projections?
They're pre-generated.
Of where clouds are going, or no, where hurricanes are going. You know, where things in the sky that high are going. The cloud maps, the heat maps.
How do you know those are accurate at all? Have you ever confirmed that cloud map represents
because we can verify measurements with observation.
Show me. This is a good go over one.
How accurate is
this? Show me the verification that some weather satellite took a picture of some clouds and it was the same clouds were seen from the Earth. Go for it.
What?
Yeah, dude. That's the verification, dude, that you're talking about.
According to the net, no, that is not the verification I'm talking about. I'm talking about being able to see and predict and tell where things are in the sky, where weather, where hurricanes are.
Yeah,
like, if you've ever gotten like a warning, a flood warning,
and now it's 5 o'clock and it still hasn't started raining. Okay,
well, it's been raining all day here. Like, if you get a flood warning or a warning that there's going to be,
don't try to move the goalposts, fucktard. Okay, you just said they can predict it. I just gave you a specific example where they didn't.
Yes, but saying someone can predict something doesn't mean they can predict it 100% of the time with 100% accuracy.
But your argument was the predictability,
and they can over 80%.
How do you over 80%?
Over 90% in some cases.
I need the data for that. Post it. I need the data for that.
Posting it.
Yeah. Post to 80% data over right there. Up to
90%. Yeah.
Indio, you might be able to get all 21 Glober archetypes just out of this one person. Wouldn't that be fun?
You might be right.
Here you go. The reason you even open the weather app in the first place is because it is useful. It is accurate. It is roughly accurate.
Okay, I told you. Yesterday, they said it would rain today at 10 a.m. It's supposed to rain for multiple days. This isn't like a thunderstorm or something. It's supposed to be a weather front. Okay, and supposedly they can see on a satellite. It's supposed to start raining at 10. This morning when I woke up, they said it's supposed to start raining at 12. It is now 5:30, nearly 5:30. It still hasn't started raining. I looked on the weather radar. It's raining here right now. That's what it showed on the radar. It's still not raining. Why isn't it raining, dude?
Maybe where you are specifically, there is no storm clouds above. These things do not follow a hetero. They're not. They're not homogeneous. It's not like it's like everywhere is rained on in the same level. Like, you'll find parts of a city that aren't being rained on, and other parts that are. Like, it's not. That's. But the thing is, with who can predict this stuff? It makes no sense. It's like there's no way we can know. But somehow we got these machines in the sky. Seems to
machines in the sky
get it over 80 to 90%. I posted it in the chat.
I said post data. Where's data? I don't see you posting any data in the chat.
Wait, so this is the thing. This is the thing about sea lining. No, you asked me to post the source.
Data. I asked you to post data.
Well, this cites the data.
Okay.
On the percentages, which cites more data, which cites
percentages. I don't see anything in the chat, Icefish.
I did. If someone says, what's the data on?
You're going on mute until we discern where your shit is.
I'm scrolling up and down. I can't find it.
Yeah, you're going on mute.
He does this. Says he's posted stuff, and I scroll for it. I never see it.
You will not be unmuted until you post something.
Wasn't he supposed to post something from earlier also? Isn't that what we were waiting for before?
Do you know what, mate? I mean, you're absolutely right. Yes, we were.
Thank you. Yeah. Absolutely. Now there's a list.
Something else from this plethora of information that he's got. Just one thing. Still waiting for one thing.
That's right. You asked for one thing. Yeah, absolutely.
You had one job. Where should I put it in the server? Should I put it all the way up top for maximum shaming? The list of people that are supposed to come back with stuff.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, he needs to be on the top, no doubt.
No, I mean the channel. I got to create the channel in the main server. It'll be like all the way up the top. Important special info. Yeah, it should go right there.
Yep, for sure.
Okay, well, it looks like Mighty jumped out as well. He turned tail whilst we weren't looking. We have been joined, though, by the COVID-19 delusion. It's an interesting thing.
That's right.
Just to say,
I see Ice JJ Fish is looking like a really nice Mar-a-Lago face.
So what brings you to our channel then, Delusion?
I'm just here. I just wanted to hear what you guys were saying, see what's going on. That's all.
Okay. Well, we're saying that the Earth is measured flat. Water is a horizontal reference datum and takes up 70% of the Earth. So being as 70% of the Earth is horizontal, can't be a sphere. It's crazy, right?
I personally don't believe in either the globe or flat Earth model. I don't know what it is.
Okay, so what choices do you think that you have if it's not curved and it's not flat? What's next?
Oh, to me, I don't know. I let you guys hash it out, and then if I'm convinced by what you guys are saying, then maybe I'll make a choice. But until I just don't have the ability to go up high enough to see what the Earth is.
Okay, don't need to go up. You can just measure the thing that you're standing on.
I don't know. Maybe, possibly.
You don't think that we can measure the thing that we're standing on?
I don't know.
And do it every single day. Quite a lot of people do it as a job of work.
I don't think it proves. I don't think it proves anything.
You don't think measurements prove anything?
I don't think you can prove if the Earth is flat versus globe.
Well, you understand that one has got a rate of change of slope and the other one doesn't.
Yeah, I just don't.
You don't understand, do you? Okay. Well,
I don't think I have the ability to prove it. So, but if I listen long enough, I might be convinced of one way or the other.
Yeah, I don't think that we're here to convince anyone. Maybe pushing you to maybe convince yourself.
Well.
But either way, there's other people in the chat. I see you've been joined by Moonrock as well. What's up, Moonrock? How are you? That's a nice PFP. What brings you to our channel? Please be friendly and unmute yourself and say hi. We always like to welcome new people. Okay. Well, screw you then.
Ran away. Scared him.
Yeah, that happens from time to time. I get it. Some people don't like having a finger pointed at them. They get shy. That's okay. Maybe they'll build up the courage to come back another time.
Just like me with viruses. Cool. afraid to look into it.
Okay, well, it looks like Icefish has posted something. So, I've unmuted you. You did post something. Now tell us how it's relevant.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Well, if I recall correctly,
field of view, like,
sorry,
yeah, I heard what you were talking about with the guy. You know, how far would you have to go up? It's like 6 miles or something upwards. So, like, if you talk about field of view, you're gonna have to go high. So clearly, the best photo we have, or one of the best photos you can get, is when you go really far away, and we got one. We got more than one.
You're easily convinced, like easily fooled.
How do you even know that?
Again, yours was
no. I'm
yours was
asking you a
also
question. Why you
you posted a video of an oil rig, and this is really
Yeah, you can go there and look at the oil rig. How do you know that when you go those things that you said or photos, that's what the Earth looks like?
because I'm looking at it. I can see.
How do you know that's what the Earth actually looks like? You've never seen
I
it.
mean, what else? Because that's how.
Well, I could say, hey, here's a picture of a unicorn, and if you've seen a unicorn before, I'm like, fuck, dude, that's not a picture of a unicorn. You can't even do that in this case.
Well, you say unless the picture is fake, you are seeing something, and you are seeing.
What do you mean fake?
Like, unless they're lying to you, Photoshop. Like, it's like,
No,
like they are.
You can just misattribute an image, right? They could have took a picture of a photograph of a painting.
Right? Yeah, that would be lying. Yeah, that's called faking, lying to you. That's saying, here, look, I lied about my position. I lied about what I'm photographing. I'm lying about where I'm going. I'm lying about everything. Like, yeah, it'd be Bernie Madoff type, but worse. On like a larger. Like,
worse.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. People lost all their savings. Lying about space is worse than that.
You know how many people's savings are invested in space companies and space technology?
Well, that doesn't mean they don't make money.
And you don't think Bernie Madoff made money?
How many?
Are they going to space and grabbing money off the money tree?
Yeah, you got major companies. You got SpaceX.
Yeah, circle jerk, dude. It's a circle jerk economy. Congratulations, you figured something out.
Oh my God, Jesus!
They're not going into space to get shit valuable to sell it on Earth, are they?
Well, now there are plans for the moon for...
Okay, answer the question, dude. What's so hard?
There's a bunch of titanium on the moon.
What question? Yeah, there is actually materials on the moon.
Question was
that's why Trump is now approved.
Valuable, right?
Trump's administration has approved a moon train project. Okay. It's like ridiculous.
So India, is it a bad idea for us to go mine things off of different planets?
I want the question answered, or I'll meet all of you.
Oh, look at him go.
I feel like it was
3
Icefish
2
who said
1 Yeah.
Oh, thank God I wasn't muted.
No, not you, Vax's Wax. I'll mute you probably in 2 minutes. But
yeah, 15.
I'm kidding.
Dude, you always call me Vax's Wax. I always like you're the only one that says that. Why do you say Vax's Wax?
Because
every time you say my name,
Vax are whack, dude. You didn't know that? Vax are whack. As in vaccines are whack.
No. Oh, okay. Because I know every time you say my name, you say Vax's Wax, and I would think it sounds funny when you say it.
I thought it was.
I thought that was your name. So he successfully changed it in my mind.
No, Vax Wax.
I don't want to know what that means.
Your volume is too low. Can you raise it?
Oh no, my name.
Your audio volume.
Who's too low? Not Vax. Is Wax, right?
He's a little low.
Gosh, he's really low for me. I couldn't possibly have turned him up.
Okay, so
they're saying you're low. They're saying you're low.
Like my point is, like I showed you an image, and it's like,
yeah, how do we?
You're denying. You have to deny what you're seeing with your own eyes, and
I'm seeing an image with my own eyes.
That says a lot. That says a lot. Like you show me an oil rig, I don't deny what I'm seeing.
Bro, you can go there and do it yourself. Okay, we have no referent in our mind. from which to judge that image.
Yeah, but you didn't go there, did you?
But I've seen oil rigs before.
And I've looked in the telescope.
That's not
the Earth telescope.
And you looked at those oil rigs?
The fuck?
No. Have you seen the Earth through a telescope?
No. Have you seen those oil rigs?
Sorry, this is annoying. Do you understand the difference between an ordinary claim and an extraordinary claim?
Yeah, and the claim that
the one that you've given, I just needed a yes or no, and I got that. I don't need you to continue. Right, the one that you gave us is an extraordinary claim. The one that we gave you, the oil rigs, that's an ordinary claim because anybody that's standing on the surface of the earth can go to any location and observe such an observation. So your one is extraordinary. We're just asking you how you validated this extraordinary claim. Bloody hell, it's like it's not unreasonable, dude.
And Ice J.
You're using a map from Blue Earth.
Hold on, Ice J.
And you're calling this
Hold on a second,
Jesus Christ.
You're the last person that should bring up the incredulity about people lying. You literally sat in here and fucking lied for an hour and a half about a satellite not being able to communicate with a ground station because it was over the curvature of the Earth. You sat here and lied about it for hours.
No, I didn't lie. That's
a passive satellite, and they pick it up at 20 degrees. You're full of shit. You're a liar.
No.
We looked up the satellite. We looked up the tracking stations. They pick it up at 20 degrees. That means the horizon can't be blocking it. Okay, and it's a passive satellite, so with no equipment on it, it's
what you gave me
giant disco ball.
Matched up with the globe.
Shut up, dude. It's basically a giant disco ball. Okay, so it has no equipment on it.
Disco ball.
Yeah, all it has on it is reflectors.
What does?
There's no equipment on it.
Got it.
And the ground station picks it up at 20 degrees. So it's well over the horizon.
And where does it cut? Yeah, and where does it cut out?
So you sat in here and lied for 2 hours. And now you're going to ask, why would they lie? I find that just so outlandish.
It's not a lie. It matches
everything
the globe.
You said for an hour and a half to us was a lie.
No, it wasn't a lie. It was true. And what you said confirms it.
You said that the satellite couldn't pick up the fucking ground station because it was blocked by the horizon. That's what you said.
No, I'm saying generally satellite curvature is what causes satellites to get cut off. Yes, eventually
it can't be curvature. Yes, they pick it up at 20 degrees, Ice J.
It gets cut. No, but then it cuts out eventually. Why and when?
Because they're pointing it up at 20 degrees, Ice J.
No.
It's called a fucking unidirectional antenna.
No. When it cuts out from the ground station.
It's a unidirectional antenna.
Okay, when it cuts out from the ground station. Because it does go out. It does go further in, it does travel away. Right?
You said it gets blocked by the horizon. It loses signal.
Yes, eventually, yes.
Hold on. When? It loses signal 20 degrees above the horizon. So it's not the horizon.
It can lose signal. No.
Oh, God, he's an idiot.
Oh, my God.
No, you're trying to cover up your goddamn lie. You sat in here and made shit up for an hour and a half. We all heard it recorded. You're full of shit. You're a liar. And now you're asking us, why would they lie?
You're saying I'm lying about something you're
in on
claiming.
The conspiracy?
I did not
know. A conspiracy. Just takes a bunch of fucking numpty globe zealots.
Actually, by definition, a bunch of people collaborating to lie and create fake shit on an order of magnitude where you have the people making the satellite images, the people making the actual data, the people that work in the institutions, the people that work in the government, the people that work for these private space companies, all the astronauts, all the engineers who are actually part of the launching, all the people who claim to be taking the first-hand data. All of these people you are claiming, or would necessarily, you don't want to say it because it's ridiculous, but they would have to be lying. And demonstrate. It would have to be a massive Bernie Madoff type scheme.
Lying. Okay,
with countless, hundreds of thousands of people. Bernie Madoff type thing. That is insane.
Okay, now you're muted. Now that you've done with your soapbox, you said this group of people, all these people would have to be lying. We're going to probe whether that's true or not. Okay? We're going to probe whether that's true or not. All those people have to be lying. We're going to go through those groups one by one. Okay?
You wouldn't have to have a whole mess of people lying. You would only have to have key people. that are at the heads of that line, and
anyone
the
with
people
frickin' half
underneath
a
could be
brain,
working on
knows
projects.
Ice J Fish
Right,
thinks
exactly.
like who's never probably worked a job in his goddamn life doesn't know how any fucking organization works. You only know about your fucking job. That's it. The goddamn
if you know about other
don't know
people's
where
jobs,
they keep the cleaning shit for the bathroom. It's not a
if you know about other people's jobs in a corporation, you're probably going to get fired because they're wondering why you're not doing your work.
You know, and the fucking secretary for the CEO doesn't know where the vice president's secretary keeps the stationery, right? Nobody knows what each other's doing. Okay? The idea that it takes some vast conspiracy is, quite frankly, it's an immature take, dude. You don't know how anything works.
It's the only defense they have.
This is comical.
It's comical that you can't. Well, I mean, why would the engineers, the people that say design a rocket, why would they be required to lie? What would they be lying about?
Did I say engineers?
Yeah, you did.
Who designed the rockets?
What engineers are you talking about?
I listed a number of specific people and companies, organizations. I listed specific types of organizations, companies, and people that would all have to be lying.
Companies and organizations don't lie.
Yes, if a company, yes, if there's a company,
lie.
If there is a satellite if there's an organization that is a satellite company that builds a satellite to go into space to hover around the Earth, and that is their whole that is the premise of their entire company, then they are lying. Bernie Madoff. Why do you need? I was lying.
No.
So yes,
Ice J.
I would be lying.
Quickly, listen. Lying implies intent. Corporations can't have intent. They don't have feelings. Okay?
No. By definition, no. If you have a number of people that are incorporated, this is where conspiracy comes in. This is where the conspiracy part comes in. A corporation is people working together, incorporated.
So let's talk about the people then.
So hold on. So if you have people.
Let's talk about those people.
Working together at a scale of thousands.
Let's inquire whether those people have to lie, dude.
In companies,
not trying to filibuster with
thousands
bullshit.
of people are incorporated together in a space satellite company.
You know what an NDA is?
They are part of, by definition, a conspiracy.
Okay,
if a corporation's main premise, is all lies.
Fucking hell,
I'm being very generous in letting you fucking yap, dude.
It's basic common sense. So I want to see some evidence.
Okay. Yeah, listen. Anything involving two or more people is technically a conspiracy. So when you say, "Hey, baby, want to go out to the movies?" That's a conspiracy. Okay. So
correct.
Don't play that game.
No, that's accurate.
Next.
That is accurate.
Who is
the
required?
issue here is the scale.
Okay. Dude, stop.
What does he need to talk?
Who is required to be lying? Let's figure it out. Who has to be lying? Has to.
Okay, let's name one. Let's start from the top. Astronauts to begin with.
Okay,
right?
Yes, I agree. They'd have to be lying.
Okay,
only
so
the Apollo astronauts.
Now they're lying. Okay, good.
Only the Apollo astronauts.
Oh, so every other astronaut's not
they only see 3%
the ones that have gone to the moon.
of the Earth. They couldn't actually tell that.
Yeah, but they orbit around the Earth.
Yeah, they can't tell that from their viewpoint.
Actually, you can. You can look at what's on the ground, and then you can see where you're going relative. If you keep going in one line, and then you make your way around again, then that is orbiting.
Line?
If you
don't have any
witness the crossing of this, yes. If the Earth is a globe, and you find yourself going in one orbital kind of sphere around the Earth, and you see
how would you know?
And you do the circumnavigation because you can see the Earth's surface.
How would you see that from being on the ISS, dude?
Because you can see the Earth's surface below you,
and
you can all the expeditions that you asked for and all that stuff. Which
don't deflect to something else.
That is what they do.
Okay, you're not going to do it. There's going to be no gish galloping. I'm putting my foot down on this shit. There'll be no more gish galloping in this chat while I'm fucking here. So stop gish galloping. I want to know how they would discern that they're circling a globe from the ISS. I want to hear it.
Yeah, if you circumnavigate it.
How would they?
In a straight line.
Is circumnavigation a circle?
If you do it in many different directions, eventually you will create If you
there's no if.
Create a
yes
circular navigation
yes
around
question. It's in the name of the word, dude. Circumnavigate. Is it a circle?
Well, it's a travel around the.
It's a circle
or something.
It's navigate in a circle. It's not travel around the perimeter. It's just going a circle around something. Can you circumnavigate a chair?
Well, you can circumnavigate. Yeah, you can circumnavigate a rectangle.
You can circumnavigate a chair.
An ant does it. Yeah.
I said a chair.
A chair. Yes. If an
chair
ant
sitting in the middle of your kitchen, can you circumnavigate it?
If an ant crawls all along,
why can't you
circumnavigate a chair? That'd be called measuring the.
You're gonna get banned from this chat forever, dude, if you don't answer this simple fucking question to any fucking normal person. A chair standing up in the middle of your kitchen, can you circumnavigate it?
Depends on the shape.
Oh my god!
Can
you have a circle
Can you circumnavigate a chair?
Yeah, as in walk around it.
Oh yeah, I mean the dimensions on the floor, like the legs. Sure.
What the fuck is wrong?
You're asking me if I can circumnavigate a chair in the living room.
Circumnavigation means
he
to
does not understand it.
I know he's bro.
I mean, the question is insane.
This guy ruins every fucking game of magical chairs or musical chairs.
Yeah, I know. Have you played musical chairs?
Look, I know what you're getting at. It's ridiculous.
Do you? We're really unsure.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
We're not sure if you're picking up what we're putting down.
He ain't, dude. Circumnavigation.
You go around something.
Yeah, navigate in a circle. That's right. Circumnavigation. That's what it means. To navigate in a circle.
It doesn't mean you go in a fixed circle.
What is an unfixed circle?
Dude, when you're walking your dog, are you going in a fixed circle?
360 degrees.
Yeah, around the block. Did I circumnavigate when I walk my dog around the block?
Yeah, but 360 degrees is not a shape.
It's a circle.
Thanks, Captain.
You can go.
360 degrees is a circle.
Have you been evaluated for mental illness?
Fucking shape.
And I'm being fucking
No, but you can travel 360 degrees, like around and go around, circumnavigate something, travel around something.
You can circumnavigate
and do it in a shape that is not a circle. Do you understand that?
Circumnavigation.
Like, no, do you understand that? Like,
do you understand that circumnavigation only requires you go around some point? That's all it requires?
Yes.
Okay. Can they be in the ISS just going around some point?
They can go around the Earth, yeah.
Technically, they're going around the center of the Earth, right?
They're going around the Earth, going around the sun.
How do you know? Yeah, you don't know any of that, dude. That's the thing you're trying to prove, okay?
No.
Again doesn't make it true.
What?
Chanting it, dude. You're just chanting it. They're going
No. I'm saying that. No. I'm pointing out that we know, like, for example,
you don't know
the people in the satellites. You said, oh, maybe they're not lying.
How they know? You still haven't told me.
No. The people in the ISS, maybe they're not lying, but if they circumnavigate the Earth.
Yeah, so they go around a fixed point. How would that make the Earth a globe?
If you go in one line, and then you can track where you're going. So you go north from
how they're doing it?
North America. Go north to there.
The line is straight, bro.
And then
lines are straight.
I see. Let me give you some information.
Hold on.
Okay.
I'm trying to explain.
No. You don't know what you're talking about.
And then you end up back where you started.
Yeah, great. We're not suffering fools right now. Okay. According to Don Pettit, the ISS doesn't pass over the same place. It passes over the same place every 11 days. So they're not going in a circle. Okay? Right off the bat, according to them, the people that you're relying on, says we aren't going in a circle. Okay, so let's dispense with that. Astronauts in the ISS, namely Chris Hadfield, said the Earth from the ISS looks flat and beautiful. So we have some hostile witnesses here. Okay? So I want to ask you, given, again, that the ISS would only see 3% of the Earth. It's a field of view. That would be its entire field of view. No astronaut can actually see that entire 3%. They're going to see some fraction of that. They're going to see, I don't know, fucking 1/10 of 1%. How do they know the Earth's a globe? Simply from being on the ISS.
One, you map and chart what you see on the ground. You look down and you
Did they
take
do that?
notes. Yes, and you know what they determined?
How many? How many did that? What was the technique? What did they do? Tell us what they did.
They do that all the time.
See, this is where we get the lying part
They
again.
do that all the time.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm going to ask you for the evidence of it, and you're going to go get that. And
I don't. No. This isn't. Look. If you want to claim, I can get you. Like, I don't have access to the live output of these satellites.
I'm not.
If you want to say that, if you want to claim, if you want to claim they're lying, if you want to claim they're lying,
I didn't claim anything.
Okay, well, if I don't
claim
have
you're telling the truth, dude.
If every time you
claim
say
they would
something,
know. You claim they would have to be lying because they would know.
I'm saying they would have to be lying.
And I'm asking you to demonstrate
they were saying, if you were saying, if I said I saw and did X and I didn't do or see X, and I was part of an organization that was dedicated to
organization
saying we did and saw
It's irrelevant.
X,
It doesn't matter.
That
It
is
doesn't
by
change.
definition not just lying. That is a conspiracy.
You're a fucking moron, dude. I can't take it anymore. Being in an organization or not does not determine if you're lying or not. The only thing that determines you're lying is, A, are you intentionally trying to deceive someone by giving them false information that you know to be not true? Okay? Now that we've covered what a lie is, okay? Intentional deception, okay? You can't intentionally deceive someone if you're just wrong or you're mistaken or you're making a mistake of fact. It's not a lie, okay? Because there's no intent. Now I want to know how they know the truth exactly so that we know if they're lying or not. How do we know?
I think this is.
We want to know how. Don't deflect, dude. Don't deflect.
Don't literacy.
Don't deflect, dude.
No, this is a literacy problem, and I can't.
No, it's not a literacy problem. Look up the definition of lying. Yeah, it's your literacy problem.
You need to think. No. You need to just think about what you're saying and the implications.
Yes,
and just
lying is intentional deception.
Just read about these things. Just read about them and see.
Yeah, you're not educating anybody. Stop acting like you're here educating anybody.
I promise you will find some stuff.
Shut
Just Google
up.
You're like 18 years old. You'll never.
I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering.
Gone.
1 second. He's gone? Come on.
Yeah. Movie that he always does.
Fucking idiot.
Yeah.
He's a fucking idiot. He needs to specify what they'd be necessarily lying about.
That would be a good start. That's what I was trying to figure out. Like, what they know, so we know, like, if they have... He said all these... He listed this crazy... I don't know if you're in here, T-Dub. He listed all these people that would have to be lying.
I was listening.
Going over his little list.
I would have taken his vacuum away. But I mean, that's just me.
Well, that's where the lie comes in, because what are they necessarily lying about? And I can guarantee you he'll say that the Earth is a sphere. Right? No, incorrect. That's not what they'd necessarily have to be lying about. What they'd have to be necessarily lying about is being able to gain a vantage point in order to see it with any sort of curvature or as a sphere. That's what they'd have to be lying about.
Got it.
Yeah.
But it's ironic because, like I said, I was saying these guys, I don't know if you're in here the other day, T-Dub, when he sat there and freaking lied about a satellite for an hour and a half himself. Saying it did
about the data
equipment on it. It was like a passive reflector satellite, and he's saying the satellite can't detect the control station from over the horizon. So Yoder looked it up, and then it turns out it's only supposed to be a reflector, and the control station picks it up at 20 degrees above the horizon. And he was saying they couldn't see each other because it was blocked by the curvature of the Earth.
He just whistled his way into addressing that. You call him out just now, and he whistled his way out of it. He didn't address it.
Well, you guys should have taken his vacuum away. It's simple. He thinks that the satellite's in the vacuum of space. He thinks the ISS is in the vacuum of space. He thinks these pictures of curvature come from the vacuum of space. Take that away from him.
No, that doesn't negate the idea that there's high altitude photography depicting Earth as a sphere or